dad's side of the family for the Italian Americans. So it's wonderful that President Trump stands by all the people. He really does, and he commemorates, and he has a day of remembrance for things that are important to all people. He celebrates the history of this country, and today we celebrate Columbus Day. We don't want to abolish the history and the things that made this country so special. That's what today's about. So we're going to talk to some of our friends. Let's bring in our really good friend first, because we have so many people in the crowd. But come on over, because you're a fan favorite. A fan favorite. I'm great, and you know Paul, of course.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Now,
Thanks for joining us.
For those of the viewers who don't know you, introduce yourself. Tell everybody a little bit about what you do and how loyal you are to these incredible moments for President Trump.
I'm Jamie Crow. I'm from Hershey, Pennsylvania. This is my 16th rally.
And today's only a town hall, not even a rally, but look at the crowd.
Yeah, and the crowd is absolutely. You know what? They're going to have a crowd out here as far as we can see again. You know, President Trump, he's a warrior. The United States of America, we need everybody here to vote. You can't sit home and we can't watch. We got to win this hands down. This is too big to win. We got to win it. They tried to assassinate him again yesterday, but you know, that's hearsay. He's a warrior. He's going to stand up. He's going to stand up for all these American people. And as warriors, we must stand up.
And President Trump has been, and I know Paul will agree, one of the things that makes him so special to us is his resiliency and his fearlessness. And that as a leader, it makes your citizens less fearful. It makes your citizens feel stronger and like there's possibility and hope. Is that how you feel?
Yes, there's a lot of hope. There's if we don't get President Trump back in here, we can't even explain how this country's going to go. We got to vote. The American people, Pennsylvania, we got to win this hands down. Right now, they're saying Kamala Harris is a little head. There's no way. There is no way. We got to be at least 10 points up. We have to be across this country. It's got to be red from here to California. It's got to be.
Well, thank you for saying that. You know, I was watching the polls this morning, and President Trump is up, I believe, by 11 points in the issues, but he's tied or supposedly down in the overall. I don't believe that to save my life. Paul, you've been in Pennsylvania all month too. I don't buy it.
Well, he's leading in all the Real Clear Politics average, the polling average. He's leading on Poly markets and all the prediction markets.
Yes.
He's up by like 11 points.
And how much energy does he have? Unreal. He's doing 2 rallies a day right now.
Across country,
you know it. And I think he's going to do 3 or 4 until this is over.
Well, we're going to be rooting for him, Jamie. We always appreciate you and your support.
I love RSBN.
Thank you so much,
RSBN.
Jamie. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I appreciate your fandom.
We're hearing the chants. We're hearing the chants. Yes.
USA!
Yes. That's it. That's what listen, I don't know where the people in this country are who don't appreciate patriotism, but it makes no sense because this is beautiful to see. Check it out. I love it. Okay, let's talk to this guy.
Incredible?
Look at this guy.
Are you gonna get?
Who is this? What's your name?
My name is Keith.
Keith, I love the hat so much, and I love your energy. And what's your name?
I'm his older sister, Lisa.
Well, you're both fabulous. I can already tell that you are Trump fans. So tell me, is this your first time coming to a Trump event?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so tell me what you're the most excited about President Trump.
Seeing him.
Good answer. Good answer. How about you?
I don't know yet.
Okay, so here's the question. I guess, let me see. How old are you guys? Tell me.
I am 9. I'm 11.
Okay, so 9 and 11. You know, obviously you can't vote yet, but when people say, if you could vote, who would you vote for and why? What would you say to them?
I'd vote for Trump because
love that answer. I think he'll love that answer.
I agree with my brother.
Well, I love seeing a brother and sister ready to be patriotic and excited. Thank you guys for being here. I think you'll be really excited when you see him live today, won't you?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you both for joining us. And we're going to come talk to you again later, but I appreciate you both. Thank you. So great. I love seeing people of every age, right? And Paul's with a special friend of ours.
Got a very special Trump
rally-goer.
rally goer here, number 96. Is that right?
My 96th Trump rally. Yes, I'm Edward X. Young from Brick, New Jersey. This will be the 96th time I've seen the boss in the past 9 years.
Brick, New Jersey's most famous resident at this point. 96 rally strong, coming over to the Keystone State. Sir, I mean, you've been to so many rallies. You probably have seen it all. What's your message for the American people at home now that we're really down the wire now? We have 21 days left until the most important election in our lifetime.
The liberals and the rhinos have just screwed us. I mean, they've gone too far. We've tolerated their abuse for so long. You look at this crowd, most of these people, like myself, used to be what Richard Nixon called the silent majority. We're not silent anymore because you know why? We have gone MAGA. I am MAGA, and I am MAGA as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And all of you patriots out there, I urge you, go to your windows, open those windows, stick your heads out right now when you see this broadcast and yell to the whole world, I am MAGA as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
I love it. I am MAGA as hell. I saw you, speaking of that point, we were in New York City recently, the belly of the beast, right before the J.D. Vance rally, and there was MAGA supporters even there. Tell us a little bit about that.
You mean the debate?
Debate, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was outside of CBS. You know, I worked for the Trump campaign at Trump Tower in New York City in 2015, and I used to go to work with all the gear on, the hat and everything, and people would curse me and yell at me. There's a lot of support in there now. I think Trump is going to take New York. There are still the dangerous liberals, and all the violence comes from the left, because I will tell you, when I was there for the debate, I'm walking down 56th Street, West 56th Street, a bottle comes whizzing by my head and smashes on the ground. A full bottle. I got splattered.
I didn't see that.
And then somebody from the third floor window is cursing at me and flipping me the bird and calling me like a fascist and a Trumpy. You know, they're the fascists.
They have Trump derangement syndrome, and the thing is now they're coming to terms with the fact that President Trump has all of the momentum on his side. I think they're worried. I think they're getting a little more anxious, and I think that reaction kind of speaks to their level of anxiety because, listen, we see those recent interviews that Kamala Harris has done with Stephen Colbert and all these people. She is flopping like a fish. That's what it seems to me. What do you think? Is that kind of what you're seeing?
I had a unique experience a week ago. I actually attended undercover a Kamala Harris rally in Flint, Michigan. I wanted to, you know, like they say in The Godfather, as Don Corleone says, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Good reference for Columbus Day.
That's true. And it's Columbus Day. Yeah, capiche? You know, Columbus Day. You know, Columbus was a great hero, and they've maligned him. But what got me at the Kamala Harris rally was, I'd say there were about maybe 6,000 or 7,000 there, but I saw the buses come in. I saw them roll off the buses. I think a lot of them were paid, but regardless, I tried.
Definitely. All Soros funded. Those were not real people, by the way.
But a lot of them were. But I tried to talk to them about why they were supporting Kamala Harris, and nobody could give me a reason why she was any good. It was all hate and fear of Trump. And
that's what it always is, because she has no policies. She has no policies that people could even name. It's just the fact that she's not Trump, and some say, well, she's a woman and supports abortion. Those are the only things you ever hear from them.
In fact, I told them, I said, all you people have got is January 6th and abortion. That's all you got, nothing else. And I even, one individual I talked to, some guy who I was trying to debate with, started yelling at me and said, I couldn't care less if gasoline was $50 a gallon, as long as we're not in a total nuclear war, and your man brought us this close to total nuclear.
Well, that guy must be getting paid very well from George Soros if he doesn't care about the gas prices or grocery bills, because these prices are not slowing down. They're through the roof. You know, President Trump says inflation now is at 100-year highs, perhaps the worst it's ever been in this country. So I don't know what that guy is talking about.
Well, I asked him, where did you hear that? He said he brought us to the brink of nuclear war. He said, don't you watch the news? I said, yeah, I watch RSBN. And he said,
That's my
figures.
guy, I love
He
it.
said, it figures. I go, what do you watch? He goes, what do you think? CNN, the only news that's worth anything. I feel sorry for the people who actually live in fear that Donald Trump is a warmonger when he's for peace.
He's not. He is the peace candidate, and he is the peace president. And I have no doubt in my mind that he'll bring peace back both to this country and to the world. Thank you so much, my friend. 96 Trump rallies.
I gotta say, Trump is about love. Because I've been to 96 rallies, and back at my 54th, I met a woman, Shelley Mullinax. She's from Atlanta, Georgia. We've been seeing each other at rallies. She's been with me for the past month. We're going to get married now. We'd love to get married at a Trump rally if the boss is watching. You know, invite us on stage. You're a president. You can legally marry us.
Congratulations. Look at that. Finding love at the Trump rally. See, this is a unifying movement in every aspect. So that's unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, my friend. Yes, you need the blessing
Good
for
to
President
see
Trump.
you. Congratulations on your good news.
Yes.
Yes.
President Trump, if you're listening, you got
a
brought
big fan.
you brought a new couple together.
He's a matchmaker. He's not just a
Open up the
president,
venue
he's
for
a
your-
matchmaker.
Yeah, absolutely. All-time Trump rally attendee.
You know,
Thank you
God
so
bless
much.
you.
God
Thank
bless
you. You know, it's amazing because we're having such a special day. I'm talking to people all across the board from all different backgrounds, from all different states, and of course of all different ages. Tell everybody who you are and how old you are.
I'm Nicholas Kaur. I'm from Indiana, and I'm 13.
Hi, Nicholas. I'm Nikki. It's nice to meet you, and I appreciate you coming here all the way from Indiana. Tell us what brought you here. Why are you excited about President Trump?
Well, I've loved President Trump since I was young. 2016 in my school, we did like a vote thing, and I voted for Trump, and the entire school did pretty much. That was the majority of the vote. And then since Biden won, the country wasn't good, and it's on the brink of World War III right now. In 3 weeks, it's going to be, we can buy groceries, or it's going to be World War III. And it's my fall break. We were looking forward to this. Either it was going to be a J.D. Vance rally on Saturday, but we decided to wait till today, because on Friday night around midnight, I saw that he was having one here. So we came here. My grandfather, he booked a hotel for free because he has so many points that we just came here. And it's my fall break, yeah.
I love hearing this, and you know, it's amazing because we talk about what the future could be under President Trump and what the future could be under Kamala Harris, and you are the future. You literally are. At 13, you know, you've got a whole life ahead of you. What are some of the issues that you really want to see for your future that you think that President Trump can make better for your life?
Obviously, house prices. One, minimum wage is $7.25. You can't make a living off of that. No one will work for that price. That's why a lot of businesses are shutting down, especially in California. In Indiana, most places are paying double that, more than double, like $15. McDonald's base job, $15 an hour. And it's so surprising that they can actually afford that because of prices. In gas, they're going to have to raise prices because, one, I forget which president, we had an oil reserve, and now it's all down because of Biden. We gave Iran or Iraq so much money that they could start a nuclear war.
Well, and as President Trump says, we have the best liquid gold right under our feet, right? We can get the reserves, we can get that energy, and we can use those resources to help our future financially, as well as to have cleaner oil as well.
Yeah, well, in Alaska, we cut off the drilling, and even in Texas, I don't know why. Alaska kind of makes sense because you have to drill through Canada, but Texas, it's right in our, like, where we are, and why did we quit? It makes no sense.
You're so smart, and I hope that America's listening right now and saying, wow, this is the youth of America. There's hope, there's promise in so many smart, educated people, and you're one of them. And I'm so glad that you're here to share your feelings. Have you ever seen President Trump in person?
I have not. This will be my first time. Well, we almost went to one when he came to Greenfield back in 2016, but I had school that day, so I couldn't go. But my grandfather, he's had dinner with three presidents: Nixon, Jimmy Carter, and Ronald Reagan.
Amazing. Is your grandfather with you today? He's down there? Well, maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him. It sounds like he's been a wonderful influence on your life. Grandparents are so important to us, and I'm so glad that you have that kind of influence and that kind of knowledge of what's going on so that you can make informed decisions as you get older. And if President Trump happens to be watching, which I know he watches RSBN, what would you like to say to him?
I love you.
I'm sure he loves you too. Nicholas, so nice to meet you. Thank you. That was wonderful. I just love hearing educated, smart, talented young guys. Now, before we get to some more interviews, I want to thank, of course, our incredible sponsors today. We talked a little bit about Birch Gold. We also want to talk about the fact that the world is on edge, and because of natural disasters and economic turmoil, and of course election chaos and even health threats to all of us, we have to remember that with our government sending money overseas instead of protecting its own citizens, and with whispers of even another pandemic possibly coming, we cannot afford to be unprepared. It's not an option, right? So that being said, it's why I'm very excited to tell you guys about the Wellness Company's Contagion Emergency Kit. If you haven't heard of it yet, it's a must-have for your life. Designed by Dr. Peter McCullough, it's packed with essential medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and even nebulizers. That's perfect, obviously, for treating respiratory illnesses that will be approaching the flu season, and these will be very helpful for you as we get into flu season. We've seen drug shortages, we've seen pharmacies turning people away, and we don't want you to risk being told no when your family's health is on the line. So the Contagion Emergency Kit is going to give you control, and there's no red tape, there's no delays. It's so easy to do. Just visit makecaregreatagain.com. Just makecaregreatagain.com. Actually, the best idea is to use the code RSBN in the discount code coupon box, because then you can actually save up to $60 off with free shipping, which who doesn't love free shipping, right? It's always a good thing. So makecaregreatagain.com, and again, use the code RSBN to save up to $60 off with free shipping. We can control that. We don't want to be scared. We want to be prepared. We can't control the wind, so my apologies for doing this. But it's a little windy, but we love it. It's actually the perfect day. So if you're in Pennsylvania, you want to come down to Oaks, Pennsylvania, come on and join us. I know Paul has a friend with him right now.
Yeah.
I see Jersey on that hat. I'm a Jersey girl.
We got another Jersey guy over here. We got Jim Fazzone. He's running for governor in a very crowded New Jersey field. So introduce yourself to the listeners, viewers at home. Tell them what you stand for and what your message is to the people of New Jersey.
Certainly. So, Jersey Jim Fazzone, Republican for governor, and there is a crowded field right now. Our campaign is really supporting families, workers, and taxpayers. You can see that our motto is "Get Your Jersey On." Sometimes in Jersey we get known we have a little bit of an attitude, but we are more than just a turnpike. I want to make sure that everybody in the state of New Jersey has a chance at a good job, at training for those jobs, and I think in education, I was a former superintendent of schools, by focusing many times on the trades, we can get a lot of people working, getting six-figure salaries without even going to college. But for those who want to go to college, we want education to be a main focus.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like education is a big part of your platform, Jim. And listen, it's so important because in a state like New Jersey, also obviously in Pennsylvania, where we are right now, manufacturing jobs, we got to build them back. We got to bring back American industry back to our, obviously back to our own borders. That's been such a huge part of President Trump's platform ever since he ran, starting back in 2016. It seems like you're bringing that on a state level to New Jersey. Could you talk a little bit more about the importance of that, and maybe also why you're in Pennsylvania today for this particular town hall?
Well, sure, and if you recall, go back into history, the Delaware River is the only thing that really separates New Jersey from Pennsylvania, and all of the industry, whether it was U.S. Pipe or U.S. Steel, all of those, the foundries, the pipe foundries, Wawa, if you know Wawa, they originally started making cannonballs for the War of 1812. So there were so many factories along the Delaware, and at one point those factories went out of business. But there's other industries where we can train our people, and whether that's carpentry or masonry or plumbing or electrical or even some of the high-end tech things, they can take place at the county vocational schools. And again, I was superintendent of the county vocational school. And again, if you want to be a mechanic, we took the kids to see the National Hot Rod Association. The mechanics came out and said they can go anywhere in the country and they can make $100,000 a year. So we want to maintain for those hands-on folk, kids, hands-on learners, that type of education. And again, also the college prep and the AP courses. We want something for everybody in education. So the idea is you turn out good students who become good employees who are able to take care of their families with nice incomes.
The entire education system needs to be overhauled, my friends. And listen, they're teaching all this woke critical race theory nonsense starting at the grade school level. We need to do away with that. We need pride in our country again. We need true civics, and we need obviously skilled and intelligent American students, because listen, they're being outcompeted by their Chinese, by their Indian peers. So I think that's great that you're making that as a part of your platform. Also, the six-figure salaries is a great thing too, because once we do the mass deportations under President Trump, we're going to need to fill those jobs with American laborers, and obviously what better than to draw from your own people who will be able to get not only a living wage, but it sounds like a really good living based on these new initiatives that you want to implement into policy. I want to ask you a question, though.
Sure.
It seems like it's a very crowded field in this New Jersey governor's race. Now, this race is coming up. It's not this year. It's next year.
Correct.
June is the primary.
Correct.
I think it's about 6 or 7 people at this point.
Yes.
What makes you stand out compared to the other ones? Are you a more America First type candidate? Are you more pro-Trump? Like, what makes you stand out from the other candidates who are running? I know Bill Spadia, Jack Ciattarelli, those are like the big names you always hear. What makes, what's your pitch? What makes you stand out as a candidate for governor of New Jersey?
Okay, so I was an elected official for 30 years. I was also the mayor of the city of Burlington for 8 years. And you raise a good point. What makes me stand out? When Hurricane Sandy came through New Jersey, I was in charge of the city of Burlington. When Hurricane Irene came through, we had hostage situations. Public service was going to blow up. None of the people in the field have ever been in an executive position where you have to open the Office of Emergency Management, listen to all the experts, make sure that we get the phone to put out that fire at public service. Really, got one guy's a radio host, the others are legislators. When you have an emergency like that, you need to go into action immediately, just like Donald Trump did when he was the president. A radio show host, what's he going to do? Go for a commercial break? Guys who write legislation, they want to put up a new bill while we have a hostage situation. You need to know. And so I also have 2 degrees in leadership. One's a doctorate, one's a master's. So I've been in educational leadership, but I've also been in the executive position as a mayor. So I know how to deal with a crisis. And the learning curve, not that these guys aren't good people, but the learning curve is going to be real sharp for them, not so sharp for me.
Excellent. Now, we are in Pennsylvania today. What do you expect to see from President Trump here in Philadelphia? We know we're going to pivot a little bit, but Philadelphia obviously is such a key county. If President Trump, increases that percentage in Philadelphia County, he wins this election. He wins this county, or maybe he'll win the state, and then he'll win the election overall. So what are you expecting to see from President Trump today?
Well, and yet what we hear all the time is Pennsylvania's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and Alabama in between. However, I'm going to go to a statement that when Casey Stengel was the manager of the Yankees, Ralph Houck was taking over, and he said, "What's my job?" He said, "You only have one job." He said, "What is that?" He said, "You got 21 guys in a locker room. 7 of them love you, 7 of them hate you, and 7 of them are in between. Spend all your time with the guys in the middle." He said, "Well, what is my job?" He says, "I told you, you don't have another job. Spend all your time with the guys in the middle." Donald Trump is here, and he's working all those voters that are in the middle, and I believe they're going to go to his side. He's going to carry Pennsylvania. And don't count New Jersey out either. New Jersey could go Republican.
New Jersey definitely can go Republican. We got Jim Fazzone here. How can the folks at home find more about your campaign and learn more about you?
I'm on every social media, Jim.Fazzone. On TikTok, I'm also on Facebook. I'm also on Instagram. I'm also on YouTube. If there's a social media out there, we're on it.
Jim Fazzone, ladies and gentlemen, might be the next governor of New Jersey. It's a pleasure speaking to you today. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I don't know if you've
so
noticed.
we're going to swing back over here.
Have you noticed all the dogs are here? The canines are here to keep us
got
safe.
The security dogs.
There's security.
Obviously, all the security here. We got local police. We got Secret Service.
We've got
very
another
high security lockdown type environment, which really every Trump rally has been all throughout this election cycle.
I noticed a little friend here. Come on over here for a second, gorgeous. What's your name?
Madeline,
And how old are you?
6.
You are so beautiful. I guess today you're really feeling very patriotic as a little American girl, huh? So is this the first time that you've ever come to see President Trump? And what grade are you in?
first.
You're in first grade, so did you take the day off of school to come here? You did? Okay, so this must be really special. I bet you're going to tell all your friends about it. Tell me what you're the most excited about today.
Seeing Donald Trump.
Seeing Donald Trump, and I'm going to guess also being really dressed amazingly, beautifully, patriotically. I love the red, white, and blue. Is this a special outfit that you got just for today? It is? So tell me a little bit about why you're excited about being here today to see President Trump. What makes you excited about being American? You like the flag? You like your freedom? How about making America great again? You want to tell everybody that you want to make America great again? Go ahead, you say it.
Make America great again.
Excellent. Beautiful. Well, thank you for, and I love your socks, by the way. They're very special. Very special. Thank you for your time. I really loved meeting you. Thank you.
I think she wins outfit of the day.
Outfit of the day.
Number one
Done.
by far. That's
Done.
amazing.
She wins outfit of the day.
Well,
it's
you
so
talk
funny.
about, women voters, young people. You got both those demographics there, and you got a lot of young kids here today.
So
It's
many kids.
incredible.
And
a
on
lot
a
of
school day.
families.
On a
school day.
What does that say? It
Well,
says
listen,
that the parents
you get
are
a better
proud.
education here at a Trump rally
That's
than you
true.
do anywhere else. So
Good point.
smart
Good
parents
point.
for bringing them out here today.
You know, it's funny. I was just talking to some people online, and they're all saying, "Oh, we watch RSBN all the time because it's the only place we can watch everything." And I said, it's funny because as a person who represents and works for this network, I do the same thing. When I'm not working, I text you all the time. When I'm not working, I'll be watching because it's the only way to get the full story from start to finish, from the crowds to the moments to the speeches, and literally from the beginning of the day to the very end when President Trump leaves the stage.
It's the only network, literally the only network, and they've been doing it for years now, that does
Yes.
wall-to-wall coverage of
Yes.
every Trump campaign event. And we have the great blessing of being here on the ground, bringing the live coverage to
Yes.
you, the fans at home. We really appreciate all your support and all your enthusiasm.
I agree.
And all your support for President Trump, which is the most important thing.
It sure is. And we talked to the little ones. Let's talk to some of the adults as well because there's so many people
Sure.
here. Come on over here, lovely. What's your name?
Carol.
Carol, nice to meet you. Now with the little ones, I ask their age. I don't do that with us. We don't talk about our age. We're young at heart.
I'm young at heart, exactly, and I'm 83.
God bless you. You look gorgeous. And I love the hats, by the way.
Aren't they neat?
So cool. And it's one thing to get dressed up for an occasion. It's another thing to get dressed up to represent your patriotism and your love for country. And I think that's really special.
I always dress up just because I'm old.
Okay, well, tell me this. First of all, we talk so much about, the excitement that we have for President Trump getting back in office. What are some of the things that have been affecting you under this current leadership that you want to see change under an administration by President Trump?
Number one, illegals. Number two is the food so expensive. Number three is abortion. They need to. The other side is not telling the truth. It needs to be stressed that getting Roe v. Wade, it goes to the states, people. So the government shouldn't have any control of that. And there needs to be exceptions, absolutely.
I'm glad you said that because there's so many misconceptions, like you said, from everybody about President Trump. And Kamala Harris is touting the idea of him wanting a federal ban, which we know is not true. The whole thing was that Roe versus Wade was a federal decision, whereas now it's no longer a federal choice. It's a people's choice per state. And with exceptions, those specific issues will not be on the docket as an issue, because if there is mother's health in question, if there are, of course, incest or rape issues, of course it would be allowed.
I know, it only makes sense. But you can't listen to them. They just do not tell the truth.
Well, and that's a frustrating thing. And as women, I always like to say, there's so many women in this country who are supporting President Trump, and I wouldn't do this job and support him if I thought he was trying to take away my rights as a woman. And I want to say that to everybody.
He is a man, you know he loves this country. And you can see it in his face. You can see what he's doing. But what he's going through is just like he said. He doesn't have to do this. He loves this country. And I think the people see it. I saw it the last time, and I was really disappointed. But my own opinion was, and He won that other election, and everything was done so unfair.
It was a very exceptional circumstance. We'll say that. It was, and we cannot let that happen again. We have to make sure it's too big to rig. So I would imagine that you're already prepared and registered and ready to vote.
Oh, and I do it right there. I'm going to the polls. If they have to drag me there in a wheelchair, I'll be there.
God bless you. God bless you. That's what we want to hear. Thank you. It's so nice to meet you. That's what it's all about, friends. It's about, when you really want to fight for your country, you find a way to get out there and vote, and you do what it takes, and you get educated on the circumstances and the stories. We all have a right to our own opinion. We all have a right to choose and to vote for who we want. That's what makes us a democracy. That's what makes us America. But we also have to make sure that we are well informed and educated on this particular issues so that we're not dealing with what they keep calling mis or disinformation. We need to deal with the truth, and that's what this campaign is about. It's about exposing the truth for what it is. Paul has another friend with a fabulous cowboy hat over here. Look at that.
So I have some wonderful people over here. We got the Trump 2024 hat. We got the button. I'm voting for the convicted felon. Ma'am, introduce yourself. What's your name?
Renee.
And what brings you out here, Renee?
Oh, Trump. We got to have Trump. Tired of the old administration. Get them out. They're a piece of crap.
For sure. Is this your first Trump rally, or have you been?
My first rally. They've never been close enough for me to go to. But
So you're a local. You're from this area.
from King of Prussia. King of Prussia, right down the street.
I have a question for you. What do you think of Philadelphia? I mean, we know this is where the rigging happens. This is where the fraud, the cheating. But I feel like the enthusiasm now is like better than it was even in both 2016 and 2020. What are you seeing? What are you seeing on the ground?
I'm seeing a lot of enthusiasm, but I'm afraid because there's so many people that just want to vote against Trump. Not for them, because there's no reason to vote for them. And you ask them, why are you voting for Harris? Oh, because I don't like Trump. That's not a reason. You pick the best person who's going to run the country, and he already proved he can, and they proved they can't.
I know, that's so true. That's the best way of putting it. I mean, listen, no one votes for Kamala Harris. No one even knows who she is. She's a puppet for the deep state, and they know that, they're not voting absolutely for all those guys, for Soros. They always vote against or for Donald Trump. It's not for the Democrat. I want to ask you, I was in Bucks County last week, door knocking, registering voters, getting people out there. And it seemed like 70% of the people were Trump supporters. And that's a big county, 700,000 people there. 30% were, Biden or Kamala at this point. This election could be determined by 40 or 50,000 votes in this state alone. What do you think? I mean, when I'm all driving across the state, I see mostly Trump signs and Trump yard signs. So what do you think?
But what scares me is they know how to cheat. And no matter what we say and how much they prove there was a lot of cheating, they say, oh, no, that's not enough. Put it all together, it's enough. So it doesn't matter what we say. We just got to pray that they can't cheat enough, that we get enough people there to overcome the amount of cheating they're going to do.
I think it's possible. I really do think it's possible. We got early voting starting. SwampTheVoteUSA.com/PA to learn more. What are the top issues for you this election? I mean, it's
number one, get those people out of here. I'm tired of paying for them. And now our own people can't get help from FEMA because they drained FEMA to pay for them.
You see that $750? They could barely spare that for people north. They didn't even give it to them.
People said we didn't even see FEMA yet.
Biden's writing another $1 billion check to Zelensky.
Yeah, that's because he's getting half of that. What he gives Zelensky, he gets half. Zelensky gets a quarter, and a quarter goes to whatever.
It's unbelievable the level of, it's not just incompetence, it's a concerted effort to bring down our country, to decline the country. And that's why they opened the border. I mean, 20 million people, probably more than that with all the gotaways that have come over. We're paying for it, as you mentioned. Also, this state was a industrial manufacturing capital, and all that has been outsourced to China, to India. Could you talk a little bit about maybe that and other issues?
Well, he wanted to lower the cost for a business to stay here, and everybody's saying, oh, he's giving the rich people a break. That's not giving the rich people a break. That's making it so they can stay here, produce whatever they're producing and have workers from the United States work at these places. I know what he's doing. You only have to have common sense to figure it out, but I'm afraid that most of this country does not have that gift.
Well, we hope that at least enough people in this state will have the common sense to vote for him. What's your message for Pennsylvania residents? Is it
women get smarter, because I think it's mostly women that are going to vote against him because they don't like how he makes them feel. Come on.
I love how he makes me feel. I'm a woman. I think he makes me feel hopeful.
He makes me feel fine when I'm bringing my whole paycheck home.
There you go. There you go.
More money than these people are raping everybody. I don't understand how they can't see it.
No.
I don't know either. I mean, listen, they walk through the city streets, they feel unsafe. Why is that? It's because of Democrat policies. I know, you probably don't even go into the cities. Just got into Philadelphia. The city is a mess.
It is.
And that's putting it mildly.
And you're not safe.
I know, you're not.
Let everybody right out on the street after they knock you in the head and take your wallet. They're back out 5 minutes later knocking somebody else in the head.
One last question for you, because we got to go to commercial, and I love talking to you, by the way. This governor, Josh Shapiro, what's your take on him? Do you think, I mean, a lot of people think he's going to try to rig it for Kamala Harris. He wants a cabinet position. He's not disclosing illegal alien voters and other non-eligible voters on voter rolls. What's your whole take on the whole situation?
He has to be part of their party. I mean, their crew, the private sector, because they wouldn't have even had him running for vice president. They wouldn't have even had him. He's a piece of crap. He's Jewish man who doesn't like his own people. Because if you can vote for Kamala Harris or Biden or any of those racist people, then you don't like your own, people. That's just how I feel. What they're doing to them is horrible.
It is horrible. Well, it was so nice speaking to you. And, grab her hat. Don't.
It's
Great
a
meeting you
windy
as well.
one. Nice
Thank you
talking
so
to
much.
as well. It is a windy one.
We're going to swing back over to Nikki, who's going to have a quick ad. Okay, I will.
I feel like Dorothy. In The Wizard of Oz. I'm so happy that actually it feels really good because the sun is strong and it's beautiful out, and actually the wind feels pretty nice. But I also know what else feels pretty nice. You know what feels pretty nice is making sure that we are on track with our money. And the Federal Reserve has dropped interest rates so that you are going to be in a position where you need to call my friends at American Financing today. It's essential, honestly. It's essential for you to do this with mortgage rates in the 4s now. I mean, come on. It is the perfect time for you to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. And a lot of us have, of course, been forced to use credit cards. Trust me, I don't want to talk about it. I know what it's like. We get forced to use credit cards, and then what happens is we get these insane high interest rates and these ridiculous prices. And when you think about ridiculous prices at the grocery store and on your power and your utilities, and of course when you talk about childcare, it's unbelievable, and the debt is so expensive. So with credit card rates being insanely high, I love the fact that President Trump has this new initiative when he gets in office for credit card rates as well. But with mortgage rates dropping now, it's a time to wipe your debt out. American Financing is helping homeowners right now, and they're helping you by saving over, ready for this, $800 a month. How much would that help you? That's an average number. That's huge. They're even closing in as fast as 10 days on some. So if you start today, you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees, and you can just find out how much you want to save. It's that simple. All you have to do is call American Financing today at 888-804-0303. That's 888-402 0299. Oh, that's another one. 888-402-0292. 888-402-0292. It's that easy. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Ooh, the wind was making me talk funny. Have you ever heard that before? It's really, honestly, guys, it's amazing because our sponsors are so helpful to our viewers. It's one thing to have sponsors that help us do what we do, and we appreciate that. But moreover, they actually offer services that will really help consolidate your finances, that will help with your lifestyle, and that's what we're here. That's what we're here for in the first place, and that's why we are all so excited about a lot of the initiatives that President Donald Trump has for the nation should he get into office in just 22 short days. Believe it or not, 22 days. I mean, I know our friend Rudy's over there with Paul right now.
Yes.
I'm sure you'll talk a little bit about what 22 days from now could mean for all of us.
22 or 21. I lost track. Is it 22 or it's 22? Okay. So we got 22 days left. This is my friend over here, Rich. Richie, right? Rich and
Rudy's his nickname.
You're from the local Philadelphia area. Tell us where you're from.
Right, Collegeville area, from New York originally.
And what motivates you to support Donald Trump this election?
Well, for me, I have 2 daughters and I have 2 granddaughters that are 4 months and 4 years old, and I'm concerned about their future. I'm in my upper years, and we only have so many years on this earth, and so I'm concerned in the next 10, 20, 30 years that my daughters have the freedom that we've had for all these years in the United States. I served in the military. I attend a pro-life church, Valley Forge Baptist in Collegeville, and I'm for the pro-life thinking, and I'm here to support Trump and to back him up. This is my 3rd rally for him. Been to a Vance rally and about 4 or 5 other rallies. So formerly in the military, Air Force, and I'm just here to represent all of that stuff. Marriage should be between a man and a woman, and you don't need to have all this other malarkey that's going on, which I won't get into, and be respectful. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, all good answers. I agree with you 100% on everything you just said there. What you brought up, which is so important, it's probably more important than any other policy, preserving our freedom and passing that freedom on to the next generation, to your children, to your grandchildren. I mean, we're basically at a war to save our Constitution, to save our First Amendment, to save our right to worship, to save our right to bear arms and to speak and due process. Could you talk a little bit more about how significant that is this cycle, and how Kamala Harris and the left and the Democrats are basically trying to get rid of all those freedoms as you see it?
Yeah. Well, I think the bottom line answer is that we need to preserve the family in our country, and the family is being torn apart with all these kinds of new rules out west, won't name states, and they're just trying to change everything. And we don't need to change things. We need to stay to biblical concepts that our country was first founded on in our forefathers. So a flat answer to all of your questions, which was a bunch in one question, is stick to biblical concepts, and that'll save our country.
Beautiful answer. Wonderful talking to you, Rich. Thank you so much. I think, you said it best. That's the way to preserve our freedoms, supporting and preserving the biblical principles that led to the traditional family, the nuclear family, which it hasn't just been over the past 4 years. They've been at war with for the past 60 years in this country. So I think that's amazing, and thank you so much for talking to me today.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Let's go
Keep
Trump.
up the great work. Let's go Trump indeed. So you heard it there, folks. I mean, this is basically a war for our freedom, for our country, to preserve what makes America great in the past. And the enthusiasm I see here at this town hall, we're, again, about probably a half hour's drive from downtown Philadelphia. It is through the roof. I spoke to a Trump campaign official last week when I was down here registering voters, and they said if we could get that Philadelphia Trump vote from like 17% where it was 4 years ago up to 30%, then we'll win this election very handily in a landslide. So that's the goal here, and I think it's a great thing that President Trump is coming here to speak to voters here in sort of the outskirts of Philadelphia.
It's incredible, and these people that are here today are so fired up. When you get this close, don't you feel, Paul, because you and I mean, we've been doing this since May, June, and I just remember we were kind of getting into the zone, right? Like now we're getting into the crux of election season, but now we're getting into the final 3 weeks. Tomorrow, 3 weeks from tomorrow, is Election Day. And so there's a different energy, I feel. I feel like people are like, okay, now it's do or die. Now it's
Right.
now or never.
Yeah.
And there's just a different electricity in the air. I was talking to some guys back there that were at the original Butler rally.
Whoa.
And we had talked before, of course, everything that went down that day. And then I saw them again last week at the triumphant return to Butler, and so many of the people here said it was just the most magical experience they've ever had in their lifetime.
I mean, how was that, Nikki? I
was
mean,
so
being
bad.
there, it's basically, it was like, the revival of President Trump. It is amazing to see. And the crowd size there,
Oh.
100,000 people.
Yes.
Although a lot of these rallies now are over 100,000 people.
That one was huge.
Speak a little bit more about being there a second time, having been an eyewitness to the first,
Oh, yeah.
thank God, near attempt on President Trump's life. You had Elon Musk in attendance, riling the
Unbelievable.
crowd.
Doing his jumping
JD
jacks.
Vance doing the jumping jacks. What do you think of all that? He was about to jump to the moon.
He was jumping to the moon. He was ready to go to Mars. Well, first of all, we got that announcement, which I thought was revolutionary, that President Trump said within his entire in his 4 years, we will see a man on Mars. So that was one of his moments that was huge.
Wow.
But I would say overall, what I noticed the most about that crowd was the fearlessness in that crowd, because there was always this part of me thinking, well, will there be less people? Will people be afraid to show up, especially the ones with children, because it was such maybe a traumatizing moment for them. But it was the exact opposite. It was courageous. Everybody was, they all said, he took a bullet for us. He fought for us. We would never let him down, and we are here for him. And seeing that kind of excitement and allegiance by the crowd was really special. But moreover, honestly, Paul, first of all, the day you saw it, the flyover, the parish, the jumpers with the flag, the blue sky, it was like literally God created this day to be as perfect as it could possibly be weather-wise, so we could all enjoy it. Seeing Corey's uniform in the stands was so moving and emotional. And then, of course, the tribute when they rang the bell at 6:11,
Yeah, I know.
and then had that incredible Christopher Macchio coming out and
That
singing
performance
Ave
was
Maria.
Truly
It was
phenomenal. I mean, that was
not a dry eye in the place.
Not a dry eye in the place. And then President Trump began his remarks where he left off, as I was saying. And at that point, just seeing all that, it's like, like fate is on his side. I mean, you don't want to take anything for granted at all.
Correct.
We have a lot of work to do. We have to act like we're 10 points behind.
Always.
But it's like you see the forces that are kind of like compelling him to victory. It's just you can only think that God is on his side, and that there's a greater, obviously, reason why President Trump is in the position he's in currently.
That's what it felt like, for sure.
Especially there at that rally.
Well, and you and I were even saying over a text yesterday, we said, there's a level of confidence when you're going to Coachella, when you're planning Madison Square Garden, when you're returning to the place you were almost assassinated. All of those things say to me, this is a man who's not backing down, just like that song that Lara sings, I Won't Back Down. No backing down, and ready to go in full warrior mode for these final days for the people. And that's what we're trying to get back, is a government for the people, by the people. That's what's at stake in this election.
It is. I mean, they talk about saving democracy. They're at war with democracy. Kamala Harris has not received a single vote from anyone.
Not one.
Donald Trump is the only one who will save democracy. He says it all the time. I took a bullet for democracy. And he's the one that you really could tell the American people, those who aren't brainwashed by mainstream media, and that number is shrinking, believe me. It really is shrinking.
It is.
They're all behind him 100% because, again, as that gentleman said before, it's all common sense that motivates his political agenda. It's not really left or right anymore. It's just common sense, preserving our freedoms, preserving our borders, getting inflation under control, and getting the entire world at peace, really.
Absolutely. I mean, and you hear President Trump says it every single time. Every single time he says, it's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about common sense. It's really what it's about, right? And so we have another new sponsor. We have to talk about this. This is exciting before we get to the public, because we've got so many great people. But the knife, the Trump knife, this is a goodie. This is different. And I had only recently heard about this, but this is from our friends at Patriot Addict.
Okay. Well,
So
this is going to be a
excited.
good one. Our sponsors at Patriot Addict just released another amazing product. Trump combat knives are in stock and ready to go. These are high-quality, custom-made combat knives. They make an amazing gift for any Trump lover. And for a limited time, our sponsors are giving them out at 20% off to RSBN viewers. That's right. Use code RSBN20 to save 20% off these amazing Trump knives. There's one bad news. They only sell a few hundred of these, and they are selling them out quickly. So
Okay.
you're going to want to get them before they all go out of stock. And once they go out of stock, that's it for 2024. So get your Trump knives now while supplies last. PatriotAddictDeals.com. Use RSBN20 to save 20% off. PatriotAddictDeals.com.
Awesome.
What a product. I
So
mean,
cool.
it's
We have, I love when he does all the commercials now for this, all the things that he's got. That this is the thing. We see it epitomized. We see it exemplified when everybody is wearing and utilizing all of these items. I had a great surprise. One of my good friends said to me, who is one of my neighbors, she said, "Meet me in the lobby. I have a surprise for you." She got me the best Trump hat ever.
Oh my God.
Ever. It's blinged out. It's satin. It's so me.
That's incredible. I mean, we're seeing so many of those dark MAGA hats
Yes,
now.
it's
I want
all-
to talk to maybe
yes.
a few more
Let's
people
do it.
over
We've
here.
got so many people here.
Do you want to?
Sure.
People were waiting.
Sure.
patiently. Why
I
don't-
see you guys all ready. I see the MAGA hat. You're ready to
Yeah,
go.
I'll let you take.
Okay, yeah, I'll take this one. First of all, what's your name?
My name's John.
Hi, John. Welcome. Are you from this area?
Yes, I am. I live in Collegeville.
Okay, so we're obviously making a huge play for Pennsylvania. I should say President Trump is. I say we because we're kind of all in this together. Tell me a little bit about how the current administration has been affecting your life and what you're hoping to see from President Trump if he wins.
One of the biggest things I'd like to say when I see commercials for Kamala Harris saying that she's going to lower taxes, the Biden-Harris administration policies that created inflation. Inflation is a tax. It is the cruelest tax because it hits the working poor first. And so when I see her on the television saying she's going to lower taxes for those with lower incomes, she's lying. For 3.5 years, she has been crushing the working poor with the cruelest tax possible. And when I listen to Trump, one of the big things he talks about is drill, baby, drill. The reason why that's important, energy is so integral in our economics because everything is affected by energy. Groceries being delivered to the store are affected by energy. Making the steel mills, energy. Factories need energy. If you lower the price of energy, you lower so many things. And, when I hear Kamala Harris talk about price gouging in grocery stores are low margin, high volume businesses. They probably take 2 cents of every dollar you give them. So if you give them $1, they make 2 cents. Tell me, where is the room for price gouging in groceries? It doesn't exist. And Donald Trump gets this. His policies will help working people, and we need him back.
So well said. Honestly, I would like to have you out here with us all day. That was so beautifully said. I mean, it was eloquent, it was thought out, and it was honest. And that's the bottom line, to your point, is that we need this honesty back. One of the things that President Trump is saying he'll do is he's intending to lower these utility prices by 50% for the American public when he gets in office, because he believes that with tapping into our resources and getting that energy back so we can drill, baby, drill with our own liquid gold, we get to be able to see a difference in every area of our economic life, to your point. So I think that would be one of the most essential things that could happen. And if you have a chance to talk to him in this town hall tonight and ask a question, what would you want to ask him?
I've been thinking about that all day, and it's really tough because it's like he's reading my mind. The things that he's already talking about. But I'll try to think up something good.
I'm sure you will. I hope he calls on you. It was wonderful to talk to you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Why our Trump voters are so intelligent. There's such a level of knowledge, education, understanding, and informed behavior. And also a level of energy that's so passionate and happy. And I love that.
They are truly the most informed people probably in the country.
Yes.
And you see it here just by talking to them. They have quite a lot of information, and They know the issues, and it's the reason why they're so smart and so educated that
Correct.
they're supporting President Trump. So the two go hand in hand.
Yes.
I think right now we're going to toss to
Commercial.
the studio
We're
for
going
a
to go
quick
to
commercial break.
we're going to go to commercial break,
And,
but we're not
we'll
going
be right
anywhere.
back here in a little while. Yes.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
Do you really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas and to support illegal immigration. They've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With the political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple, just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Parents, do your kids know what courage really means? It's about standing up for America even when there's a target on your back. That's why Mike Huckabee's team created the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. This important guide tells kids everything they need to know about President Trump's unwavering courage, and you can get it for free. With your free order, you'll receive free bonus gifts, including the Kids Guide to President Trump and a Christmas ornament commemorating Trump's call for us to fight. Get it all for free at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show.
Nathan
Look,
comes to
don't
you
forget
yet
to check
again
me out
asking
right
what
here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Do you really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas and to support illegal immigration. They've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With the political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple, just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com makecaregreateagain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping. That's makecaregreateagain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
What a gorgeous day here in Oaks, Pennsylvania, as we welcome President Donald J. Trump for a special town hall right here at the Greater Philadelphia Expo. I am Nikki Stanzione.
And I am Paul Ingracia.
It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a good day. These people are excited to see their president. A lot of people, it's first-time rally attendees. A lot of others, obviously, it's 5th, 6th, 7th, as we saw from the gentleman before, 96 time.
96.
But listen, this is a state that is so important for President Trump. We are in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania.
The Commonwealth.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, rather. It's Commonwealth. That's
I love
important.
I love when President Trump says, if I say a state, everybody will get on my case. I'm going to say the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
I made the mistake there, but it has.
I do it all the time.
It has 19 electoral votes. So of those 7 key battleground states this election cycle,
yes,
Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, this is the biggest one. This is the grand prize. So that's why the president and J.D. Vance, his running mate, have been crisscrossing this entire state. You really feel like this is the epicenter of the 2024 election. You drive down the roads, there are Trump signs all over the place.
And billboards everywhere.
Billboards everywhere. People are getting bombarded with campaign ads. I'm sure, Pennsylvania, it's like unlike any other state because this is where all the money is. This is where all the national media attention is. This is where the focus is. It's a big state, too. So you can see the excitement, though, right here.
So much excitement.
And, Philadelphia isn't known to be the most Republican part of Pennsylvania.
Right.
It's overall a pretty Republican state outside of, your major cities.
Yeah.
But we're here in Philadelphia. We're just a little bit outside the city center over here in Oak, Pennsylvania. And you got a big, big crowd here.
We sure do.
And this is just the town hall. It's a town hall for President Trump.
This is not even a rally.
It's not even technically a rally, and you still have thousands of people.
Easily.
Of people. And we're still hours before the president is set to make his remarks on manufacturing, on industrial policy, on building our great state of Pennsylvania and the country back from all the disastrous policies of the last 4 years.
That's right, and he will not allow the idea of fracking to not be an option, and that's something that we, of course, keep hearing from the other side. Oh, I'll allow fracking. No, you said you wouldn't, so we can't. The misinformation, talk about misinformation. That's where it is. But here's some information that I think will help all of you. Did you know that there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? Yeah, that's right. There's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing very hard to spend in these last few months. So if Biden can push out these funds, we could see another prolonged inflation, which we cannot afford to have. We do not want to see that like we saw during COVID, and I'm sure that you remember those terrible effects that we saw with the high prices and what they meant for American people. So we need hope, and we have it. It's a surge in prices that can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings. It's so important. You can see how you can protect your 401k and get a free info kit on gold just by texting the word Trump to 989898. It's that simple. Trump to 989898. And Birch Gold's special offer has been extended through the election, which we're so happy about. When you make a purchase, they're giving away that free Trump coin, and it's a silver coin that is a collectible depicting President Trump on that fateful day on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, when he raised his hand defiantly in triumph and told us to fight, fight, fight after he was shot. It was so special and so important. And you will not have to miss your chance to own this one-of-a-kind piece of history, because we will preserve it for you in that silver coin. Protect your savings from Biden's spending spree and get your free Trump silver coin. Trump, Trump. You know how to say it. You know how to spell it. Do it to 989898 today.
989898. Incredible,
989898.
incredible.
Yes.
Such a special moment with
Yes.
that fist pumping in the air, defiant, brave, courageous, everything that we love about President Trump. Speaking of love, we love our audience here at
We
RSBN.
do.
And listen, this is the only network that gives wall-to-wall coverage for Trump events all
Yeah.
throughout election season. As many of you know, the diehard fans out there, and there are quite a few of you, and many of you attend these rallies as well. So it's always great to see you in person. On RSBN, as you all know, we're committed to bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald Trump's campaign and so much more. Stay tuned, because you won't want to miss a single moment with all your favorite hosts here at the RSBN network. Make sure to like and share this broadcast, and while you're at it, subscribe to our channel. Hit that notification bell so you'll always know where we're live, whether you're watching on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, wherever it might be. Hit that like button and help spread the word. Also, follow us on any social media platform, X, Truth Social, Facebook, whatever it might be. Just search RSBN Network. For exclusive updates straight to your inbox, sign up as well for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. And if you love our content and want to support our mission, please consider donating at rsbnetwork.com/donate. That's rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every contribution, big or small, helps us bring you the coverage of Donald Trump that you won't find anywhere else. We truly appreciate all your support. And you could also, one last option, text RSBN to 801-801 to stay connected with all the latest from RSBN. Thank you so much for supporting our network. We're proud to be your go-to source for election coverage, and we truly are proud of that responsibility. And we do, obviously, our part to bring all of the coverage on the ground for those of you who cannot be here in person,
Always.
at home, into your living room, every single day, every single rally.
It's the best.
So thank you so much. And if you want to support us, please do so by going on to those options. But
Yes, and follow
Nikki,
all the socials for
Yes.
RSBN as well on every single possible platform.
and follow all your favorite hosts on social media. Nikki Stanzione, she's taking off on TikTok. She's taking off on X and Instagram.
Yes.
Let the folks know at home where they can find you.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you, Paul. You can find me at Nikki Stanzione, Stanzione on X and on TikTok, and then you can find me on Instagram and Truth. I post a lot of reels. Like I make, you know how I did that with ours.
Right.
I make a reel of the fun rallies and the things that we do behind the scenes, and you can find me on Instagram and Truth at Nick Stans. It's my name abbreviated, NIKSTANZ. And I love the articles that President Trump reposts from this guy, and you can read them first. Tell him how.
Go to paulingracia.substack.com. That's Paul Ingracia, my name, .substack.com.
So good.
Sign up by email, and you can follow everything that I post on there. That's my main source for getting the information out to you, the audience. You could also follow me on Twitter/X. I still call it Twitter. At Paul,
I do too.
at Paul Ingracia, and True Social at PAULINGRASSIA.
Yes, please do follow us. I have to say, I love reading. Every time I think of something that's going on and I think to text him or tell him, I'm like, oh,
There it is.
I just saw the article. He already wrote it. And then President Trump reposted. It's amazing.
And
So-
RSBN also posts most of my articles as
Oh,
well.
we
so
love
if
that.
you follow them on Truth or Twitter,
Yes,
that's the way
always.
to find it.
Well, let's talk to some of our friends here, because there's a lot of people who have a lot of excitement and a lot of energy today, and they're ready. Oh, okay. You guys want to be?
Yes.
Okay.
How are you?
Broadcasting. Well, we appreciate that. We couldn't do it without you guys. So tell me a little bit about why you're here today. Is this your first time seeing President Trump?
No, this is not my first time. I've been to some other rallies, but I'm here to support President Trump today because we need to close our border. We need to lower our taxes. Inflation is through the roof. We can't afford, food, gas, daycare. I mean, there's so many problems. There's crime. My own car's been broken into. And I thought I lived, in a pretty good neighborhood. So we need some substantial changes.
We hear that a lot from people saying, you know, I live in this really supposedly safe neighborhood. I live in a community that's always been protected, and that's why I moved here in the first place. But since the open border situation 4 years ago, every community is now a border city, really. Not just a border state, a border city. So it's affecting all of us. So what are some of the things that you hope to see from President Trump to change this when he becomes the president once again?
Well, we need to close the border, first of all. You know, protect our constitutional rights. Freedom of speech, our Second Amendment is a big one. We need to lower taxes, inflation. Everybody is just desperately struggling financially, including myself. Even small business owners. We have a small business owner here.
What do you do?
I own a restaurant. Yeah.
And the restaurant business got hit so hard with COVID, but you know, President Trump was trying to bring it back as fast as he could, and then of course what happened, and we saw mandates and all types of things. So what has that meant for your business specifically?
Well, our governor shut us down here in Pennsylvania, and we struggled through. We were allowed to reopen incrementally, you know, stuff like that. We finally got back, and now just the food prices and the taxes and wages and everything is just killing us as a small business. It's rough. Energy costs as well. You know.
We need to see that change, and hopefully we will. If you have a chance to talk to President Trump, it is a town hall, not a rally, so there is an option. Is there a question that you would want to ask him?
How well is he going to be able to prevent migrants from coming in this country and to lower all of the inflation in grocery stores and online shopping for everybody? Like, is he going to be able to do that well?
And I think he has some really great policies and plans in play, and we're hearing direct answers from him, not skirt around, I'm from a middle-class family answers. And the thing that I thought was interesting is that he said that once he gets in office, I was just saying this to someone else, he plans on lowering our utility prices by 50%. What have your utilities been like?
Astronomical, yes. Our utilities, I think he's gonna lower tips on taxes. I mean, my daughter's just got her first time ever. I don't know if I can say her employer, Dairy Queen, but she loves it, but she doesn't want to pay taxes on tips, you know, and trying to get our youth out into the marketplace, they don't have any bring home pay. So there's a lot of issues going on.
In addition to the tax on tips issue, he also plans to do no tax on overtime. And I would imagine there's times where you've worked past your hours and you had to pay tax on those overtime hours. So no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. So these are important issues. Have you found that that's affected you a lot with the tips?
Yes, I have, and I know it affects a lot of my coworkers, and it definitely, when it adds up for like the whole year, it takes a lot of money away, a lot.
That's a huge initiative, and I really, the one thing about President Trump is we can all collectively agree, he is a man of his word. If he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it.
Yes, he's going to do it, absolutely. I've been a long-time fan. I've voted for Trump for, I don't know, since 2016. There's no one else I would vote for. Kamala Harris is, Comrade Harris. It's devastation for our country. We won't have a country left.
Well said. Anything that you wanted to say about that?
And we need the the prices going down too. Definitely. I'm a truck driver, and a lot of the truck drivers, they got hurt. And we need the right pay for the drivers, especially the companies. They hire drivers, they don't care about the drivers, but we are very important for the United States. We need more drivers, and we need safety drivers and take care the quality of the drivers, and also the prices, they gotta be right.
I'm so glad you said that. I mean, of course, drilling under our feet will help us with those gas prices, but moreover, we want to avoid these EV mandates, especially for the truckers. You guys, what you do for us is so essential and so important. You talk about essential workers. You are the ultimate essential workers, and having an EV mandate would be unaffordable, wouldn't it, for the trucking industry?
It is very hard. It is very hard, and there are people, they work 12 to 14 hours a day, and sometimes they can't keep up. A lot of the truck drivers, owner operators, they go down because some of the loads is very cheap and they can't keep up. The fuel is very expensive right now. We can't keep up, it's too expensive. So we gotta go with Trump, and we wanted the president for 2024. Let's go, Trump, go forward.
Well said, well said. Thank you for that. I mean, that's so important, right?
Because my husband came here from Ecuador. He migrated here. It took him almost 10 years, and he did it the legal way. And it cost him a lot of money, and he did it the right way. And he's a U.S. citizen, studied a long time, and they need to come in the right way.
And we need to have our children and young kids and teenagers educated, because I know so many of my friends' parents say it's none of your business when it comes to politics, and you can't vote until you're 18, and you should learn about it and you should go to rallies, because then when you turn 18 you have no idea who to vote for, and you're so uneducated, and so many of my friends are uneducated, and teenagers need to know.
Bless you. I love what you said.
And there should be a holiday day off for both every people in the United States, like it was my old country. I'm from Ecuador, and there should be a holiday for everybody. Don't have excuse to vote it for, and let's go for Trump, and we go forward, and let's go America.
I want to say this because, you know, the people I've spoken to from other countries, the amount of money, to your point, the amount of money, time, effort that they have spent to become citizens, to have the right to say, I'm a citizen of America and I have the right to vote. It's absolute. I would imagine it's very insulting to you to see people getting free handouts who don't do it the legal way.
That's correct, and that's correct. I spend a lot of money and try and be illegal, and there's a lot of people, they come in here illegal, and they take a lot of the jobs. A lot of the jobs, they want people working under the table, and that's not fair, because we come in and try to do it the right way, and they should be doing the right way for everybody, so that way we can retirement one day when we get older, so everybody have to pay the taxes the right way and don't have to be higher taxes, so everybody has to pay the equal and be maintain United States keep going forward and forward.
So many points. I mean, Paul, we hear the point of being young and having the youth vote, and having people saying to them, I don't think you're doing the right thing. It's none of your business. You're not old enough.
Right.
That's an absolute ridiculous issue. You should be educated. We have the issue of the mandates. We have the issue of the taxes.
Sure.
The
I like how you
immigration.
rattled off all the taxes. No tax on tips.
None.
No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime.
Right.
I mean, it's getting hard to remember all of them. I know the auto loan deductions is a new one.
That's a big one.
The
Auto loan
the
deductions.
salt tax that he's eliminating. I don't know if
Credit card. He's trying to do credit card interest rates lower.
Right.
Yep. Cap.
10% on the credit card.
That's
no,
huge.
he won't be taxing unrealized capital gains,
Correct.
which is a big one, because that's what she's advocating for, that which would totally tank the economy.
Yes.
And I'm sure there'll be many more tax cuts and tax breaks for under President Trump if he, God willing, that he's back in office.
Well, and a lot of people are saying about how is he going to pay, and he's saying, I'm not taxing America, I'm taxing other countries for bringing their goods
the tariffs,
to us. It's
right?
the
Exactly.
tariffs.
And also, he won't be spending billions and billions of dollars on gender theory classes for people in, you know,
Correct.
the Middle East or
Correct.
all over to Zelensky and the Ukraine, and
That's
you know, they're going to be much more fiscally responsible with
That's
how
right.
they spend money. As a matter of fact, I saw Elon Musk meeting with members of President Trump's transition team today,
Okay.
discussing how they want to balance the budget. That's an aspiration, which
Amazing.
hasn't been done in 30 years.
Amazing.
We haven't balanced our budget, and we have deficits that are in the billions. We have a debt that's $37 trillion.
It's insane.
$37 trillion debt,
It's
$8
almost
trillion of which was
unfixable.
added just over the last 4 years under Biden.
Right.
So, you know, we got to get our fiscal house all over.
Our own veterans.
That's
Like,
right.
we need to help our own people. Why do we keep sending money to Ukraine?
We have plenty of money to help our veterans, to help our own people, to help the people ravaged in these hurricanes, and
Yes.
yet we're not giving them the money. We can't secure our own infrastructure. It's a disgrace, really. We can't even have our, you know, trains run on time. We can't have our planes run on time.
Well, we need Pete
our
Buttigieg is
roads are
not the
falling
answer.
apart. We have illegal aliens all over the place. It's a real disaster what we're in.
And they lie. They lie about everything because we're in the crux of it here. I mean, you come here, the camaraderie, you talk to other people, you get their opinions. It's all like-minded. I mean, I don't even watch the news, frankly, other than Right Side Broadcasting, because I feel like it's all lies.
It's scary to see that.
Well, we're here to
You
bring
know,
the truth.
We're here to bring
and
the
we
truth.
go directly to you to tell it.
And you brought up Elon. This guy saw Elon the other day in
Did
Butler.
you? I'd
Well,
love
you
to
and
hear
I
that.
got to talk. So he and I got to speak at the original Butler.
Wow.
Incredible rally where, of course, it ended very differently than we anticipated.
Right.
But he came back for the return. Tell us a little bit about that experience. 'Cause
Introduction.
obviously, when we first spoke the
About
first
this
time,
course.
you were all excited. I mean, it was
Exposure.
a very excited atmosphere. It was a very hopeful, positive atmosphere. And then we saw what happened. And then the return kind of brought a little bit of a different feeling. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, definitely, to say the least, the return was like very like theatrical. And it's something like I will never ever forget. It's definitely like the same site where President Trump came like a quarter inch from losing his life, and just like having the honor this time to go there with my mother visiting all the way from California, having the honor to sit right behind Trump, right next to Corey's jacket, rest in peace. It was just an honor, and it was just like experience like no other. Like having all the celebrities like Lee Greenwood singing with him, like bringing him on the stage, Elon Musk being there, Eric Trump, his wife Laura. So many like it was just very theatrical, and it's epic. Like I don't think there will be another Trump rally like the return of Butler.
It was so special. And how did you like those paratroopers with the American flag and then the flyover to the Top Gun theme?
Oh, it was beyond amazing. It was just like one of the best rallies I've seen. Despite like all the rallies I've been to, that is by far my favorite.
Well, I felt the same way. Of course, it was a magical moment, but everybody asks me, what's your biggest takeaway? I know what mine is. I'm curious what yours is. If you have a takeaway that you could say that you observed about the atmosphere, about the people, about President Trump, just by being there, what would you say that was?
Beyond incredible. Just amazing, memorable. And like November 5th, we're going to take our country back.
Persians for Trump. So tell me a little bit, because I know I have a lot of friends who are from the Persian community. Tell me a little bit and tell our audience a little bit about what your community is doing to get President Trump back in office and how they feel about him.
The Persian community, his respect for the Persian/Iranian American community is definitely growing significantly since like the first time he ran. Because like the people of Iran, they're sick and tired of the Ayatollahs who took over their country in 1979. And all they ask for is regime change. And all we want is a president who will stand with the people of Iran and somebody who will support the Iranian opposition, the people who are begging for regime change. And the people of Iran, we feel it's going to be here sooner than you know. But all we ask for, Mr. Trump, is your support for its people. It's the most important. And the Iranian people will continue to fight for freedom and regime change.
We need freedom, and we want it in our country, and we want the best for all countries around the world. Thank you so much. Great to talk to you again. So good to see you, and great to meet you as well. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Thank you. What an amazing thing. Now, Paul has some friends over here he wants to speak to who are very special as well.
And then or you want to? All right. So we got some more Trump supporters over here. We got a lot of people coming from all over Pennsylvania. We have Jean over here. Jean has had a few experiences with President Trump. She met J.D. Vance recently. She met President Trump at, I believe, Westchester College, they tell me, in 2016. So, Jean, so nice to meet you. Tell us a little bit about your experience meeting President Trump and what he means to you.
Well, he's very important to me, and we met at Westchester University, and we've been friends ever since.
Oh, wow.
He really likes me, and
he loves you?
Yeah, he really likes me a lot.
So how do you get him to notice you?
Well, he just happened to.
He was there.
He just knew.
He saw the support. I mean, I love the red jacket, the Trump red jacket, the flags. What are you excited to hear from him today? What's the most special thing about seeing President Trump speak in person? What's the most special thing about President Trump?
Well, he's very pleasant. He likes to meet people, and he was very kind with me, took good care of me, and really likes me a lot. Okay, that's all.
He's gonna save this country, right?
Yes, uh-huh.
We're gonna get him to victory. We're gonna win, right?
Definitely.
Unbelievable. Well, thank you so much. It was so nice speaking to you. I'm sure our audience loves you. And listen, if President Trump loves you, Jean, I'm sure that our whole audience loves you as well. Thank you so much. You were great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How
Thank
sweet
you all.
was that?
That
so
was incredible.
Precious.
That was incredible. Such
wonderful
a beautiful
to see.
story, right?
All
exactly.
age groups represented
all
today,
age groups
right?
represented. Yeah, you got.
That's what it's about.
From very young to they're all excited because she was just on TV. That was incredible.
I
but
love
listen,
seeing that.
Listen, We're with RSBN. We're live
Side
right
Broadcast
now.
Network.
The Right Side Broadcasting
So you
Network.
can find RSBN, for those who don't know, you can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Rumble, on Twitter. You can find us on Truth Social. You can find us on Facebook.
We cover every Trump
cover
event,
everything.
every Trump rally.
95 years
She
old.
is
Amazing.
95
God bless.
years old, and she comes to
Wow.
Trump every single Trump event.
Amazing. God
so
bless
that's
her.
incredible. I mean,
I
to
know
ma-
that means a lot to him.
That really, really does, and that's incredible. It's a really, really incredible story. And I'm sure in her lifetime, and she's lived obviously a long lifetime, seeing
Yeah.
many presidents. It seems like President Trump is her favorite president.
I think so.
And,
of all time.
She's lived through probably close to half of our country's history, or a third of it. So that's incredible.
So
I mean,
special.
he unifies so many people, so many great American patriots, young and old. And you had a lot of kids out here today. You have a lot of families out here today.
Yes.
And they're really riled up to see President Trump here. I mean, you have thousands of people. I don't know if you can't really see from our vantage point how many people are filling up these lines right now, but you have thousands of people. Everyone, I mean, it's incredible. You got MAGA hats, like a sea of MAGA hats going on for
It's incredible.
miles, as they
and
say.
we are live, everybody. We're live right now.
We
so
are live
it's,
right now.
It's fun to see the excitement and the energy, and people are coming out. They're taking the day off of work. They're taking the day off of school. They want to be here to support President Trump.
Well, it's Columbus Day.
It is Columbus Day. Oh, that's true. It is Columbus Day.
But a lot of schools are now doing away with it.
Yes,
They want to,
yes.
I know St. John's University, for example, in New York. They're
Yes.
getting away with Columbus Day, and they're replacing it with Indigenous Persons Day, which is total Marxist
Has nothing to do with
BS
Columbus Day.
nonsense. This is a celebration, and they're having a huge parade in New York City today in Manhattan of
That's right.
Italian American heritage, of the contributions great Italian Americans,
Including
like Rudy
food.
Giuliani,
Including great food,
like
Paul.
Antonin Scalia, the late Justice Scalia.
Yes.
All the food. Like, listen,
The
you
food
wouldn't
is
have
not
anything
normal.
to eat in this country if not for the Italian people.
I mean,
so
pasta, people. Pizza.
pasta, pizza,
All of it.
everything. We bring a lot of life and energy and culture and fun to this country.
It's so much
and
fun.
a lot of the Italian Americans are also Trump supporters.
Oh, they are.
You have a lot of them here in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Also a lot of Catholics.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of them overlap, of course.
Of
but
course.
the Catholic vote is coming out in huge numbers
It
for
sure
President
is.
Trump, given all his positions and
No doubt.
saving, obviously preserving
life.
saving the family, getting people, standing up for religious liberty.
Absolutely.
Biden and Kamala Harris under the DOJ, they've weaponized the DOJ and the FBI
Yes, they
to
have.
attack traditional Latin masses in Washington, D.C. I mean, that's crazy that they did that.
It
To
was insane.
surveil those masses, basically, is what they did as part of their
That's right.
policy. So you can't have something like that. You can't
No.
have a free country without the freedom to worship. And you have a lot of Catholics in the state of Pennsylvania who are turning up for President Trump in big, big numbers, especially, in the Pittsburgh area. They're all across the entire
Well,
state. You have a lot of Irish, Italian, Hispanics,
Yeah.
and they love President Trump.
Do you remember the whole campaign of Harris when she said, "I want to get rid of saying Merry Christmas"? That was a huge thing for her to say. She was so anti the words Merry Christmas.
She was.
Which is just, it's unbelievable to
I
me.
mean, they all were. Obama was that way. Hillary Clinton was that way. So many Democrats still in government. Kamala Harris, perhaps most of all.
Yes.
No God, no religion,
No God.
no sense of greater purpose or meaning to their lives. And as a result,
Right.
you see it, and they're basically very. It's very sad
Yeah.
the way they are
Well,
as people.
And as a network, we would never preach to you or tell you how to believe, what to believe, and what to choose for your faith. But we will say that we recognize the importance, at least personally, we recognize the importance
Right.
of God in our lives and our faith. And so we should not be judging those who feel the power of prayer or those who feel the power of God in their life or their own faith. It's something that should be a God-given right, as it is. And
It's what
so-
built this country.
Yes.
It really is. It's something that was foundational to our freedom.
Absolutely.
As Teddy Roosevelt
By
and
the founding
John Quincy
fathers.
Adams said, and so many of our founding fathers.
Yes.
You can't have a free people without a moral people. That's the
Right.
key ingredient to self-governance.
That's
and you
it.
can't have self-governance without morality or without those religious and biblical principles. So
Absolutely.
that's really what this is all about.
Especially here in Pennsylvania.
Especially
in
here
the
in
Commonwealth of
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania.
the
a place-
Commonwealth.
This is the founding fathers. This is, to me, when I think of the history of this country,
know.
Pennsylvania is such an important part of
It
that.
really is. I mean, listen, Independence Hall, the Liberty Bell, the
Uh,
Delaware River. That's
Betsy
where
Ross with the
obviously
flag.
George Washington crossed his troops. Valley Forge. I mean, all that is here. It's
all
here.
here.
That's the birth of our nation here in Pennsylvania. So there's so much history. It'd be such a shame if all that were to be outsourced and lost
That's right.
to these Marxist communists.
There's also a Rocky statue.
Losers. Yes, there's the Rocky statue.
You gotta love the Rocky
the,
statue.
Philadelphia Library. I mean,
Yes.
there's so much. There's such a
Liberty
rich
Bell.
cultural heritage, and it's basically occupied right now by leftist lunatics. And we
It's
got to
true.
get these people out of power and put in the MAGA America First patriots
That's it.
in order to get things right back on track.
I love hearing everybody's talking about RSBN. So
There are a
one
lot
of the
of
things
fans
about RSBN, sorry, the wind is blowing some leaves into my eye.
It's a gusty one.
It's a
It's
gu-
like,
it's
this
a
is like the
gusty
hurricane.
It's a very
But we
calm
do it for you,
hurricane.
right at home.
Do it for you. We
Go
love
ahead.
it. Listen, this is as good as it gets. If it's going to be like these types of winds, at least it's warm,
Yep.
not hot, and at least it's a sunny day. That being said, even with all these natural disasters that we're dealing with, we're also dealing with other things that put our world on edge. Things like economic turmoil and election chaos, and even health threats that hit us from all places. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank
Lots
you.
of Right Side fans here today. Our government is sending money overseas, as many of you know. You talked a little bit about the disaster relief last week. Of course, we're seeing so much money going to others before America first. And so with whispers even of another pandemic coming, we are waiting for the system to step in, and that's a dangerous gamble, folks. You cannot afford to be unprepared. That is why we're so excited to always tell you about the Wellness Company. We have a contagion emergency kit that was designed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Many of you may remember he was censored during the COVID pandemic. He has decided to put this together because it is packed with essential medications like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and even a nebulizer. And I'll tell you, they're all perfect for treating respiratory illnesses, particularly as we approach that flu season any day now. We've seen drug shortages, we've seen pharmacies turning people away, and we don't want you to risk being told no when your family's health is on the line. The Contagion Emergency Kit is going to give you control, and you want to be able to stay prepared and not be scared. No red tape, no delays. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Again, that's MakeCareGreatAgain.com, and use code RSBN, and therefore you can save up to $60 off with free shipping, which is wonderful. Make Care Great Again. RSBN is your code, and that will save you some money, give you some free shipping opportunity. We love that.
Like what you said, stay prepared and don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
I
Be
love
prepared.
It. I love it.
I mean, look at these people. They're all these people. And you know, I got to say, Paul, we have people in wheelchairs. We have people with walkers. We have people on crutches.
I
These
know.
are people. It is not. I'm
95-year-old
complaining about
ladies.
heels.
Got-
This is not ideal.
No, it's not. I mean, you got wind. I mean, it's clouds cover coming in and out with the sun. It's
But they're
not like,
here.
you know, it's not easy to be out here
Of
all
course
day long.
not.
But the people come
They
out.
find a way.
They're patriots. They find a way. Yeah, again, you have walkers, you have wheelchairs. I think we're a little bit maybe on the handicap area. Thank you, guys. We love you. Look at that. Let's go.
Yes.
I love
Yes,
the
we love it.
enthusiasm.
Thank you,
You
guys.
guys are the best. You guys are truly the best. We love you. We love you all. Thank you. So,
Thank
what's your
you.
name? We gotta get you on here.
Let's get Pete.
Hi, my name's Pete Cohunt, Bridgeport, Pennsylvania.
Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. What brings you out here today?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. What's
Make America great again.
I love it. Make America great again. What's your favorite policy of his?
No tax on Social Security. No tax on tips.
No tax on tips. No tax on
and drill
overtime.
Drill, baby, drill. Yes, sir. He's a great man, great American. We're looking forward to November 5th for a big win. I got my Trump cigar all ready.
What do you think of Pennsylvania? You think it's gonna turn red?
Pennsylvania's going to be for Trump. You know, down this way might be tight, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, but the state itself will go for Trump.
Pennsylvania's big Trump country. You see the yard signs everywhere. You see the billboards. That's great. I love the confidence. I love the enthusiasm, and I love the support, Pete. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For speaking to us today.
Keep up the good work.
My friend. Excellent.
You know, I love
Excellent.
it. Great job, Pete. Thank you. Look at all these happy people. They're moving
A lot
and
of
grooving.
happy warriors.
Happy warriors
Love
always.
it.
You know, she was just saying to me, I love that whenever Trump says nobody turns the camera to show the crowd, all of a sudden RSBN does, because we do.
Salty
We are the
Army.
ones that turn around the camera.
Thank you so much, my friend.
So
Yeah, I got the time.
come on, you want to come on over and say something? You want to say hello? Come on over, Salty Army.
Salty Army.
Oh,
Look at that.
I love
What
it.
does Salty Army mean?
Yeah, what does Salty Army mean?
What is that?
It's a movement. I've been following him
Okay.
since like 90s. For 7 years, 6 years. Okay.
And what does this mean towards the America First movement for you?
Trying to get everybody to understand what's going on, trying to get everybody to get together and open their eyes and try and help to coordinate things and see whatever we can do in an entertaining way sometimes, you know?
Well, I can tell you are entertaining. I can already tell. I'm so glad you're here. Is this the first time you're seeing President Trump?
No, I was down in Wildwood. Yeah, but I didn't go down. My son did.
That was a special one. That was over 100,000 people.
And there was, thank you. Yeah, I got my Frankenstein on.
Well, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your energy and your support. Oh, boy. Okay, come on over. Come on over.
How are you, my friend? What's your name? Where are you from?
Brian, and we're going to put Nancy Pelosi in Gitmo.
Good. I actually did not hear what he said, but I think he said something about Nancy Pelosi. You guys want to come in? You want to talk to us? All right. Okay.
He
you
wants
want
to
talk
make
to us.
America
What's
great
your name,
again.
sir?
Tyler.
Tell him what you do.
No, I don't. I'm a service member.
Thank you so much for your service. What do you most love about President Trump?
Bringing about change and waking up my generation, the
He
people.
loves America. That's the thing.
He loves America.
He loves America. Doing it for Americans. He's one of us.
You're a young man, too. So, that's excellent. So what's your name?
Tyler.
Raised him right. Excellent. Two Tylers. Tyler, senior, junior. All Pennsylvania residents. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you get the whole family out to vote for President Trump.
We will.
You will.
Good. That's what we need to do.
I have a feeling he's a
absolutely.
man of influence.
I think so, too. I think so, too. I love it.
It's good
great.
to
Well,
see.
we talked to so many veterans here. Thank you
I
so much for your
know.
service. I mean, listen, the veterans are all for President Trump.
Yes,
They know how
yes.
bad it is. They know how much they're not getting the services they need, both at home in terms of medical care and the VA. President Trump reformed that whole thing during his first term.
Sure did.
And then overseas, they're putting them in harm's way. They're
No
putting
doubt.
them in combat zones. They're putting them in harm's way, and they're spending money like recklessly.
Yeah.
And they don't know what the hell they're doing.
No,
So
it's-
President Trump is the peace candidate, and these veterans who put their lives on their lines are just incredible patriots, and we love always speaking to them at these events.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing people that are, like I said, there's a different kind of an energy as we get 3 weeks away. We're 3 weeks from tomorrow is voting day, but you can start voting early. I know Scott Pressler has been on the trail, and he has been working tirelessly to get Pennsylvania to turn red. And I've seen counties flip, and we got to keep seeing it happen as we get closer to the day. We only have 3 weeks, friends, and if you have not yet registered, there is no excuse. There is absolutely no reason. If you know you'll be out of town the week of November 5th, please get your ballots early. Once President Trump is president again, in the office, we will go back to one-day voting and all of the things that is where we're
And
intended.
Same-day voting,
Same-day voting.
paper ballots,
ID.
voter ID, and citizen verification. But
Yes.
until we get them back in there, we
Gotta do what we
gotta.
gotta do.
They're all telling us we gotta vote early, folks.
Yes.
So listen to what Trump says. Listen to what the RNC does.
Yes.
Get your votes in, and make sure you get all your friends and family in once you get your vote in. Pennsylvania is a state where it's already going. People are voting already.
And they sure
so
are.
You want to make sure you get those votes in ASAP, wherever you are, in whatever county you're in. In addition to which, those voter registrations that, as you said, Scott Pressler has done.
Yes.
The gap between Democrats, which used to beat Republicans by
Always.
hundreds of thousands of votes,
Yes.
especially here in Pennsylvania, that has significantally narrowed in recent years.
No question.
Far beyond, far beyond the amount of vote needed to win this state outright. I mean, Republicans have made up ground by 400,000 here in Pennsylvania. Back in 2016, you only needed 40,000 to win this state totally.
That's it.
And when I'm talking to, again, when I talk to county offices for the Trump campaign,
Yes.
whether the Philadelphia office or the Bucks County office, what they're telling me is if they could get that vote up in these swing counties,
Yes.
especially or blue counties like Philadelphia,
Philly
increase
especially.
that up by 5, 6, 7%. That's it. They win the whole state.
Listen, it's that small of a margin. I mean, that's why when we say every vote counts, when people say, well, I'm just one person, you're one person, you tell 5 people, those 5 people tell 5 people, those 5 people tell 5 people. It adds up, and that small margin could be the difference between a President Trump administration or a Kamala Harris administration. Think about what that means to your life, your future, and the people you
And they
love.
don't win unless they cheat.
That's
so we
it.
got to make it too big to rig.
I can't imagine why it's close.
SwampTheVoteUSA.com/PA. SwampTheVoteUSA.com/PA.
Look at
Go
this
ahead.
guy. Look at this guy. I had to say hello. I mean,
interview
you're
this
dressed so fabulously. Tell me a little bit about your look.
I had this tie in my closet. It had to been years. So when I heard I was coming here, I had to go, yo, I finally got the tie for the right occasion.
It's the perfect time for the perfect occasion. Clearly, you are patriotic, and you're here to support President Trump at this town hall today. Is this the first time you'll be seeing him live?
Yeah, it is. Hopefully not the last.
I'm sure it won't be. So tell me a little bit about what you want to hear. If you have a chance to ask a question at the town hall tonight, what would you want to hear from him?
I'd probably ask how he has the strength to keep going when he has all these attempts on his life, and how taxing that must be on him in order to just keep pushing on when he knows there are people out there that want to kill him.
That is such a great question, and I have the same question for him, to be honest. Thank you so much. Tell everybody your name.
My name is Joe.
Joe, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for talking to us today. You look so handsome. Thank you. Great to meet you. What a guy, right? I love what he said, and it's a question that's on so many minds. It's how do you have the strength to keep going and pushing forward with so much positivity and great energy?
Thank you, guys.
Right? That's the question so many people have on their minds, Paul.
Well, the strength is the people, the
Yeah.
grassroots, the
Yeah.
support, the enthusiasm,
Good
the
point.
love, the patriotism, the freedom. That's what fuels the entire Trump movement, and that's why
Yeah.
people are fueled and revved up and excited. You know, I hear like mainstream, actually liberal media,
Yeah.
like Bill Maher, like
It's kind of the same thing
he's
now.
He's saying, oh, you know, Trump supporters, they're not as enthusiastic this race as they were 4 years ago.
Total
or 8 years ago.
opposite.
Total opposite. This is the most energy we've seen from the ground
By
in
far.
any of President Trump's 3 campaigns.
You know what, Paul?
And you see it in the poll numbers too. He's up higher now than he was at this point
That's
in
it.
2016 or
I was
2020
just-
by far.
I was going to say, I was saying this last week, I feel kind of sad a little bit because we got so spoiled having this man run for president 3 times. That's just unprecedented, literally. And this is it. This is the final push. Now, obviously, we hope to get him in office, and we'll see as much of him as possible over the next 4 years, and then an expanded party moving forward. But these 3 weeks, it's a little bittersweet for all of us on the campaign trail because it'll never be this again. They will never have President Donald J. Trump running for president after this election. And so it's a bittersweet feeling for American people because this was something very special, this movement.
It is bittersweet, but to that I will quote another great Italian-American, Frank Sinatra, the
Yeah.
best is yet to come.
The
You
best
get
is
President
yet to
Trump
come.
back into office, and it's going to be amazing.
I love
We're all
that.
going to
Well
love it. We're
said.
all going to love the time and the great prosperity and the great freedoms that he will be bringing back to this great country.
I think we should kind of scooch on
You
in
gonna
here
stop
and we can
moving?
talk to
Okay.
some people. I love what you just said, Paul, because that is true. It's
Is our
giving
bags okay,
giving
or-
a little hope. Oh, good to know.
We'll just keep it there.
A little hope and a little excitement for what could be ahead of us, which could be, last night he said, I watched a few interviews. Number one, we said November 5th will be Liberation Day. I thought that was so pivotal. He said, we're about to enter the golden age of America. I thought that was so interesting.
I know. I think
so
so
much
too.
hope.
You see the rockets that Elon is shooting off into space right now.
Yes.
It just shows how much potential, untapped potential,
Yes.
there is in this country, and that we could get into, and we could rekindle and revive and reignite. And all it takes is getting him back in office, getting great people, great minds, great talent, all back in there to support this agenda. And really, it feels like there's more support and backing behind President
I
Trump
agree.
than there ever was.
I agree.
You get the richest man in the world combined with the greatest politician, greatest statesman.
Yeah.
in
And Democrats.
generations.
You have
And
Robert Kennedy
Robert
Jr.
Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, so many others crossing the aisle,
That's
former
right.
Democratic voters and former independents, even just among regular voters, crossing the aisle, supporting the Trump train and supporting the MAGA movement like none like we've not seen before. So
That's it.
it's really extraordinary to see, and you really get the full sense of what is happening when you are here at the rallies on
You
the ground
do.
talking to the people.
You really do. Look at so many people.
Love people.
I know they're moving. We can kind of
Hello,
move with them.
folks. We love it. We got
Are
a
you-
lot of RSBN support.
Are
This
you
is the
guys
Right
excited
Side
about today?
Broadcasting Network.
Excited about today?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Do you have a question for him if you get called on in the town hall?
No.
She says no. She doesn't want to be called
People
on.
are shy. It's all right.
It's
We
okay.
don't want to put
Not
them on the
everybody's
spot.
as boisterous,
You know.
but everybody is here to fight for President Trump. I'll
Yes,
say that.
absolutely.
I love seeing all the wardrobe choices and all the hats and all the outfits. So many things. So many people. And you know, it's funny because you have some people that are just dying to be on camera and some people that are like, I don't want to be on camera. But everybody feels the same hope and elation and pride, and that patriotic spirit is so alive and well here in Pennsylvania today.
I was just commenting on the wardrobe.
Yes.
I mean, the patriotic, the selections are incredible. I mean, you guys dress
Make America
far
healthy
better
again.
than us. You got the caps. You got the.
Are you guys women for Trump? Yeah. Yeah. Trump all the way. What do you okay? As the women of America, tell us a little bit on our audience. What is it about President Trump that gets you so hopeful for the future?
He'll be the only one that breaks the system that needs to happen. That's really it.
And he did it before, running on his track record. He had a great track record. Let's keep it going.
He's for the people. For the people.
Not just for the women in America, but he's for everyone in America.
That's right, for everyone.
He's not a
I love it.
politician. He's got great policies. He's not afraid to tell us what he's going to do. He's straight. He's honest. We've seen him before. You can trust him. So what's not to like?
Definitely trust him 100%. He means what he says and says what he means, and he's honest, and I like that. I like that he tells the truth, not the truth that everybody always wants to hear, but he tells the truth.
Absolutely.
said.
Tells it
Well
like it
said.
is. Thank you, guys.
Beautiful. I like that she said, "I'm still a Trump girl." I like her shirt.
And listen, the
Great.
ratio of women to men, you get like, I think more women than men.
I
whenever
feel like
you
we
go to
do.
a Trump rally.
It's amazing.
Um,
and that's just kind of I always like to kind of demystify all these things that people say about Trump supporters. They're happy, loving, kind, supportive families of all ages, all backgrounds, and that's what we want to see.
And listen, the fake news is dying. They call it.
Oh, yeah.
They call it
He
the
started that whole
failing
fake
New York
news.
Times, the failing CNN, MSDNC.
MSDNC.
These networks are dying. No one supports them. No one listens to them anymore. No one believes them. People are waking up, and more people than ever have woken up. And that's why the left is going crazy right now, because they know that the Trump movement, the MAGA movement, the America First movement is absolutely unstoppable.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
We love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Everybody's so
Thank
happy
you
to
so
be
much.
moving in.
Right side.
Every single rally. I never miss one rally. I must watch hundreds of them on Right Side Broadcasting.
It's your first Trump rally in person, or?
No, it's my second since June, but my third altogether. I was at the Trump rally at Temple University.
Nice.
I remember it. Yeah, it was awesome.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much.
Everybody go get a My Pillow.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Get them
yes,
My Pillow. That's
always.
right. Absolutely.
Thank
We
you all
love it.
so
They know
much.
the sponsors. The fans and what's the proper word? Fans, the listeners know the sponsors. We love it, guys.
I love how it's like President Trump always says we're like at a Super Bowl. He always compares us to the big game, and it's because
I feel
on
like
Right
it's-
Side, that's what
I
it's
know.
like. And you know, it's funny because we come together to celebrate being American. We celebrate the spirit of America, the spirit
Right.
of what President Trump brings, and patriotism in general. But it's kind of like that feeling at a game when you're because everybody's
is.
calling it a team, and the
Yeah.
team is America.
People are like tailgating out here. They're getting hot
The wind.
dogs. You know, they're having a good time. They bring out the chairs. We just got a chair.
We're having a great time. Yes.
I love that. I love your jacket.
Thank you. Very patriotic. Yes, we're
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for being supportive of President Trump. If you get to ask him a question tonight, what would you
I
ask?
like the shirt.
Oh gosh, what would you ask Trump? Oh my God.
I know there's so
Just like how I would just say.
Is this your first Trump rally? or-
This is my first.
Oh,
except
unbelievable.
for the one that I'm not supposed to talk about where I
Oh.
was. You know, a couple years ago.
Okay.
But I would just say, yeah, how are we gonna get this corruption out.
Get the corruption out, make the country great again.
Make the country
Absolutely.
great
I don't want to
again.
hold you up. Thank you
ladies.
so
Have
much
a great
for
day
talking
today.
to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We don't want to stop people. We can kind of walk and talk a little because we don't want to
Yeah.
stop.
Guys for Donald.
Bald guys.
Bald guys for
That's a new
Donald.
one. You guys start that
I
group.
like that one.
Bald
Trump, 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 Trump. USA.
USA. Trump, Trump, Trump. We love it.
I
Thank
love
you
this.
so
Bald
much.
guys for Trump is a good one. That was
Thank
a new
you.
one. We haven't heard that one yet. That is a good one.
Bald
I like
guys for Trump.
It. Yes.
How are you?
That is a good one. By the way, should we talk a little bit about the Trump knife?
Yes.
That's a good
Let's
one.
talk about that Trump knife.
That's a good one.
The new one, our newest sponsor.
Yes. Hi,
really,
Kitty.
really, really cool product. And you're gonna want this, especially if you live in a city where there's a lot of crime, or you might have to defend yourself, or whatever it might be. If you're into hunting or you're in the woods, whatever it might be, this is a great product. And the thing about this product is these things are selling like hotcakes.
They are.
Our sponsors at Patriot Addict just released another amazing product. Trump combat knives are in stock and ready to go. These are high quality, custom made combat knives. They make an amazing gift for any Trump lover. For a limited time, our sponsors are giving them out at 20% off to RSBN viewers. Use the promo code RSBN20. That's RSBN20 to save 20% off on your Trump knife. There's only a little bit of bad news with this, and
Yes.
that is they only made a few hundred of these,
That's
and they
it.
sell out quickly, selling out rapidly. So once it sells all out, that's it. That's it for 2024. So make sure you get yours while supplies last. PatriotAddictDeals.com. That's PatriotAddictDeals.com, and use coupon code RSBN20 when you check out to save 20% off. Again, PatriotAddictDeals.com.
I almost got blown away right there. that is a great sponsor. You know, again, something else that we get through this incredible partnership that we have with our sponsors that we get to bring to our viewers. So thank you all. Okay, so I've
Getting blown
people
away
walking
over
by.
here.
We're getting blown away. Everybody is saying, I have people showing me, they're showing me their phone because they're watching us live. And they're saying, we're watching you live right now on TV while you're talking to us. So it's fun. Everybody's watching us on YouTube. They're watching us on X, on Truth, on Rumble. There's so many ways to watch RSBN, Google, Apple, Roku. And right now the song that's playing is All I Do Is Win, Win, Win. And that's the intent for 3 weeks from tomorrow. Paul, I keep having, I'm a manifester. And every night I do this thing in my head where I picture us like all together and them announcing that he won, and how we all will react.
We'll be jumping. We're going to be like Elon Musk, jumping for joy, jumping to Mars, because that's what we're going to be, and that's what I'm sure all these people will be like when they
fun
announce
people.
Pennsylvania. President Trump won the state of Pennsylvania. The 19 electoral votes go for him.
Who's this, Paul?
Interview this guy over here.
Hi, Jake. Nice to meet you. Is this the first time you're going to be seeing President Trump live?
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about why you like President Trump.
Well, he lowers prices, and he's just a good guy.
He's just a good guy. I love hearing that. By the way,
He has awesome hair.
he has awesome hair. I have a feeling you have awesome hair too. And your eyes remind me of President Trump. You have those beautiful blue eyes. It's so nice to meet you, and I hope that you have a great time today.
You too.
And why don't you tell, if President Trump is watching you right now, because he watches RSBN, what would you like to say to him?
You are the best president ever.
I agree. Thank you for that. It's nice to meet you. Good job. Good job.
Amazing. He could have been President Trump for Halloween, possibly.
I know. Trump, 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 fight.
Thank you so much. Love the pep. I love the energy. Love the excitement.
It's too bad nobody's having a good time at a Trump event. Hi,
Thank
guys.
you.
Nice to see you.
How are you guys?
So many
Thank you so
happy
much.
Patriots.
Thank you so much. Oh, let's go. Oh my goodness. I
In
love
case
it.
you wondered where you were.
Hey, is this you guys?
That's us.
Oh, there you go. Go Trump fans.
Thanks for watching us.
Yes,
Thank you guys
Trump
for
fans
watching RSBN.
2024. Thank you guys.
Everybody's got us on TV on their phone. It's
Everyone
fun.
has their phones whipped out at these online, and they're
Yes.
all watching RSBN.
Yes.
Love you. You
We
guys
love
are the
you.
best.
We're so
Thank you
grateful.
guys. Trump 2024. Let's go.
Oh my goodness, there's so much energy, and all of these people have been waiting for a long time. And you know what? We're not going to
Let's
keep
go,
you
Trump,
waiting.
baby.
We've got a commercial break, but we will be right back. Don't go far.
What station is it?
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Steele's here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Do you really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas and to support illegal immigration. They've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With the political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple, just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
Parents, do your kids know what courage really means? It's about standing up for America even when there's a target on your back. That's why Mike Huckabee's team created the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. This important guide tells kids everything they need to know about President Trump's unwavering courage, and you can get it for free. With your free order, you'll receive free bonus gifts, including the Kids Guide to President Trump and a Christmas ornament commemorating Trump's call for us to fight. Get it all for free at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Good afternoon from Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be going right back out to Oaks, Pennsylvania with Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione live. The past couple hours of coverage have been quite awesome, hearing from so many great people out there in Oaks. It is called a town hall, but it looks like a rally, as you guys know. The excitement's there, the energy's up, and that's the way it is every day of the week when it comes to Trump campaign events, and also when J.D. Vance is on tour, just campaigning around this country to make America great again. Now, there's this article that is must read, I think, for all of the country. On RSBN, our Paul Ingrassia wrote this article. You can see the title there. It says, under Kamala Harris, Americans can say, quote, goodbye to their sacred rights to speak freely, worship, assemble, bear arms, and vote. Paul goes on to say Donald Trump is the only man who can save our Constitution from Kamala Harris and the political machine she represents, which seeks to have it destroyed. So I just wanted to show you that article. It's making its rounds on Paul Ingrassia's Substack, on our RSBN social platforms, as are articles written by Dylan Burrows, Lisa Noeth, and others that contribute to Right Side. But it's a very powerful article, right on point for what we're facing in the next 22 days as we face a huge, huge fork in the road for our election. Now, you see there, we've got the crowd in Oaks, Pennsylvania. A lot of people showing up there, and we'll be going back out to interview some more great people of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. There are people from all around because it's not too far from Philadelphia. Of course, the place where the Independence Hall is and our Constitution was discussed and written and signed, of course, in the city of brotherly love. Yesterday, we spoke with Sunny Joy Nelson. She is the Director of Media Affairs with the Trump campaign. Here's what she had to say. Joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely. So we were talking about the national momentum we're seeing around the country. As we spoke about yesterday, New York to California and everywhere in between. But can you talk to us a little bit about the fact that your campaign with President Trump is going to MSG and possibly even the Atlanta arena? That's a lot of passion out there.
Yes, that's right. And there is a lot of passion and support for the president out there. You know, we saw him in Coachella, California yesterday with a massive rally. The videos I saw from that rally were insane. So many people out there in deep blue California coming to support him. And of course, he's going to be going to New York, Madison Square Garden in just a couple of days here coming up soon. And I think one of the reasons we're doing this is, one, to boost enthusiasm, but two, to tell the voters that they have an option this November. Just because they are in a deep blue state does not mean that they have to vote Democrat. President Trump will be a president for all people, not just those in deep red states and not just those in target states. Of course, New York is the media capital of the world. So everyone's going to be covering this huge event, and it will be covered in all of the target states as well. But President Trump is taking his message to each and every voter of peace and prosperity.
And then on top of that, being in a
initiative, as he has promised once he becomes president again, that he will conduct mass deportation. This initiative is going to be targeting the violent migrant gangs that have infiltrated our country because of Kamala Harris's failed border policies that have left us with a wide open border, allowing crime to surge in all of our communities. President Trump is the only one that is going to restore us to safety. Kamala Harris allowing the border to be wide open and putting the needs of illegal immigrants above the safety and security of hardworking, tax-paying American citizens is a slap in the face to every single voter. And I think that's one of the reasons the president is visiting these deep blue states, because people in these states are affected by Kamala Harris's poor policies over the last 4 years.
Exactly. So not only blue states, as you know, red states as well, in the sense of You know, Arizona went to President Trump in 2016. I believe, and I'm sure you believe the same thing, in 2020 as well. But the point is, I'm not sure if you saw some of the pre-show for Prescott Valley, some of our coverage on RSBN. The people out there at 9 in the morning on the West Coast, they're loud, they're proud for our country and for President Trump. That's just something. I mean, people have waited since last night and this morning. It's just that passion that we're seeing across the country.
Yes, the enthusiasm for the president is very strong. Even in the deep blue states, we see him drawing huge crowds. But of course, in the very important states like Arizona, because the people in those states are truly, they're very close to the border. So of course, they are highly affected by all of the migrant crime that is surging in those states. But President Trump is going to continue taking his message to these voters, because when he can go and deliver his message directly to the American voter without the biased spin of the media, the American people see that he has the policies to restore us. Kamala Harris, we cannot take 4 more years of this. Tim Walz said we cannot take 4 more years of this. And Kamala Harris said that she would not have changed a single thing of the last 4 years. So we know that Kamala Harris does not deserve a promotion. It would just continue to spiral us out of control.
So the objective, of course, is to vote. Can you talk to us a little bit about Trump Force 47 and Swap the Vote USA? Are those two sites or something that people can go on now through the to the election, correct?
Yes, those are our websites. If you would like to volunteer to join us to raise awareness in your neighborhood, in your community, please visit those websites. That has all the information you need, how to get involved, how to talk to your neighbors, how to talk to your friends about these policies that are so important, because this election is truly so crucial. But one other website that I would like to point out is protectthevote.com. If you would like to be a poll watcher, if you are a lawyer, if you would like to volunteer any of your time to ensure that we have a safe and secure election, protectthevote.com. That's where you need to go. It has all the information you need of how to ensure that we have a very secure election this November. I know the RNC is doing an excellent job of making sure that happens, because you have things happening like the Biden DOJ suing the state of Virginia for taking non-citizens off their voter rolls. And that is absolutely absurd. That's an attack on our sacred institution of voting. So the RNC and the campaign, we're doing a great job pushing back on that to ensure that we have a secure election.
And that's exactly what people are working hard for and praying for 23 days from now. Before we let you go, Sonny, can you talk to us about your thoughts on the actor Dennis Quaid showing up yesterday in Coachella, California? Obviously played Reagan in the movie and asked that question, were you better off 4 years ago? That was quite the move yesterday.
Yes, and we've seen that get a lot of play on social media. We have these celebrities coming out left and right and endorsing President Trump because, you know, their lives are affected by these horrible policies of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden as well. We love having their endorsement, of course, and coming out and showing support on these huge stages that the president gives them to come and talk on. It really boosts enthusiasm, as we have seen, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep having all of our great big rallies. President Trump is going to keep having these very intimate roundtables where he hears from the American people who are affected by these policies. We're going to keep going 23 days. The president is not going to stop. He's going to be traveling probably every single day as he takes his message to every corner of our great country.
Exactly. And outside of celebrity status, as we know from the RNC, you know, President Trump highlighting everyday America. That's just quite awesome.
Yes. Yeah. At the RNC convention, we had a lot of everyday Americans getting up there and sharing their stories, the very, very special and just sad stories we've heard of angel moms who lost their children due to the migrant crime that Kamala Harris has allowed in our country right now. They get up there and share their very personal and touching stories. But, you know, these stories are very relatable to everyday Americans because we all are facing the crushing blow that this administration is putting on our lives. Let's turn it and talk about the economy. You know, inflation is out of control. Life overall, I believe, is 21% more expensive now than it used to be. These are all things that could change. We know they can change because we had a much better life under President Trump's 4 years. And he is the only one with the experience, with the knowledge, with the policies that will bring us back to that.
Sonny Joy Nelson, the Director of Media Affairs with the Trump campaign, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again soon.
Yes, thank you for having me.
All right, so that interview just yesterday with Sonny Joy Nelson. President Trump said also yesterday while campaigning in Arizona, when I win in November, that's when the restoration of our country begins. Looking live right there in Oaks, Pennsylvania. All of this brought to you by some great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals, tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks. Always good to have a backup plan with gold, silver, precious metals. First thing to do is to text Trump to 989898. You'll get that free info kit on gold, silver, and precious metals. And if you make a purchase with Birch Gold, you'll get that free Fight silver coin sent to you as well. So it just starts out with Trump to 989898. Also, the Wellness Company. We have a couple kits here to show you, the Contagion Emergency Kit and also the Medical Emergency Kit. There are several different kits with the Wellness Company. You get that ball rolling by going to MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use that promo code RSBN for 15% off. So hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and other prescriptions through the Wellness Company. All you do is go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, the promo code RSBN for 15% off. Always awesome to see the amount of sponsors here at Right Side that are on Team Freedom, on Team Constitution, and Team Patriotism. And great to work with them here at the network. So we'll be going back out to Oaks, Pennsylvania here, where Nikki Stanzione and Paul Ingrassia are live. President Trump to speak around 6 o'clock. Again, this is a town hall, AKA, in my opinion, rally. As many of you guys know, man, it just is a packed house every time, no matter what event it is when it comes to President Trump, but also all of the pre-programmed speakers and all of the people working together on this same team moving forward as we are 22 days away from the election. All right, so we'll be back here in the studio a little bit later, but always fun to see the people out there getting interviewed, some comedy moments and also some very serious moments. Here's Paul and Nikki. I'm Matthew Alvarez right now.
And we're back live on the grounds at Oaks, Pennsylvania, a little outside of Philadelphia here, bringing you all the coverage from the Donald Trump campaign town hall, where he'll be coming here in just a few short hours to speak to the American people about manufacturing jobs, about bringing back industry to this state that has been basically decimated by the policies of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I am Paul Ingrassia.
And I'm Nikki Stanzione, and we're so honored to be able to bring this incredible coverage to you from start to finish today. President Trump expected to speak at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. You know, one of the things that's so pivotal for this state is not only the fact that we have 19 electoral votes up for grabs, but also that Pennsylvanians are facing an average of $1,000 more per month on average of pricing increases from what they were dealing with when President Trump was our president. So when you consider what $1,000 a month means, we're looking at an annual situation of $12,000 on average a year that people are spending in Pennsylvania on just their basic day-to-day goods.
I mean,
and
I saw an inflation chart that came out the other day.
Yeah.
Price of eggs gone up by 30%.
That's right.
Price of coffee is like 70% now.
Insane.
Gasoline, of course, is through the roof. I mean, it's not like how it was a couple of years ago. Mortgage rates, home insurance, car insurance,
utility bills,
everything, utility bills. People can't afford to live.
No,
and it's not just like, you know, it's a little inconvenience here and there. No, it's like major essential items in order to live, just to get by. People are not getting by, and they're really feeling the harm. The Biden administration and the Kamala Harris administration, the two are the same, by the way.
Exactly.
It's actually, I don't mean to go on a tangent or digression here, but this is important because Kamala Harris has been trying to distance herself from Joe Biden all throughout this campaign. But whenever they ask her, well, what's the difference? She said, well, I'm not Joe Biden, and I'm not Donald Trump. And she can't name a single policy. And then this past week on The View, of all places, when they asked her, first time, this is like the most hard-hitting question she got the entire campaign trail. They asked her, well, would you have ever done anything different from this disaster of the last 4 years? Would you have chosen a policy that was different from Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Of course not, since
No.
she's the brains behind the Biden operation, since Biden is obviously checked out, and he has been for some time. But she said no.
She said, I can't
no.
think of anything right now. I can't
Exactly.
think of anything. I mean, can you imagine, Paul? She can't think of anything. I can think of about 5 things off the top of my head. Let's start with Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Let's start with the families that
I
she
know.
hasn't even ever contacted to this day, with the 13 people who passed away. I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
The problem is she can't distance herself from these policies because
No.
these are her policies. She was in charge. She was in the room.
She was the last
She was
one
in
in
the
the room.
meetings rooms, designing them all up. She was the border czar that let in 20 million illegal aliens into this country. She was the one who tried to negotiate overseas with Zelensky a couple of days before the disaster that was, the Afghanistan withdrawal. So she's the one front and center throughout this entire disaster of an administration.
Yeah.
And she's the one whose policies are Joe Biden's. She and Biden are one and the same. They're two peas in a pods. And if anything, she's even worse than Joe Biden in many ways because she, as they say, is a true believer. She is a
Radical.
card-carrying communist, and she really believes it. Whereas Biden might pretend to be a communist. She actually is one. But go ahead. I'm
Well,
sorry. I don't mean
Yeah,
to.
I love seeing all these people. I was going to say just real quickly, and then we'll get to a couple people. I just thought it was interesting that we're seeing a little bit of contention, apparently, between the Biden administration and Kamala's campaign right now, because President Biden seems to be getting a little bit stubborn about some things. From what I've been hearing, is that he started a press conference when she was out in the middle of something else. So he's kind of saying things that are a little bit in contrast to what she's saying, so that he can attach her to the administration where she's trying to separate herself. So that's something we haven't seen. So we'll see what happens
I
next.
mean, I know she kind of picked a fight with Ron DeSantis
She did,
recently
and he
regarding the
defended him.
hurricane relief, and then Biden came out and actually
Exactly.
defended him. So the two don't seem like they're on the same page.
They're not
And there are
on
a
the
lot of reports now that the two staffs are actually, there's a lot of infighting behind the scenes. A lot of it also is probably the panic setting in, that they realize that they're actually losing to Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, and they're facing yet another defeat in 22 short days from now,
22
God
days.
willing.
Hi,
We hope
guys.
and pray. Don't take anything for granted, but we're looking good from the grounds, at least here in Pennsylvania.
We are. Listen, we are, and there are so many. I can't get over how many kids are here today.
I know. Well, everyone's off from school. It's Columbus,
Columbus Day, yeah.
That's
Well-
another gift that we Italians brought you all.
You're
It's a national holiday. Kids are off from school, and that's why what better way to celebrate Columbus Day
Hi,
than to come to a
guys.
Trump rally?
Welcome to the party. Now remember, this is not a rally. This is a town hall, and yet we're seeing the same kind of crowds that you see at a rally. I don't know the capacity. Are you aware of the capacity inside? I'm not sure what
It's
it is.
big. It's
a
gonna be
lot,
big.
but there are
There's
thousands of people.
people
Are you
over
guys
here.
ready for a special day today?
Oh, yes, we are.
This guy with an
Is
Elvis
this
shirt
is this
over
your
here.
first time seeing President Trump live?
No, I've been there 4 times. Yeah, it is.
What's your name?
Jillian Twig.
How old are you, Jillian?
I'm only 16.
Only 16, but your first Trump. Oh,
But you
I
can
know.
tell people to vote.
you can tell you're.
Yes.
Thank you. You guys are great.
Thank you so
Hi.
much.
Go
Thank
Trump.
you.
Love the
Yes.
shirt.
This is my best friend right here. We're here to see
First
my man
election,
Trump.
Oh, let's go.
You guys are the best, man. I tell you.
Thanks. We love it. We love that. Thank
The gold
you.
shoes, the gold
Very
sneakers.
Nice.
The Trump.
Got the sneakers.
The Trump. Those are exclusive, very rare to
I don't know
get,
if we can see
one
them
of
on
a
the
kind.
shot. There they are.
Can we get those on
Those
the
are
camera?
exclusives. Nicely done. Way to go on getting those in advance before they sold out. They did sell out very fast, from what I understand. So you
They
got
look
you
good
got
on
in.
you too. Those are good sneakers.
Actually, really comfortable.
Are they? Yeah.
Actually, really
She probably could use them with what she's wearing.
Really
over
use
here.
them right now. I could really use them.
God bless. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you all. So,
You all-
are you guys ready?
In the Camilla world, that works for either gender. Just want to let you know.
Yes, that's true. That is true.
That's true.
Good point.
The Camilla world.
Camilla
too.
world.
I like it.
I love what he says.
Don't give her the dignity of even saying her name the correct way. Kamala, Kamala, Camel, whatever they say about
Everybody
her.
says it differently.
They
But
say
he-
Kamel.
But they don't say Harris, as President Trump would say. Then nobody knows who Harris is.
No one knows who Harris is.
He always says that. It makes
No
me
one
laugh.
likes to say Kamala. It's like, ugh. It's like gross, You don't even want to say that name. It's like, get her out of here. But we will. We're going to say you're fired
It's like
to her.
April Fool's Day. He'll
21 days. 22 days, you're fired, Kamala.
Hi, you guys. Are you ready for some fun today?
We're so ready.
Is This your first Trump rally?
No, it's not. We were at Hershey in 2016.
Oh, wow. Look at that. So it's been some time, though.
Time, so I'm ready.
Excited. Well, thank you. Thanks for enjoy your day.
We're
You're
at
gonna
the
have a good day.
phase in our interview stage where everybody wants to get inside,
like
so
rapid
they're
fire.
moving. So we're in rapid fire zone. So we
Rapid
apologize
fire
for
mode.
cutting people short, but everybody's like running and moving, but we still want to grab them while we can.
Some people don't like being put on spot, but most people do. Would you guys like to talk, or you guys? Are you okay?
They're like,
Some
"No,
people are a
no,
little shy.
no."
That's fine. No, don't
It's
worry
okay.
about
It's okay.
it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They don't want the liberal neighbors to
Well,
know.
you know what?
that-
That's another thing. That's another thing. I was talking to a family member of mine who said she and her entire family
We
has been
love you. Thank you.
ostracized by putting
Thank you
Trump
so much.
Trump signs on their lawn, ostracized by the neighborhood, and it's just unbelievable to me when we know that he's literally only on a mission to make America great again.
I mean, listen, if you're in Pennsylvania, not in this state, they have the Pennsylvania is Trump country
Yeah,
signs.
everywhere.
Actually,
Farmers
I was
for
the one
Trump.
who, my whole family, we designed those. We brought them down here. So if you see those Pennsylvania or New York is Trump country signs brought to you by the Ingrassia family, and they're all over the
love
state.
that.
And also, obviously, the regular Trump campaign signs and billboards. You have some of the biggest Trump signs I've seen anywhere.
Ever. I know,
here
me
in
too.
the Keystone
Especially in the
State.
billboards. Are you all ready for a very exciting town hall tonight?
Sure are.
If you could ask President Trump anything tonight, if he calls on you, what would you ask him?
When is the inaugurational ball?
I love it. I love it.
Love that. Nice
These
answer.
people are ready.
I love
They are
it.
ready
When
for
is the
Trump
inauguration ball?
2.0 or 3.0.
3.0, right. Look at
Let's go. I mean, people are waving lines back. They're watching on their iPhones. They want to be on screen. They deserve to be on screen. If you're watching on your phones and you are here
Yes.
at this rally, say hello when you come past here. Say hello. Give us the thumbs up, and we'll interview you if you want to speak to us, because
Absolutely.
we'll be standing here.
And make sure you go to rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. You can, of course, make sure you put the app on your phone. You can get our newsletters. You can get all kinds of notifications as to when we're having an event.
Clean the swamp in Pennsylvania, Montgomery County.
Clean that swamp.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Trump. Asian for Trump.
Yes.
Asians for Trump.
Trump 2024.
Trump 2024. We love it.
I love it, kids. Today we had bald
I'll
guys
just
for
keep-
Trump. We had Asians for Trump.
Vote Trump, vote Trump.
Vote Trump, vote Trump, vote Trump. So,
Trump 2024.
Trump, baby. 45 and 47. Come on now, Junior. Let's go, Trump. Go, Trump, baby.
Let's go. Donald Trump. We love it.
this is fun. There's such
Donald
happy
Trump
people.
all day long.
Yes,
All
long.
day, every day.
We're getting the one-liners now. We love
Got
the
the dark
one-liners.
MAGA hat.
Scott, you gotta love it.
Get out to vote.
Get out to vote. I like it. Good one.
2024.
Trump 20.
Yes,
Trump 2024.
that's it. Yes, we need Trump in office.
Trump 2024.
In 22 days, we will have our answer as to what the future of this nation will be. And that is what it's all about.
Yes.
And so many people here today are just
guys
so
have-
proud to be American.
You're going to win, President Trump. We love you.
Aw, so sweet.
Roxbury for Trump.
Let's go.
Make America great again.
Trump all the way.
That's it.
Donald Trump.
Yes.
Do you love, I love their one-liner
Make
slogans.
America
It's
great
the
again.
best. You ready for some fun today?
Trump.
You know, he has such a great name for being a president, right? That's such a
We are
good
going
name.
to Trump Kamala if they count our votes.
Yes.
Ah, I like that. You know,
They
Trump Kamala
Legal
if we get our
votes.
votes.
Not dead votes. Legal votes.
That's a good one. We will Trump Kamala if they count our legal votes. That was a good
People
I
like,
that.
you
They're ready.
talk about how smart Trump supporters are.
Yeah.
They're rapid fire.
Rapid
A lot of wit. They're able
Yes.
to rattle these off so quickly.
Yeah, I
Don't
mean,
worry if you have to pass. Don't worry. We
That's-
understand it.
that's what it's about.
It's
It's
easy to get.
about getting out and voting because every vote counts.
Go Trump.
Go Trump.
You see people, you're not sure if they want to talk.
Trump train 2024.
Yes.
All
That's
aboard.
my guy over
All
there.
aboard.
Let's go.
Young voters for Trump.
Young voters love talking.
Yes.
You're down from New York, right?
Yes.
I'm good. That was out. Yeah.
What Trump rally is this?
That was a Harrisburg.
Harrisburg. Yes, I remember you. We see the same folks coming out to these rallies.
Trump all the way in 24.
We love it.
All the way, 24. We love it. Thank you, my friend. Great seeing you again.
Enjoy the
God
town
bless
hall.
Trump.
God bless Trump. Indeed.
God bless you too.
And God bless all of you.
2024, baby. Let's go. Bring it back, baby.
I like how they dressed up for the occasion. All these young Republicans getting dressed up.
Vote red. Remove every Democrat.
I know.
Remove every
She
Democrat.
got in the workout position for that one. I'm going to actually head on inside, guys. I'm going to head on inside, Paul.
This is a she. Her name's Ginger.
Oh, Ginger.
And she would love to be written in as Attorney General.
Okay.
Attorney General.
Ginger for Attorney General.
Vote Ginger.
I'll
for
be back, guys. I'm going to be inside.
Well, I could tell Ginger, even the dogs, of course the dogs, because they're eating the dogs, the Democrats are. So, of course, you have all dogs that are Trump supporters. It's great meeting you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to hold up the line, but listen.
All the way. Go Trump.
Donald Trump, we love him. Let's go.
Trump got it.
Let's go. Any message for Donald Trump in the audience?
Time to get back to common sense. God bless America.
God bless America. That's right. That's right.
How are you? We can tell you we do not believe that Delaware voted for Biden in 2020.
I agree with you.
Trump. We know President Trump.
Yes.
Trump. Women with me for Trump from Delaware. From Delaware. We got it nailed.
Amazing.
He's got it. He's got it. God bless him.
We're going to.
Hey, I just want to say taxation is theft, and the Fed, it's a giant Ponzi scheme. Free the American people.
I love it. We love it. We love the policies that come from
Go Trump.
This is democracy. Know what the other side has to offer.
Trump 2024. Absolutely.
Trump 2024. You get people of all walks of life coming here supporting Donald Trump.
Drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill.
I came all the way from New Jersey just to say, fuck you, Kamala.
Oh my God, all the way from
Jersey. We hate Kamala. She's not good right now. The economy's rough. Gas prices are up. Immigration's coming in. Trump's the only guy that'll save us. Let's go Donald Trump 2024, and I love you guys.
You guys are patriots. We love you guys too. Take care. Enjoy today. What do we got? Anyone who wants to talk?
Fight, fight, fight.
Hey, am I allowed to curse? Oh, effing MAGA.
Fight, fight, fight.
Trump train.
Time to take the country back.
Time to take the country back.
Hey, join the Trump train, Delaware. Yes.
A lot of Delaware. That's incredible. I like it.
I'm not really a Trumpist.
You're not. You're not. Oh, the one guy. Well, at least he came to see him, right?
Well, I did because when I contemplate that the other side consists of a crypto-Marxist babbler and discount Elmer Fudd, it's not difficult to figure out who to vote for.
Look at that. Even Democrats, even people who aren't pro-Trump are pro-Trump.
Trump 2024, fire Gary Gensler from the SEC. Day one, Trump's going to fire him.
Are you a crypto guy?
Yes.
So you can tell they hate
XRP to the moon.
XRP to the moon.
I just say go Trump.
Well, we like it. That's
Trump 24. Fight, fight, fight.
Love it. Love it.
Let's go Trump. We need America back.
We need America back.
Love the United States. Gotta save it. Save America for my grandchildren.
Drill, baby, drill.
That's a popular one.
Let's go Trump.
Protect the First Amendment.
Go Trump.
Trump 2024.
Trump, baby.
Trump all the way.
Trump's going to win.
He will. He will.
What are you going to say? Make America great again. Oh, we have to make America great again.
Yes, definitely.
Thank God for a man that loves America.
Yes, thank God. Thank God for Donald.
Go Trump.
Go Trump.
Peace.
Peace.
Save America. Vote Trump.
Fight on, Red Wave.
Hey, what network here? Yeah. All right.
Pro-Trump Network. We love Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
What do you have to say?
Is this on TV? What
channel?
What I want to say, Trump's going to win in November. Let's go. Trump fans, yeah.
What she said. I said what she said.
Oh, good, good. She said it best. I like it. Very good. Very good.
Who's that for?
Right side.
Well, thanks, Donald. Thank you.
We give it fair. We give it fair. We're the Truth Telling Network. What do you have to say for President Trump and the audience at home?
Klaatu Verada Niktu.
That's a creative one.
4 more years.
4 more.
No camel toes.
Okay. I like it.
Trump all the way.
Trump all the way.
Trump 2024.
Trump 2024. Go.
Trump 24.
You know, you never know what's going to come out of anyone's mouths. But they all have great things to say. What do you have to say, man?
Excuse me?
What do you want to say to President Trump? What's your message?
Stay safe. We love you. Help us.
I love it. I love it.
We need him to win.
We're moving forward unencumbered by what has been.
Definitely, definitely. We're getting her out of here. We're telling her you're fired.
God bless Donald Trump.
All right. So, there you go. You want to get another just like panoramic shot. So there we go. We got what? Thank you. Thank you so much. So we got the crowd. We got the people. And our next sponsor is, of course, from all of our friends at MyPillow. Hey, it's Paul and Gracia. Is your son or daughter going back to college now? Or are they already back and they need some new items? Well, you're in luck because MyPillow is bringing back the $25 extravaganza. Michael Lindell and his dedicated employees have been part of cancel culture, so they want to pass the savings directly on to you. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows are just $25. Sandals are just $25. Beach towels, $25. There's 6-pack towel sets, just $25. Couch and recliner pillows, you guessed it, just $25. And also sheets and blankets, all starting at just $25. Another amazing offer on the My Mattress topper for the college dorm beds. You know those beds aren't comfortable. The Twin XL topper fits most college dorm beds and will help your kid get a great night's sleep. The MyPillow topper comes in every bed size, and you can put it right on over your current mattress. Believe me, you will feel the difference. It provides the best support, and it's only for a limited time. You can get one for as low as $69.99. These amazing offers won't last long, so order now. Go to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN or call the toll-free number at 800, I believe it's MyPillow, 800-MyPillow. But that is for the MyPillow specials that they're offering right now. Get it all, especially if your children are back in college, your kids are back in college. Great offers, all just $25 on so many of their great bedtime products. We're going to swing back to the crowd over here because a lot of people have a lot to say and they have messages for President Trump. Do you guys have anything to say for TV?
Make America great again.
Where are you guys from?
We're close by.
Yeah, very close.
Is Pennsylvania going to turn red for Trump? Is it?
Yes. Yeah, obviously, right? Goes without saying.
Absolutely. Goes without saying. You guys enjoy. Thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful day. Listen, the confidence is through the roof. We love it. We love it over here. These lines, they're starting to move. And we still have many people to go now. We have like thousands still to pass through.
Go Trump!
Let's go, Trump, no war!
Trump all the way.
Go Trump, baby!
Woo!
Trump.
Challenge with no beans.
Yeah, Jake. Go for Trump.
Bye then.
Gefelte fish Ukraine.
Kamala, you're going to lose, baby.
Trump, Trump.
Go Trump.
Go Trump.
Go Trump. I love it.
Go Trump.
Go Trump. Go Trump. Where are you guys from? Are you from this area?
Horsham.
Do you think Pennsylvania turns red for Trump?
I do.
Without the cheating, it goes red.
Right. Well, I'm signing up to be a poll watcher, so I'm going to help.
The most important job in America as a Pennsylvania poll watcher, and you just make sure everything is up to standard, right?
Definitely.
Dominion voting machines that are connected to the internet gotta go.
What's your message for President Trump?
Just please win. Please win.
Yes, he will. He's going to win Pennsylvania, right?
He better. Yeah.
He better.
What's your message for President Trump?
I'm praying for him. We need him. He's the only option we have. So.
Country, thank you so much.
Trump 2024. Trump 2024, baby.
Amazing. How about you guys?
Trump 2024.
Go Trump.
Trump 2024.
We're getting everybody now.
Hi.
What's your message for President Trump?
He's going to win.
Good. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
All the way.
All the way.
Fight, fight, fight. Keep it up, brother. You're doing a great job. Trump 2024. Got to do it.
We got to do it. We got to do it.
Trump 2024. Trumpomania is going to run wild on you, brother.
Yes.
Trump, baby.
Okay, so, well, listen, people are very enthusiastic for President Trump, as you can see, based on the lines and based on everything what we're seeing. You know, as many of you know, the audience at home, I do a lot of writing. President Trump has frequently posted my articles on Truth Social, and also it's published on RSBN if you follow them on Twitter, if you follow them on X, if you follow them on Truth Social. All my articles are posted there. You know, one of my latest articles was just describing the stakes of this election, why we need President Trump back in office. Obviously, we're dealing with a constitutional crisis in this country, it's an existential constitutional crisis. So I was basically talking about how, you know, your First Amendment rights are on the line, your right to bear arms is on the line, you know, people's ability to speak freely and speak about the issues without dealing with any sort of government penalty or punishment is really what is at stake here in this country. Because if Donald Trump does not get back in office, we don't have a country anymore. They're going to try to silence us. They're going to try to censor conservatives. We know with Twitter and Elon Musk, they're going to try to wipe him off the internet because they can't deal with having free flow of ideas, free speech, because without free speech, that's the only way they could retain control. By they, I'm talking about Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democrats.
Trump 2024. Do not vote for Kamala.
No. Why shouldn't people at home vote for Kamala?
Huh?
Why shouldn't they vote for? Why should they vote for Trump?
Because Trump, he'll cut taxes. Kamala, make it more.
No tax on tip.
Absolutely.
We love it. See, the young people know the issues better. Great job. What's your name?
John Painter. John Painter.
Do you think Pennsylvania goes red for President Trump?
Yes.
Big league, right?
Yes.
How about the kids in your school? Are they all Trump supporters?
I go to a Christian school. Yes. Yes.
Oh, you're great. I love the hair. I love the Trump hair. We really appreciate it. What do you have?
Let's make America great again, and people get out there to vote and do your homework on policies.
Not policies, not personal stuff.
She doesn't have policies. She has
We
nothing.
know that, but people don't understand that. They listen to the taped lies.
They do. Well, thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Jake. I just want to say, go Trump 2024.
Yes, let's go.
Exactly.
What do you like most about Trump?
Well, his economic policies mostly, because he has been helping to make lives affordable for everyday Americans. We need him now more than ever. So vote. Vote for Trump.
Do you think Pennsylvania goes for Trump?
Yes. I sure as hell hope so. Because I'm...
Make it happen.
Exactly. The Keystone State will hopefully do the right thing. I sense it. I sense it in the air.
Steph.
Trump 2024, let's go, baby.
Love it. These guys are great. Young people are like so much for President Trump. It's incredible. Especially young men, young guys. And they know the issues. They're so well educated on all of the issues.
He loves Donald Trump.
Yes.
RSBN.
Trump.
Thank you so much. Incredible. A lot of love, a lot of support for President Trump here. And the lines are starting to move. You know, it's a little overcast today. You know, we're here in Oaks, Pennsylvania. We're about 30 minutes away from Philadelphia. So not typically a traditionally Republican county, but at the same time, you're driving up the Trump vote, and they're driving up the Trump vote all across the Commonwealth. You see these people, how enthusiastic they are. You know, I was on the ground the past 3 weekends in a row, registering voters, knocking on doors, and getting involved. And that's the best thing you could do. If you're already registered to vote, if you already voted, you know, in many counties here in Pennsylvania, they have already voted. Still get involved, still volunteer if you can, even if it's just a couple of doors you knock on between now and Election Day. We love it.
Immigration, national security, the economy. Trump 47, tunnels to towers, support.
Exactly. Did you see the T-shirt behind there that he had? It said essentials, fear of God.
I love it. It's great. It's amazing. I mean, that's what it's all about, folks. That's what it is. It's all about. People need to come out. People need to show their enthusiasm for President Trump, and they do. And they are doing it in big numbers.
Shout out my mom Julie.
Shout out to Mama Julie. Appreciate it.
We came from China, and in China, Trump is very popular. And
yeah, as someone who came from China, you're seeing communism here now, right, under Kamala Harris?
Yes, we support Trump because in China we call him Dong Wang, which means the king who knows everything. Yeah. So that way we support him, and let's say 加油 Dong Wang. Yes. Okay.
Vote for. Are you registered to vote in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Good. We love it. See, they're coming over. They know communism in China. They especially know what a totalitarian system is like, and they see it firsthand here under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. How about you folks?
I like Trump.
Vote Trump, brother.
Go Trump.
I pulled in that way.
How you doing? Go Trump! Go Trump, baby!
Let's go. We love it. You want to get a shot of the crowd? So you're seeing, obviously, this is not even technically a rally. This is a. There we go.
Hello, how are you?
Trump 20. What's your message for President Trump?
Win. Yes, win. But
black voters, and especially black female voters, they're saying they're going to vote for Kamala. I don't think so. I see so many turning and switching sides and voting for President Trump. What do you think?
Absolutely. A lot of us are kind of like quiet, but we are following our black males in support of Trump. We want to see the same thing as anyone else. You want to see our borders secure. We want to see America healthy, safe, and great again. And let's just do it. Let's just do it.
What's your message to, black voters and especially women who might be on the fence? What's your message to them? Why should they be supporting President Trump over Kamala Harris?
Well, if you're tired of these endless wars, if you're tired of immigrants getting more benefits than us American citizens that have been here for generations, if you're tired of being afraid of going outside at night because you don't know what's happening or what's going to happen, vote Trump. Right. Vote Trump. I mean, this is about our economy as well. You know, we all go to the supermarket and we all know that life was much better. Economy was much better under Trump.
That's for sure. I mean, absolutely. Thank you so much. Wonderful message.
Hey, Make America great.
Make America. Yes, I mean, we love it. I mean, that a very important message. Trump kept us safe. Trump kept us secure, not just abroad and overseas. We know he's the peace candidate there. but at home too, domestically, especially in the cities. A lot of obviously racial minorities, black voters live in urban areas, and that's where crime has skyrocketed, especially in over the past 4 years especially. So they understand the issues. Most people have common sense. Most Americans are smart and very pragmatic in their politics, and they realize that Kamala Harris just is a disaster, and they don't want to go anywhere near that. Any message for President Trump?
Fight, fight, fight.
What's your message for President Trump?
All the way. All the way, babe.
I love it. Fight, fight, fight. I love it. I love it. How about you? What's any messages for President Trump that you want to convey to?
President Trump, keep on going, buddy. Keep telling it like it is.
Love it. Love it. So it's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. What's your message for President Trump, ma'am?
Win.
Yes. Do you think he'll win this state?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good. I like to hear it. How about you? Do you think President Trump will win Pennsylvania?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Hands down.
Go Goldie Wilson.
Go Trump.
Go Trump. Will Trump win Pennsylvania?
Oh, absolutely. He won it last time.
He did win it last time.
He did win it last time. He's going to win again this time, even bigger.
Bigger numbers.
Three wins now.
Latinos for Trump.
Donald Trump 2024.
Trump will win Pennsylvania.
Absolutely.
Yes. I love to hear the confidence.
What was the question?
Will Trump win Pennsylvania? Or what's your message to Trump?
We hope so, and I hope he excites like hell.
Yes, he will. I know he will. How about you guys? Will Trump win Pennsylvania? Not to put you on the spot.
I think so. I hope.
He will. He will. I love it. Thank you. So, yeah.
Make America healthy again.
Make America healthy again. We need it. We need this country to be healthy again. They're poisoning our foods. Tell us, what's your favorite policy about that?
Get the sugar out of the food, get the food clean, get us all healthy again.
Love it. Great words. Great words there.
What's that?
Will Trump win Pennsylvania?
Yes. As long as they don't cheat.
We got to get more votes than they can cheat.
We'll make it happen. Look at you. Orange Man Good. I love it. That's
very profound. If it weren't for half the Trump supporters in the world, the other half would be all of them.
That's true. That's true. How about you guys? Will Pennsylvania go for Trump?
Yes. I hope so.
We're trying.
Make it happen, right? What's your message for the president?
Good luck.
Good luck to all of us. Fight. God bless you. Fight, fight, fight.
Fight, fight, fight. There we go. Let's see the shirt. I love it. I love it. Very creative, very original.
I do. Yep.
Absolutely.
There's a cat lady over there, but she likes Trump.
Absolutely. We're hoping Jersey does also.
Okay. Yeah, they might. Yeah. It's very likely.
Party of the working people. Earn what we got.
Our country's last hope, Donald.
Country's last hope. How about you? Will Pennsylvania go for President Trump?
Absolutely. Always has, always will.
What's the biggest issue for voters in Pennsylvania?
We want to keep, inflation for one, and two, keep, the border, and also, it slipped my mind, the low-income family housing and Section 8 housing out of Montgomery County, out of the suburbs.
Yep. Very good. Very, very good. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. No tax on auto loan deductions. No capital gains tax, or no unrealized capital gains tax. What's your message for President Trump?
Win.
Will he win Pennsylvania?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. We got to make that happen.
It's almost a red state. It's still light blue.
What's your message for the president if he's listening?
Try not to get shot.
We don't want that to happen, that's for sure. Well, the kids tell it like it is. We love that.
Keep going.
Let's go. Will Pennsylvania
Go for Trump.
Kamala's a communist.
Trump 2024.
Yes, sir.
Trump.
Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp.
Will Pennsylvania go for President Trump?
What's that?
Will this state go for Trump?
Sure. Without a doubt.
The rig. The rig. Stop the rig.
Stop the rig. Stop the rig. How about you guys? Do you think Pennsylvania goes for Trump?
Yes. Swamp the vote.
You guys, does Pennsylvania go for Trump?
Oh, absolutely. No question.
Sleepy Joe.
Go Trump.
Come over here, support Trump. Let's.
Thank you, President Trump. We got you.
We love you.
Anything else? What's your favorite policy of it?
Economy, the border policy, my favorite.
Love it. I love it. So well informed, so smart. How about you?
What
What's your favorite policy of President Trump?
is border policy?
Hearing that a lot from a lot of people. Will Pennsylvania go for Trump?
Absolutely.
He's eating.
He says yes too. Yeah. Amazing. That's what it's all about. Families, people of all age groups. Will Pennsylvania go for Trump?
I'm going to say yes.
Do you think Pennsylvania votes for President Trump?
Yes.
Yes.
Does Pennsylvania vote for President Trump?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
What's your message to the president if he's watching and listening?
Just keep kicking ass like you've been.
How about you guys? What's your message for President Trump if he's watching our program, which he often does?
Sure, we all should vote common sense.
We need you now.
We need you more than ever, Mr. President. What's your message for the president?
Love you, Donald Trump.
Does he win Pennsylvania?
Absolutely. It's not even a question. Not even a question.
How about you? What's your message for the president?
Just do what you did before. Get rid of all the immigration and bring back the jobs. And there's too much. We ain't got enough time to stand here. it's
freedoms, our jobs, the illegals. It's a disaster.
We could talk for over an hour easily about it. No, my friend.
Is this your first Trump rally?
No. We were at the one in Reading, and then we went and seen Vance over at the Rain. That was a really good.
Was it?
That was real good.
What happened there?
Sage and Vance, they very, very informative there. That was a real good one.
You're a big fan of J.D. Vance?
Yeah. But you know
He's
what?
smart.
Well, not only that, he's real. There's no. Oh, I gotta watch what I say. There's
You're on TV. Try to keep it.
Gotcha. No, you can't pull no BS on him because he's honest and he's straightforward.
Yeah.
So you can't bring up things from the past. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? Good thing that we just watched, my wife and I, was called Line in the Sand. Very interesting. Something people should watch.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. So are we okay? So we're still on the ground over here. Again, we are in Oak, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia. We're about a half hour outside where President Trump will be speaking in a couple of hours. It's technically not a rally. It's actually a town hall, but that doesn't stop the people from coming out to support and show their support for President Trump. We got our new sponsor, the Trump Knife. Our sponsors at Patriot Addict just released another amazing product. Trump Combat Knives are in stock and ready to go. These are high-quality, custom-made combat knives. They make an amazing gift for any Trump lover. For a limited time, our sponsors are giving them out at 20% off to you, the RSBN viewers. Use code RSBN20 to save 20% off today. There's one bad news. They are selling like fast. They're selling like hotcakes. These are limited in stock, so make sure you get yours now. These Trump Special Edition combat knives. And once they sell out for 2024, they won't be able to get it back again this year. So get yours while supplies last. Go to patriotaddictdeals.com. That's patriotaddictdeals.com. PresidentTrump.com and use the promo code RSBN20 to save 20% off. Great product. You're going to want to get that before they all sell out, so make sure you get yours now. You want to go to the crowd one more time? Well, with that, we're going to toss it back to the studio for a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back here in Oak, Pennsylvania to give more live coverage from the Trump Town Hall, where the president is set to speak tonight in a couple of hours from now. So back to the studio, and then we'll be back here shortly.
Do you really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas and to support illegal immigration. They've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With the political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple. Just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
Friends, it's so good to be with you for another Trump rally. I'm pro-life leader Frank Pavone, director of Priests for Life and ProLifeVote.com, and also your host for RSBN's Praying for America program each weeknight. President Trump has such marvelous, strong policies, such exciting policies. When you talk and listen about the details that he has proposed, well, one of them is the American Academy, and it just gets you excited. Here's what President Trump has proposed for this American Academy. We know all too well that our universities across America have become schools of wokeness and terrorism. Instead of teaching students to seek truth and to hold to it, we're teaching them how to distort it and deny it. He wants to change that. And he proposes setting up an American Academy that will actually provide online, free of charge, a bachelor's degree level education for Americans in the whole field.
That's why it's fun to do the live streaming because everybody that's on the stream, they get to see all of this. I mean, I walked around the back of the press. They could see everybody sitting at the tables back there because that's all part of this experience. And I think it's important for people to be able to see everything without the cuts, without the edits. You know, yeah, that's nice too, but they can change a lot
that we will collect
and make things seem like they aren't. And, you know, I don't like doing that. I want truth, and I want people to know that they can trust me to show them what's really happening.
To start this new institution called the American
What's up, babe?
Academy. Our educational system has become corrupt.
Ah, okay.
It has become a destroyer of our values rather than a liberator.
Yeah, it's all standing room back there.
As you and I rally along with President
It
Trump,
is.
you and I talk to our
I can't believe that guy is brave enough to stand on a chair.
Like
I don't know that I trust these folding chairs.
go a long way.
I would be afraid to go. Well, actually, I'd probably lose my balance and fall. Right?
Welcome back to
I
Right Side
know.
Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Hauser.
Yes, so this is
Until President Trump is going to be speaking there in Oaks, Pennsylvania. That town hall set to be looking more like a rally out there. You saw all the people out there. Paul interviewed them one by one as they walked by. We're seeing a lot of enthusiasm in that state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And this is on the heels of a huge 4-state, 3-day West Coast and Mountain Time Zone tour and campaign stops for President Trump in Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, and of course out there in Coachella, California. everywhere he goes, a lot of support, as you guys have seen out there. So maybe we could take a live look at the venue there in Oaks, Pennsylvania. We also have video from earlier just showing the amount of people out there on their way to that venue right there in Oaks, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia, I believe the 4th largest city in our country. New York, LA, Chicago, then Philadelphia, number 4, 5, Dallas, Texas. Knowing that because at the end of the day, those are the TV markets in the size of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we know that President Trump will be on his way then from Pennsylvania to Georgia tomorrow, a huge event in Atlanta, Georgia. We've got 2 of our hosts there for that coverage. So it's quite the events, the number of events to cover here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we zoom in just a little bit, you can see the setup for this town hall. Anytime there's been a town hall or a round table, again, it turns into more of a rally type of feel and vibe. I'm thinking of the Flint, Michigan recent town hall where it was a packed arena with people, and as President Trump took some questions from the host at that point, I believe was Sarah Huckabee Sanders in Flint, Michigan. And then Marsha Blackburn was a host for another town hall in a different part of the country. So we'll see how it goes today. We'll have all of that live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network and Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We've got 22 days until Liberation Day, November 5th, 2024, and then onward to January 20th, 2025 for Inauguration Day. So a lot of coverage ahead. But we see the fork in the road coming up. And I want to bring up that graphic one more time that was posted on RSBN. Paul Ingrassia, who you just saw out there interviewing people, obviously getting a lot of retruths from people that are well known, including President Trump.
Subway is making snacking history with tons of
Kamala Harris. Americans can say goodbye to their sacred rights to speak freely, worship, assemble, bear arms, and vote.
Time to level up and start your business on Shopify, the platform made for commerce.
These are very lengthy articles that are really on point. So if you'd like to check that out today, it's at RSBN on Truth Social, at RSB Network on X, and then on Paul's Substack as well for more information. Now, Paul goes on to say in that article, Donald Trump is the only man who can save our Constitution from Kamala Harris and the political machine she represents, which she seeks to have it destroyed. Other articles as well on RSBN by Dylan Burrows and Lisa Noeth and others right here at the network. A lot of contributors all about pro-Constitution, pro-God, pro-America first, pro-freedom. So it's nice to have that kind of media out there now, guys, right? Instead of the fake news, mainstream media, which constantly is about hiding truth and acting like something is true, right? That's called lying. So they've got that false narrative they keep pushing. But we know what common sense is. We know what the truth is. We know what the Constitution says. So that's what we want in this country. The majority of people in this nation, we saw what happened in 2016 with the vote. We unfortunately saw what happened with 2020 with the vote. And now here we go, 22 days out from the huge election that is on our doorsteps for the country. Are we going to go way right in the sense of freedom and safety and law and order and a better economy, better gas prices, better rent prices, or are we going to go in the complete opposite direction? And you can think about places like the UK right now, or Venezuela, or even worse, China, or even you can go worse than that. Who knows what happens? And it's not really a scare tactic and this is not just me. I mean, I've heard this from plenty of, either politicians or people running for office out there. This is that serious of a time. Even Elon Musk, is obviously a brilliant guy. He's done pretty well. And he said that the destiny of America is on the line this November. So President Trump, to do an interview with Joe Rogan, we're hearing that podcast, I think, is dropping today. So obviously that'll be must-watch streaming right there. We know that Kamala Harris will be doing an interview with Bret Baier over at Fox News on Wednesday. Hopefully we'll see some real journalism done there. If it were me or Bobby or someone else asking questions, we'd be respectful to Harris, but we would be definitely asking the very real, straight-up questions And some of the questions don't have to be long. They can just be short questions and just let her talk. Be a lot more interesting if we'd have people that would really hold leaders accountable when it comes to the direction they want to take our nation. At least we know where President Trump stands. He's out there every day. He's out there posting on Truth and on X. So we know where he's coming from. We already know some of the great things he did for our country. So there shouldn't be any hiding going on with Harris or Biden or Newsom or any of the people that are leaders on the left wing that are radicals. Not every Democrat across the country. President Trump running to be president of all of America, regardless of your belief systems, that kind of thing. So anyway, you can see a lot of people there right outside of Philadelphia. That's Oaks, Pennsylvania. That's recorded earlier, but not too long ago, of just the amount of people out there. And it's all about we the people. You think about places like Brazil, the people of Brazil, the majority of them wanted Bolsonaro in office. Somehow he didn't win. And now the court system down there barring Bolsonaro from ever running for 8 years and all those type of things going on. It's just left-wing radical lunacy going on. We don't want that in this country. I know I'm preaching to the choir once again to you, but that's what we have to do when it comes to keeping that true narrative alive, as we are not too far from the election. All right, so let's go to Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for more information on gold, silver, precious metals. You can get a free info kit that can go right to your iPhone or your Droid. You can also, there's also a Patriot phone out there. If you haven't heard about that, you can check that out too. But whatever phone you have, you can get some information through texting Trump to 989898. Everything about gold, silver, and precious metals. Those BRICS nations like Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and other nations using their local currency instead of using the US dollar, which causes the dollar to fluctuate. So many different things going on with the economy, so it's good to have that backup plan, as some of you know, because there's a growing interest in gold, silver, and precious metals. There has been for decades, but now you've got great patriotic groups like Birch Gold Group. So text Trump to 989898 for more information, and you can get that free Fight Silver coin. We show that to you here in studio and out there in the field sometimes as well. On the front, it shows President Trump with his fist in the air saying, "Fight, fight, fight," or that moment in time when he did that, saying, "Fight, fight, fight," from J13. The other side has 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House in Washington, D.C. So this coin is yours if you make a purchase through Birch Gold Group. Also, the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. The promo code you see there on your screen on the bottom there, RSBN, for 15% off. Hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, amoxicillin, a Z-Pack, all sorts of prescriptions that actually get the job done when it comes to bacteria and viruses. You'll have to obviously speak with your physician more about that, and you can do that through MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Dr. Peter McCullough and others, conservative rock stars, for doing what they do for the American people. So MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Code RSBN for 15% off. Real quick, just showing you one of the cases here that you guys can get out there. All right, so it's 4:12. We'll be going to Nikki Stanzione here shortly, live inside the venue in Oaks, Pennsylvania. And when I say things like conservative rock stars, I think of people like everyday Americans. We the people, all of us. We are the rock stars because it's about the people, right? And that's what President Trump says every time he's on stage. And he says, when we win the White House, he understands that. He's already won so many things in his life, and he's still running for us. So, good stuff to see out there. All right, let's go out to Oaks, Pennsylvania. Matthew Alvarez here in the studio. There is Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione.
Oaks, Pennsylvania. The room is packed. It is filled with exhilaration and excitement. Tonight is a special night because it is a town hall, not a rally, which means a lot of the people that are here tonight may actually have a question answered by President Donald J. Trump. I'm Nikki Stanzione.
And I'm Paul Ingrassia. And Nikki, listen, these people are decimated in the state of Pennsylvania, really everywhere, by Bidenomics. Yes. And all the parade of horribles that entails, from the record-setting inflation to high taxes, to the outsourcing of jobs, to everything. You know, price of eggs now is up 30%, even
Sure
higher,
is.
much higher.
Yeah.
Just over the last 4 years alone.
Bacon.
And then they lie to us. They say, well, the rate of inflation has slowed down, which whether or not that's true or not, the aggregate total of inflation remains the same, and it has been over the past 4 years. So prices now, I saw on Twitter actually just this past week, if you make a $100,000 income 4 years ago, that's worth just $83,000 now.
Yes.
A 17% drop off. So listen, that's why they come here to these Trump events. That's why so many Americans now are Trump supporters. Maybe they weren't 4 years ago. Maybe they weren't four weeks ago. But everyone's coming on board the Trump train, and they love Donald Trump. They support his policies, and they can't wait to hear him speak in this this town hall today, which is about 30 minutes outside of Philadelphia, which is like the epicenter of where everything happens. You know, if Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it has those 19 electoral votes. So important to getting him over the finish line. He wins this state, 80-90% chance he wins the whole thing. The odds are looking very good, and the momentum is definitely on his side.
Dare I say they're hoping for some Philadelphia freedom? Wah, wah. But it's true. It's true. Freedom is on the ballot. It really is. Freedom of speech. We have to stop with the censorship. You cannot tag things that you don't like or agree with as mis or disinformation when it's not the reality. We have to be able to hear what this side of the equation has to say. And when they're being censored, it's an absolute atrocity to the Constitution of our country. Elon Musk has certainly been one of the greatest voices for defying censorship in this country, and as a voice who is on behalf of President Trump, of course, one of the greatest endorsements of this entire campaign, we know that he is one of the few people out there who has allowed enough voice and a platform, literally, where he can allow the world to hear what everyone has to say and not allow censorship to get in the way. And that's really one of the biggest issues. And I think that a lot of people here want to know from President Trump, what can you do throughout this election battle, if you will, to be able to get rid of the potential or possibility of censorship, which could therefore censor important voices, important policies, important messaging that needs to go to the people before they get to that election site on November 5th and make their voices heard through their vote.
That's so true. And Elon Musk knows a thing or two about building. He also knows a thing or two about censorship. That's what obviously compelled him to buy, it used to be called Twitter, now it's X, a couple of years ago. He knows that the Justice Department, the weaponized Justice Department, will be out for him if Donald Trump does not win this election. He even said this in a recent interview with Tucker Carlson, Nikki. He said, listen, I pretty much went all in on this guy. So obviously if he doesn't win, I have pretty much everything to lose. So I have the most, and in many respects, as the richest man in the world, to lose if President Trump wins. So that shows that how high the stakes are. And another thing,
we won't use the language he actually used when he said if it doesn't happen.
But another thing also, we talk about censorship, we talk about the weaponization of the justice system.
Right.
And of course, God forbid, President Trump does not win. And the only way he doesn't win at this point is illegitimate ballots, illegitimate and cheating and voter fraud. But to the extent that happens, they're going to want to throw him in jail. I mean, this is the first time you've ever had in this country where one political party, the Democrats, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Democrats, are actively weaponizing and using the levers of power to persecute and prosecute their main political adversary who defends the Constitution. He defends democracy. He embodies those principles, but they want him silenced for those reasons. And as a result, they get rogue judges like Merchan in New York,
Oh my goodness,
or Alvin Bragg, or Fannie Willis, and Jack Smith in D.C. And they use these henchmen to use the rule of law and to weaponize it against President Trump in a way that was never intended nor ever envisioned by our founding fathers. True banana republic type stuff.
Well, you know what? To that point, I think what happened with the results of all of these crazy witch hunt type cases is really basically telling America that, once again, President Trump was right, because you saw the case in Florida go bye-bye. You see the case in Georgia, it's going bye-bye. You see Jack Smith continuously trying to come up with a way to bring back his case that keeps getting completely he's not winning. Jack Smith is not winning, and so he keeps trying to come up with more ways to literally get Trump. And Alvin Bragg and Letitia James, they all did the same thing. And in the end, the appellate courts, I think, are going to make the right decision. Because let's face it, in that one case, particularly with Judge Engoron and Letitia James, we know that the banks loved working with the Trump family. The banks said they would like to do business with him again. There was no victim in that case, literally 0 victims, and he did what he needed to do to pay them back. I mean, there's literally no case. They called him guilty before he even stepped foot in a courtroom.
That's true.
It was absolutely, just to me, it was atrocious to see that kind of really like war play against, from our own government against a candidate who was in the lead against Joe Biden at that time. And knowing that in the next case, which was another disaster, when people say felon, you have to really look at the case. They created a way to say that. They created 34 counts that weren't even legit. I mean, the whole thing is absolutely crazy.
Right. It's really Soviet stuff. I mean,
It
it comes
is.
from the Soviet Union. Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime.
Yes.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here in this country. I mean, Letitia James, the Attorney General of my home state of New York, I mean, she campaigned on getting Donald Trump.
That was
she
it.
said, I
Alvin
don't know
Bragg,
what the
too.
crime is. I will just make it up as long as I prosecute Donald Trump, and that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Supreme Court dealt a huge blow to all of these cases with the immunity ruling,
That's right.
basically finding that all official acts committed under the presidency, not that anyone needed immunity because they were all lawful acts,
Sure.
but the court granted blanket immunity to all of them. The president has immunity for so much of this, and that just knocks out not only the Jack Smith case or the documents case in Florida,
Yes.
it also knocks out huge chunks of the Bragg and Letitia James cases
Right.
out of New York. And again, listen, you know how radical these judges are in New York. They're like the Wild West of judges. They valued Mar-a-Lago to be only $18 million. Now, let me tell you something.
The
I've been to
property,
Mar-a-Lago.
yeah.
It's worth at least $1 billion.
Any
It's
oceanfront
definitely in that
property,
neighborhood.
I mean, come on, anything
know.
on the water, if you have land without property on that land, you're going to get a
I know.
steal at that price.
It
makes no
It wasn't
sense.
even 18 million 30, 40 years ago when,
Right.
when it was first on the market.
And
So
we
it's
all
so
know that.
ridiculous. The other thing is, $400, $500 million fines against the Trump organization, trying to prevent them from doing business in New York State. This is a dangerous precedent, not
Yes,
just
it is.
for Trump and his companies, but for the First Amendment and doing business in New York
New York,
State.
that's right.
No business owner is going to want to ever do business in
Drives
New York,
them
and
away.
they're driving away. They're
Yeah.
leaving in droves for simply holding an opinion. Because if you have an opinion that goes against the governor, that goes against the DA, that goes against the attorney general in some of these radical far-left Democrat-run
Yep.
states, you could potentially be prosecuted and persecuted by a weaponized system of justice.
right.
And that is exactly what happened in that Bragg case. You had the judge, you had Merchan, and basically all of them, Kaplan, Merchan, Engoron, fining him $500 million for a victimless crime in which no fraud was even committed. And
It's really so
the
they can have
bank
a talking
paid back
point.
all of its loans,
All
too.
of its loans. And
all
it's-
of its loans, and continue to do business with the organization
Yes.
for like 30 years.
It was
I
just
mean,
to get talking points on
it
that
was.
side,
And the
really.
mainstream media parrots all this stuff, like the garbage nonsense that they do. They spew it all. They try to get people riled up. They use this stupid term, convicted felon, which is, first of all, it's a redundancy
Do
to
your
say.
research,
but
guys.
second,
Do
it's,
your research.
It's ridiculous. I mean, he is not a felon of any kind. It's actually a disgrace
It
because
is. It's
you're,
just- it's
you're
embarrassing.
damaging the justice system
That's right.
when there is real crime
That's right.
being committed, rape, murder, a lot of bad
It
stuff
devalues the hard
going
stuff.
on. Human trafficking, drug trafficking going on at our southern border. Every state is now is a border state because of how bad the
Absolutely.
border crisis is. Real crime that should be prosecuted. Those resources are being misallocated for all this Trump stuff and all the January 6th stuff and all this other nonsense that is really a travesty for this country. Such incompetence, such institutionalized corruption, and I really hope the American people say enough is enough on November 5th.
I agree with you, Paul. I mean, you have to look at this as a whole. You have to consider other world leaders watching these things happening. And what does that say about our nation and our justice system and our country? And when somebody from the DOJ on the Biden team decides, you know what, I'm going to leave my job and come and persecute Donald Trump. then you know something's off, and that's exactly what happened in that case. So I implore you to do your research. If we'll sit here and give you the talking points and the main storyline, but what you have to do is you have to dive deeper and really research the truth, not just from the people who want you to believe in a narrative that's not existent. It's really important because, again, these are all talking points and titles and judgment calls that people want to say in order to demonize a president who truly has a following of people who had a better life under his administration. And that is one of the most important things to talk about today, is the demonization, really, of a human man who is truly constantly putting his life on the line for democracy. He has a family, he has grandchildren, he has a wife that he loves, a family that he adores, and a country he just wants to save. And yet they have found ways to dehumanize him. But when you really go down to the bottom of the barrel and you see the real foundation of his policies, if somebody said to you, how would you feel about A, B, C, D, E, and you didn't say the name Donald Trump associated with it, most of the time, even far-left liberals will say to me, well, that's what I want. And I'll say, guess whose policies those are? And they'll say, oh, but yeah, but. And then there's all this defiance, and it's not warranted. And I defend it like it's my own, like Donald Trump's my own family. I defend him because I take it very personally. I know you do as well, because we watch the truth. We see the people. This is not, I hate when they say we're a cult. We're American, proud American people who want a better life for ourselves and our future generations to come. That's it. There's nothing violent. There's nothing negative. There's nothing hateful. It's a party full of love. President Trump always calls it a love fest, and that's really what it feels like, right, Paul?
It truly is a love fest. I mean, that's how it feels like. That's what every MAGA rally is, and I think people know that by now. I mean, listen, you have so much love, so much support from the ground. Just driving from the Philadelphia train station earlier today just to here, a 30-minute drive, I'd say the ratio of Trump signs to Kamala signs is like 8-2.
Yeah.
I mean, the support is overwhelming, and people are now, the difference now between like 8 years ago is that people are proud. And loudly showing their support for Donald Trump. And that really marks a sea change in our politics.
Yeah.
And President Trump, it's become normal now to be a Trump supporter. It's actually odd, I think, now, if you just ask any random person in the street, do you support Trump or Kamala? It's actually very weird now.
It is.
Very weird.
It's changed.
To hear them say Kamala Harris or Tim Walz, or we don't even want to talk about those people. Can't wait to get rid of these people.
I just have a hard time understanding how it can be even, how it can be it's not. I don't believe it's close. I believe that is not accurate, because we are on the ground across this nation talking to hundreds of thousands of people, not a few people here and there, hundreds of thousands of people. And the support and the love and the pride in this country and in this movement to make America great again is really just so vast. And you notice, and I'm sure you notice, everyone that does support the other side, for the most part, it's not that they believe in her so much, it's that they are told not to believe in him. That's what I feel has been the biggest problem.
I mean, listen, no one...
They got duped.
We're those 81 million Biden voters, but at least he ran through a Democratic primary.
He did get 14 million.
He got, like, real voters.
He got 14 million of them.
Real people actually went to the polls
to
cast their ballot for Joe Biden. Believe it or not, some people actually did. But Kamala Harris, not once, has ever received a single vote this cycle, especially. Not a single vote.
Would you call that a threat to democracy? I would.
She is the very walking, talking embodiment of being a threat to democracy. She was installed via a coup. This is the first time this has ever happened in this country.
It's unreal.
An internal coup. And Joe Biden's like, he's screaming, he's yelling behind the closed doors because he's
not happy.
He's seeing Kamala's poll numbers tank, and he's like thinking delusionally that I would be beating him if I were still in this race. So his staff is fighting with her staff. It's a disaster. It really is.
It's so crazy to me, Paul, because I feel like it's just a life lesson in general. If I told you something was true, really, really true, and I told you, and you said, okay, I guess I believe it then, And someone else is saying, Paul, don't believe her. It's not true. And she's saying, no, it's true. It's true. And then about a week later, you find out, oh, sorry, it wasn't true. And then you say, okay, but now I want you to believe this. Are you going to believe that person, or are you going to say, no, that person duped me once, they're not going to do it again? That's what the country has been dealt. When everyone was telling us we were cheap faking you by showing you Joe Biden with cognitive impairment, we were the cheap fake when we showed you him having issues with maybe getting off the stage or making a full sentence that sounded understandable or accurate. When all of this was happening, the entire conservative press was again demonized and absolutely completely right. And it was proven at that debate. And once it was proven and people started to say, oh, it is true, then they come back and tell you after 6 weeks before telling you that they don't know what they're going to do about Kamala Harris. She's not right for the position. What are we going to do? Now they're telling you she's the one, she's anointed, and everybody believes it. And it's just, to me, I feel like it's not nice to even, I welcome any Democrat or liberal or independent who wants to be a part of this movement. I welcome everybody. President Trump wants to be a president for all Americans, not half of America. But to all of those Americans out there, it hurts me to see that you have all been duped and you're not even recognizing it. Don't you remember you were just told something to believe and then told not to believe it after all? Why would you believe something else that you're being told to believe when your own life has proven otherwise? It makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense, Nikki, and it's
get all worked
incredible.
up.
But listen, I like to focus on the positive.
Yes,
I think
let's
there's
do that.
so much positive
There
under
is.
President Trump right now. I think the winds are really at his back, so
I agree.
to speak. And, they talk about those 7 battleground states. We keep repeating that all throughout the broadcast. Those 7 key battleground states. You have Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. That's described as the Rust Belt states.
Yep.
And those are obviously pivotal. That's the blue wall that he won in 2016.
Yes.
That he hopes to win again this year. And then you have the Sun Belt, the 4 states of the Sun Belt, North Carolina and Georgia, which are pretty solidly, I think, in his favor now.
I think he's got a great shot in Georgia right now.
And then you have Arizona and Nevada.
Yep.
Nevada is a state that did not go for Trump in either of the previous 2 elections, but he's polling very close there. And I was there earlier this summer.
Yeah.
A lot of support there on the ground. So listen,
Agreed.
he wins a handful of those states. And what my point was, we're in Pennsylvania, the creme de la creme of the battlegrounds.
Yep.
It's 19 electoral votes, by far the largest.
lot.
He wins this, he's almost guaranteed to win that election. So that's why they're investing really everything here in the Keystone State.
It's a big one. This is a big one.
So, did you want
what do we have?
So we
let's
have-
bring up one of our sponsors, because first of all, you're only seeing coverage start to finish here on RSBN, and that's because of our incredible sponsors. So,
So we
let's
got
talk about American Finance. They're amazing.
Federal Reserve has dropped interest rates, so you need to call my friends at American Financing today. With mortgage rates in the 4s now, it's the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. A lot of us have been forced to use credit cards because of the ridiculous prices at the grocery store, power, and even childcare. That debt is really expensive with credit card rates being now insanely high.
Insane.
But with mortgage rates dropping now, it's the time to wipe that debt out. American Financing is helping homeowners like you save over $800 a month on average. They're even closing some in as fast as 10 days. If you start today, you may delay 2 mortgage payments. So there are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call American Financing today. That's called American Financing today, 888-804-0303. That's 888
The best.
402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Sorry, a little bit there, but make sure you call them today, and they can help consolidate your finances and get your debt under control. Very good company.
So
and
important.
Much needed in these times. I'll tell you that.
Much needed. And I think tonight we're going to hear a lot about the economy. You said it earlier. Grocery prices are up. Now, you may see a bit of a dip right now on the gas prices, but you're still not seeing a dip from where President Trump left us. At $1.87 on average, that was what we were paying at the pump back in the end of God, it feels so long ago. 2019. What a 2020. What a time it was for our country, right? And it was interesting. Maybe on some level it's a blessing in disguise because it allowed our country to see a contrast so starkly exhibited, if you will, a chance for us to see the difference between what 4 years under President Trump versus 4 years under Biden and Harris could be for our lives. And the reflection is in the day-to-day realities of how we live. One of those things being those gas prices. At $1.87, it was an incredible time for the nation financially. And then we saw those prices going all the way up to $5, even exceeding $6 in some places in California. And that at a national average now in the low threes. However, it's still excessively higher than where President Trump had us. Although there's a reason. It's called this election is in 3 weeks. And now suddenly they tap into the reserves and the gas prices go down, which tells you it could have happened that way a long time ago because it was possible.
This administration and Kamala Harris, all throughout her political career, the most anti-energy, anti-fracking, anti-oil ticket you could possibly dream of. We can't even dream of it. It's a nightmare scenario. Anti-energy, anti-fracking, anti-oil. You know, Pennsylvania long was a manufacturing, oil producing industrial juggernaut, and she opposes all of that.
Yeah.
She won't even help like electric vehicles either, because honestly, they're against all sorts of alternative energy resources or supplies or options, and which would only make things more expensive and harder for everyday Americans. It would also make it hard for companies like Tesla to build their plants and to get off the road. I mean, electricity requires burning coal or burning oil in order to get those, systems up and running. So, it all comes from the same source. You can't be anti-fracking, especially when you have so much liquid gold underneath you. It's like stupid.
It makes
so
no
stupid
sense. It makes
to
no
be
sense.
like, we're dealing with basically a recession right now.
Right.
High inflation, and you're not even going to tap into your homegrown liquid gold. They're the most anti-energy administration ever. They would only be outdone by another Kamala Harris administration, which would be like 10 times worse.
And she has been quoted. You've heard her in her own voice. These are not, again, talking points. President Trump didn't say, "Oh, Kamala doesn't want fracking." There are several moments on the campaign trail initially when she first ran, and didn't even get to Iowa for that matter. But at that time, she said she did not believe in fracking. She did not want fracking. She would stop fracking.
That's why she didn't get above single digits.
Correct, exactly. And you, especially in a state like Pennsylvania or Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and that is such an important issue for this state in particular. And so when President Trump talks about that, and now she's saying she will, you have to go by the actions. You have to go, as he always says, you have to go by, when a politician talks, go by their initial intents, because that's ultimately what they will do and want to do, and that's ultimately their policies. The rest is just for election wins. And that is a very true statement. And so it's so important that you listen to the facts, but you also take note of the actions. And so the actions tell me that we have the potential to have an administration once again that's in favor of tapping into our very own energy resources to be able to bring us lower costs, cleaner energy, by the way, because we have a lot cleaner oil than Saudi Arabia does. And this is the place. We don't want to have to go to places like Venezuela or Saudi Arabia. We don't want to have to go other places for the things that we have right here in our own home.
Right. And many times when we go to those other places, we're actually empowering the people you don't want to empower.
That's right.
And it's at the expense of everyone else. So it's not only an economic decision, it's a national security decision. So really, the only way you could square this whole ridiculous charade that is the Biden-Harris administration's policy on oil and so many other policies is that they systematically want to bring America to ruin. They want to destroy this country. They're managing the decline of this country. That's really all it is. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
It's just common sense. It is
just
common sense. I'm looking at now. I know we're going to have some crowd shots for you because we have the most amazing crew and the most amazing, honestly, camera guys, the directors, everybody on our team really works so hard. I know you'll see all these shots, but I'm just telling you from our bird's eye view, this is what we call the overflow. So the media is in the center of the room whenever there's an event. So you have all the people that are front and center that you see first and foremost, and that's who President Trump has in front of him. But then, of course, to the left, to the right, and all the way behind and wrapped all the way around this entire expo center are a sea of people, and it's
Sea of
amazing
MAGA
to see.
hats.
It's so red. It's so red in this
We're
building.
getting a lot of those black MAGA hats.
I love
now.
those.
The dark MAGA.
I love it. I love
so
it.
I'm seeing more and more of those. Those are such a hit.
Yes, I got one with bling.
It looks like a checkerboard. We got red and black, red and black. But
Yes.
It's all.
It's
They
a
all
checker
bleed
game.
red. They all bleed the blood of red, white, and blue.
I think I fit in.
You
think I
do
fit in.
actually. Perfect outfit. Perfect outfit for that.
By the way, and you look dapper as always.
Thank you.
I
so
love
much.
the outfit.
I appreciate it.
Listen,
We got all Italian today for Columbus
It's
Day.
Columbus Day, everybody. We had to go for the Italian designers. I do want to also remind everybody, if you're watching us, please make sure that you tell your friends, because the only place where they will see the whole story from beginning to end is RSBN. Go to rsbnetwork.com. You can also get our newsletter. You can watch all of the events. It's not just the rallies, as we see here today. It's a town hall. Sometimes it's the roundtables. Last week it was the Remembrance for October 7th. It's always something, and I'll tell you, this man does not stop. He is from coast to coast. He does not take a day off ever. He said he doesn't believe in it. There's no reason. He hasn't even played golf since the attempt on his life that day in Florida. He has not even gotten on a golf course. He's been so busy.
This man is 78 years old.
Yeah,
And
remember that.
He's not a sleeper. I mean, well, I love a lot of 70-year-olds, 80-year-olds. I mean, our grandparents.
Yeah.
Great people.
I need
but
sleep.
a lot of them are sleepers.
Yeah.
Donald Trump does not sleep, you know. And
Did you see Melania get asked about him sleeping when
that was funny.
Greg Gutfeld said, does he sleep? And she said, no, he sleeps. Not much, but he sleeps. He has to. And then he said, does he sleep in pajamas? And she said, no. And he said, well, then what does he sleep in? And she went, it was very cute.
That
I
was
love
very
seeing her
funny.
laugh. I love seeing, congratulations on her new book. I know Donald Trump is telling everybody, make sure you get
go buy
Melania.
the new book, Melania. It's a bestseller. It's
Yes.
a big hit. And she is quite a writer. I mean,
Wow.
she is
She's so smart.
really extraordinary, and she speaks, many different languages. She has such a wonderful child in Barron. He's a
Amazing.
student now at very
NYU.
top school, NYU,
Yeah.
in New York City. So he's doing really good. And the guy, listen, Barron, talk about the family of Melania.
Yes.
Barron is giving his father a lot of this advice on crypto policy.
And podcasts
and
too,
Bitcoin
right?
And podcasting.
Yeah.
So a lot of that is coming from the younger generation, the youngest generation,
Yes.
if you will, of Trump's. And it's all really, it's such a great thing whenever the whole family is on
Beautiful.
board.
And
you bring
congratulations
everybody.
to Tiffany.
Tiffany as well. She's having a child, is just recently announced.
Yes,
with her
another
husband.
grandchild on
So
the way.
Another Trump grandchild on the way, expanding the Trump clan, and all the blessings to Tiffany and her husband,
Yes.
and to President Trump as well for welcoming another grandchild. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yesterday there was a big boat parade. I believe it was in Florida, if I'm not mistaken. And Eric and Lara were there with Carolina and and Luke. And Carolina, I think a reporter asked her, or maybe it was a friend that asked her, did you see it? They said, who do you think is going to win this election? She says, Grandpa. And then they asked her why, and she said, because he's the best. It was adorable. She's adorable. I love the fact that he's such a family man, and it says a lot about a person when you see the children that they've raised, and I do want to say that because maybe some people discard that, but you really have to look at Eric and Don and Tiffany and Ivanka and Barron. You have to say these are intelligent, hardworking children who have raised beautiful families of their own, and they did not have to work as hard as they do. Look how they were born. They were born into quite a life, but they've been working since they were all teenagers because President Trump instilled that work ethic in each of them and the importance of not getting into drugs or alcohol. And he wants to instill this beautiful leadership into the nation as well.
Right, exactly. I mean, he instilled such good values in his children. They're all very successful, very smart, very kind, very well spoken. I mean, very good family. And not for anything, compare that to Kamala Harris and that family. Or
How about
to
Hunter Biden?
To Hunter Biden or to Obama's kids. It's like you can't even compare the two. Trump's family is spectacular. That's the model that you want to put on for the rest of the country. And really, being president is, you have the founding fathers.
You're
it's
the
like
father,
a fatherly figure.
It's the father of the country.
If you can't govern your own house, governance begins at the household.
Well
the ancient
said.
Greeks understood this. The founding
Yes.
fathers understood this. If you can't
Well
govern
said.
and have an organized and functional household, and you
it
have
begins
all
at
this
home.
nonsense dysfunction all over the place,
Yes.
how are you expected to rule a country? And you saw that
Yep.
with, unfortunately, there's a lot of problems in Joe Biden's family, and we're now like the stepchildren, so to speak, of Joe Biden, and we have a whole dysfunctional society. It's a reflection, really, of their leadership and of their values.
So a lot of corruption as well.
A lot can be made about looking at the family and seeing how they raise their children. And Donald Trump is a loving grandfather,
Beautiful.
a truly loving father, and he reciprocates the love that the American people give him.
I mean, and you saw it at the RNC. You saw when his incredible, I mean, I'll tell you what, Don's daughter, Kaya, she is a remarkable young woman. She's a golfer. She is so well-spoken. Just all of them. They're classy, well-adjusted, kind people. And they're all on their way to success. So we wish all of them the best in all of their current endeavors.
She's a good golfer, too.
She's an unbelievable guy. I follow her. She's unbelievable.
They're a family of athletes.
Oh, my gosh. They're amazing.
And, she's going to be a pro golfer.
100%.
Probably a few grandchildren of Donald
Yes.
Trump's might be professional golfers. And, of course, Barron's like 7 feet tall, so they have the genes. They have the
good
genes for athleticism for
They
sure
sure
in that
do.
family.
Well, you know, and it's interesting because you make such a good point. It's like charity begins at home, and you think about how do you want to leave your house? How do you want to leave that home of yours? And how do you want your children to be raised? And how do they want to move forward in this life? Both in their, in their financial status, in their safety, in all of these areas of life that matter so much. And to your point, it's a father of the country. When you're the president, you have to kind of govern the people to their best life, really, ultimately. And I think when President Trump talked the other day about his expectation is really what he said, his expectation that ending this current regime, if you will, and moving into a new administration for him will lead us to the golden age of America. And there's so much positivity, there's so much optimism, there's so much hope, and there's so much incredible spirit behind this. And he really does continue to be a man of his word, as he doesn't just talk the talk, but he walks the walk. Getting back up, going into Butler after being shot in that very spot and returning there just 12 weeks later, all of these things that he's doing, he's literally showing you through action that his words mean something. I think that's super important by a leader.
It really is. I mean, it's, it goes back to the old line, all talk, no action. So many politicians talk and talk and talk. A lot of the reason why they talk so much is, one, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to operate. They don't know how to execute policy. Donald Trump is always a doer. He's been a doer his whole life.
That's right.
He built up his businesses from scratch pretty much. He worked himself up into becoming a self-made billionaire. He knows how to get stuff done. He knows how to get the job done. And performing, so to speak, at these campaign rallies, at these campaign events, being bold, going into the heart of liberal Manhattan, typically Democrat stronghold, returning to Butler, where he was shot just a couple of months prior. I mean, he is
going to Coachella
tenacious.
in California.
Going to California, another example of going to, the belly of the beast, so to speak.
Yes.
He is absolutely tenacious. He is determined to see this through and to bring this country back to where it should be, and not just only back, but to a new standard. Elevate everything up to a much higher standard, because that's really what America has the potential of becoming. That's what it should be, and that's what it can become, as long as we get our leadership back under control we get all the hysteria and all the craziness
chaos
and all the chaos
out of the way.
We got to flush all that out of the system. I mean, Kamala always talks about turning the page.
That's Tim Walz's wife did that wonderful speech with the turn the page. That was wild.
It's like turning the we are going to turn the page from
wild.
all of you people. We're going to get you out of here.
Drain the swamp. You're fired. No, I mean, in all seriousness, remember something. You have to also look at this. There's always a purpose, right? It's like what's the why? You think about in life. Nobody does anything surface level. Ultimately, there's always something under the surface that leads us to making the decisions that we make. So where's the why? Where's the why and the hatred? When you have a man who's been on television and been an icon to the American public for decades with a consistent and authentic message, really, truly through the decades, and you see people in the mainstream media and you see celebrities who adored him and loved him and and constantly praised him and took money from him and everything else. And you see that for years and for decades and decades, and then suddenly they don't want that anymore and they have this hatred. You have to question, where's the why? Is it because suddenly he closed the border and made us safer? Is it because we all were a little more prosperous? Is it because his rhetoric could sometimes be a little strong, which ultimately kept us out of starting any new wars and kept us with world peace and peace in the Middle East? All of these things, you have to say, why? Why the hate? Guess what? It comes down to the fact that he's onto corruption. He's onto the people that are manipulating you. He's onto the truth. And that's why he created Truth Social. All of these things are the whys. And that ultimately, my friends, is why they don't like him, because they know he can expose them. And they don't want to be exposed. They don't want to be hurt by his exposure of what has gone wrong. And they know, so many of them know, that there has been so much corruption. And by him being in charge, that could ultimately hurt their careers, could hurt their credibility, and that's why they don't like him. I believe that's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but that's my opinion.
When Elon Musk bought Twitter a couple of years ago, he used the analogy of like cleaning out all the termites.
Yeah.
You open up the cover, and wow, there's quite a lot there. And as a result, listen, he cut Twitter's workforce by like over 60%, and he fired everybody, downsized it, scaled it down. And now it's more efficient, it's better run, it's freer and more easy to use and more fun to use than ever before. And, revenues are coming back. The platform's such extraordinary, and that's what he did by just kind of cutting away a lot of that nonsense, frivolous surplusage, sort of, cutting away the fat, so to speak, of that platform. And Donald Trump, basically represents the same thing to our government.
Yes.
He's going to go in there. Speaking of Elon, he also is meeting with Howard Lutnick and President Trump's transition team to talk about creating some sort of government efficiency council in order to downsize the scale of government. And what that does is basically, one, put more money in the pocketbooks of everyday Americans, in the pockets of everyday Americans, and two, it gives the power back to the people. Because you're taking administrative agency decisions, regulatory agency decisions, deep state, all that sort of stuff, returning it back to Congress, and then by extension returning that back to the individual states, which is where it belongs, which is where it should be, and which is where the Constitution designs it to be. So much of that is so good for our government and so good for our society, and it will basically unleash more potential, more innovation, more true technology development and GDP growth and all the things that make a country great.
I love that.
We have all that potential wrapped up in us, and that's what President Trump wants to bring back.
We sure have a lot of potential, and I think his partnership with Elon just speaks to how important it is to him to continue to see innovation and to see the continuation of tradition, but also to see the innovation of what's potentially an opportunity for the country to have in play. I mean, considering the dome that he wants to build. I mean, these are things that are so important. The Iron Dome. And also on top of that, you see, Elon Musk, what he did the other day with the robot, with AI, all those, I mean, that was wild. There's a lot of wild stuff going on.
That was a real robot, or was that like
I don't know. It felt very human to me when I watched it. But, this innovation it's talking about the reality. It may not be something we ever expected to see, but it's the reality of what's to come. And so you have to embrace that on some level and be on top of it so that you can be prepared and never caught off guard, and then be prepared to be the number one leader in that innovation. And Elon Musk also wants to be a part of this team with President Trump. He said yesterday, it's not that he's getting a specific role that's already in the cabinet. He's going to create something for him called maybe like the Secretary of Government Regulation, something to that effect, because they need somebody who's going to monitor the government spending and deal with the regulations of government that are necessary, right? And so Elon Musk really wants to head that mission, and President Trump is absolutely going to give him free rein to do so if he gets into office.
So much of these regulations too, Nikki, are based in like environmentalism, climate change type stuff, or in DEI equity type stuff.
Right.
So they're basically, the only purpose they serve is to hold back innovation, hold back growth, and they're totally nonsense. And provide employment to people who otherwise can't find jobs anywhere else in society, and leech off our government and leech off the taxpayer. So a lot of these regulations, a lot of these agencies should be combed back, cut down, if not altogether shut down, which hopefully they'll do with like the Department of Education and a lot of these other administrative agencies. Will go a long way to, returning a lot of power and
power to the
economic power too.
Oh yeah.
To society, because without those regulations, then you could drill for oil, then you could build, then you could open up your plants, your manufacturing plants, your factories, and get people back to work, because listen, this country really needs it.
I trust the richest men in the world. I do. I trust them. There's a reason they're the richest men. They didn't do it by sitting home watching TV. They did it by doing what they've done. And these are people that are true leaders, and we have to keep that in mind.
Not that there's anything wrong with watching TV.
I love watching
TV. Especially if it is a Trump rally.
Yes,
actually, this is the only TV that's actually good and healthy for you.
I have to be honest. And those of you that are on YouTube right now in the chat, hi, everybody, Wyatt, Herb, and Poppy, and Carol, all of you, everybody that's in there, when I'm not at a rally working, I'm watching, because this is the only place where I can get my honest information and see the entire event, hear the crowds, see the crowds, listen to the American public speak, and watch a speech or a town hall from start to finish without interruption, without cutting away to another show or another interview. It's the only way to go. And so, I do love sitting home watching TV. I'm not going to lie, but I like being led by honest and true and innovative, smart and wealthy leaders. That does not mean that they don't take care of the middle class, and that is another myth we must demystify, which is when you consistently hear this one talking point of somebody saying that they're from the middle class, they're in the middle class, but they live an elitist lifestyle, and that's the thing. There's a difference, okay? Because if somebody's telling you vote for them because they were raised a certain way, guess who was also raised in a very difficult environment? His name is J.D. Vance. He was raised, and you know what? He picked himself up. He got himself an education at Yale. He's a smart man. He worked hard to get where he is. He's now up for vice president of the United States. It's not because he was spoon-fed anything. It was because he had the tenacity and the brains and the intellect and the ambition to achieve the American dream. So the American dream is attainable whether you are rich or whether you are not. But it's about who we're taking care of now as a leader. It doesn't matter where you come from. It matters where you're going. So if you came from a certain place, like a middle-class family, what are you going to do for the middle-class families of America today? And that's what we're not hearing from Kamala Harris at all. That's an issue. So
Kamala hates America. I know we have another sponsorship coming up.
Who are we talking about today?
But also, I just wanted to say, to your point, Nikki, first of all, I'm losing my train of thought for a second, but innovation and prosperity is what President Trump will bring back to this country. And Elon Musk and having people like that, talented people behind him, strong support. I mean, you didn't have this type of support when the MAGA movement first began.
Not openly.
8 years ago. At least not openly.
Yeah.
But to have that strong showing of support goes a long, long way, especially in a close election like this. Although, listen, I think he really is going to run away with it based on everything we're seeing here on the ground. You got this huge place, totally packed. I mean, standing room only towards the back over here.
My gosh, I'll take a video.
And
I'll take a video
really
for you.
Extraordinary sight.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll video it also behind the scenes so you can see our perspective, and we'll post it on our socials, and we'll tell you how to find them later. But the main thing is I want you to do this. I want you to make sure that you follow RSBN on every social media platform, because we will provide you, just like we said, we like to sit home and watch it too, and we want you to be able to have that opportunity. And we want to welcome you to RSBN because we are officially your 2024 truly your election headquarters. There's no doubt about it. And we are committing ourselves throughout this entire election season to bring you the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald J. Trump throughout this entire season. And we also want you to stay tuned because you won't want to miss a single moment, and we give you every single moment, which is a beautiful thing. You want to make sure that you like and share this broadcast, make sure that everyone you know gets a chance to see it as well. And while you're at it, please do subscribe to those channels I mentioned. It's really important that you hit that notification bell if you want to make sure that you're aware of every single event that's coming up, and they will let you know. And you can also follow us on all the social media platforms by searching watching RSBN Network or rsbnetwork.com. That is our website. If you love our content, if you love what we do, and we hear you guys, and thank you, because everybody outside was stopping and thanking us. They were all watching us on their telephones, which was very sweet. And if you want to consider donating at RSBN, that would mean a lot to all of us. It helps us do what we do. rsbnetwork.com/donate. Every single contribution, whether big or small, will absolutely help us to continue to bring you the coverage that you've come to expect and love. And we appreciate doing it for you. You will not find this coverage of President Trump anywhere but here like we do it. And we appreciate the support. Nobody else does this. Nobody does it better. Text RSBN to 801-801 and you will stay connected with all the latest from RSBN. We thank you so much for supporting us and we appreciate you. We truly do, because it's our honor to help do whatever we can on our side to make America great again.
We really appreciate the support. We love you guys, and you guys are truly, you mean so much to us. Seeing you guys in person at these rallies, if you ever come by, don't be shy. I mean, many of you aren't shy, which is a good thing. Stop by, say hello to us. You know, if you want to be interviewed, we'll find one of our reporters. We'll happily get your take on this election, because this network really is for you.
Yes.
It's about bringing what is going on the campaign trail straight to your living room home, or straight to your living room and straight to your home, because you guys deserve it. You guys
do.
really
We
are
love
paying
you guys.
attention to all the issues. You know what this election is about. You know what the stakes are for this election, and you know how important President Trump is.
And everyone's
to this
so
country.
supportive.
And they are so supportive. They're supportive of us. They're supportive of Trump. They're supportive of each other, and they're supportive of the country. It's a family. It's a love fest.
It's a love fest. And of course, this guy right here, his name is Paul Ingrassia. Let me tell you something. He is a great writer. He writes articles that you think something, and then you're like, oh, Paul just wrote an article about it. And you'll find that also if you check out rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You'll be able to get our newsletters. But you also want to check out Paul directly. Tell him how they can find you.
paulingrassia.substack.com actually just paulingrassia.substack.com. Yeah, my articles are on RSBN. A lot of great writers work for RSBN. I want to give a shout out to them as well.
Of course.
We have a great team here on this network, bringing you the live coverage at the rallies, writing at home, all the latest news. So definitely, this is a wealth of information, and you can't get enough of it. Going to rsbnetwork.com.
Yes. And you're on all the social media platforms.
Social media, X at Paul Ingrassia, True Social at Paul Ingrassia. Same with Instagram and Facebook. Find me everywhere. Give us a follow.
You're really good because you keep it consistent. On the other hand, I'm Nick Stanz on Instagram and Truth, NIKSTANZ, and I'm Nikki Stanzione, my full name, on both X and on TikTok. So I hope you come and find both of us. Follow us. We'll share whatever we can with you. In the meantime, don't go anywhere. There's so much more to come live from Oaks, Pennsylvania.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings in uncertain times. To see how to protect your IRA or 401k, get your free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Birch Gold makes it seamless to roll over your retirement account while preserving your tax advantage status. Don't wait for the president's spending spree to tank the dollar further. Protect your financial future now. Text Trump to the number 989898 for your free info kit from Birch Gold.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com RSBN.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Do you really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas and to support illegal immigration. They've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With the political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving meds like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple, just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
Parents, do your kids know what courage really means? It's about standing up for America even when there's a target on your back. That's why Mike Huckabee's team created the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. This important guide tells kids everything they need to know about President Trump's unwavering courage, and you can get it for free. With your free order, you'll receive free bonus gifts, including the Kids Guide to President Trump and a Christmas ornament commemorating Trump's call for us to fight. Get it all for free at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back to live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be getting right out to Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione in Oaks, Pennsylvania. In just a moment, we'll be sharing some of the upcoming events with you right here as we're taking that live look inside that venue. You saw some of the pre-show coverage. If you tuned in, you saw a lot of people outside still waiting to get in with overflow crowds. The people that were lucky enough to get inside, they just want to see President Trump, but they also like to be with each other in this movement for encouragement and strength as we are 22 days from the election. So tomorrow, President Trump will be in Atlanta, Georgia. RSBN hosts Bobby McNeely and Harrison Fields will be picking up that live coverage tomorrow. On top of that, we've got October 17th. President Trump will be in New York for the 79th annual Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation dinner. We'll have that live coverage. October 21st, President Trump will be in Charlotte, North Carolina. On the 22nd, in Savannah, Georgia. On the 23rd, staying in Georgia, he'll be in Duluth, Georgia. And then on October 27th, President Trump will be at Madison Square Garden in the heart of Manhattan. That's a Sunday night. He's slated to speak at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Obviously, we'll have coverage there in New York, New York. So that's the schedule right now. If you'd like to follow all of the schedule with what's happening right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, you go to rsbnetwork.com. Look in the top right corner, you'll see upcoming events. You can follow it there. You can also follow it on Rumble and YouTube. We'll usually have a thumbnail with the date on it on those two sites. Thank you guys for watching wherever you are watching right now as we'll bring you live coverage of President Trump's town hall in Oaks. which again looks like more of a rally atmosphere once he takes the stage and people give that round of applause and the chanting of USA and Trump, Trump, Trump. As everyone knows, he's the guy that is the common sense president and the people's president. So President Trump, speaking of the man, the myth, and the legend, according to Carly Bonnet on Truth Social, he said yesterday on Truth Social, after all we've been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise and we will take back the nation that we love. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. He ends the statement with the website swampthevoteusa.com. So President Trump obviously active not only on these events and rallies on Truth Social and on X, and just continuing to work hard for the country and for this election in the sense of campaigning, as we are seeing a lot of people saying, you know what, okay, so I'm going to go an early vote or I'm going to vote day of, but people are getting out the vote, and that's what the momentum is. I spoke with Sunny Joy Nelson, the Director of Media Affairs at the Trump campaign. She said the same thing about the national momentum we see from New York to California, from everywhere, from even some parts of Washington State, over in Vermont and Florida, all over the nation. Joe Kent running for office, Trump-endorsed candidate in the state of Washington. Gerald Malloy running for Senate, U.S. Senate in Vermont, going up against Bernie Sanders. Trump-endorsed Gerald Malloy. So it's all over the place. A lot of people are inspired by what President Trump has done over the years, is doing, and will continue to do for everyday America. So always great to see that. And it just makes me think about the RNC, how instead of highlighting just people that are well known, which is awesome in its own right, he highlighted us, the people. You know, people that nobody knows the name of that person, but now we do because of what happened at the RNC. It's about everyday America, as Paul was talking about, we the people earlier. We know it's about the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. The next segment, I'm going to look on my phone for some photos from Independence Hall in Philadelphia. My wife and I took a trip there earlier this year, and I just want to show you some of those photos coming up in the next segment, just to talk about how awesome it was to be there. If you haven't been to Independence Hall in Philly, Oaks, Pennsylvania, where they are today, the reason why I'm bringing up today is because Oaks is about 27 miles from Independence Hall, where it all started, where the nation was born, where freedom was born, the greatest country on earth, the country that so many people, when it comes to, when it's good intentions, want to arrive and have the American dream. So we know, being born here, most of us that are watching right now, how awesome it is to be a United States citizen. But boy, do we want our country to go in the right direction, as we literally are looking at 2 ways to go coming up on November 5th, 2024. All right, so a couple sponsors, and then let's go back out to Paul and Nikki live in Oaks. Let's talk about Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold, silver, precious metals, tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks. All of that information, when you look at it, it seems daunting in some ways, because it's like we're used to having the U.S. dollar and some pocket change, right? Or maybe a direct deposit to your account, or you're used to that kind of way. Well, gold, silver, and precious metals, nothing to be scared of, but the first thing to do is to text Trump to 989898. See if it's something that you're in the market for with a 401k or tax-sheltered IRA. You'll get that free info kit, and if you purchase something through Birch Gold Group, after you talk to the crew there, you'll get that free Fight Silver coin with a purchase, and that's through the election while that offer is continuing there. Also, MyPillow.com, the great Mike Lindell, so many awesome products with Mike, anything from the Giza sheets, mattress topper, slippers, slides, there are dog beds. Of course, you see there a bunch of the pillows, even the smallest pillow, the Go Anywhere pillow that we've been showing you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. There's even a Christmas stocking. There's so many products. Even My Coffee, very good stuff as well. So use RSBN's promo code for deep discounts there at mypillow.com. We have 93 electoral votes that are totaling the 7 swing states, including the state that we're about to go to live right now with Paul and Nikki. So there are 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Tomorrow, President Trump will be in Georgia. There are 16 available there. So a lot at stake coming up. We're hoping, we're praying, we're working hard. Let's go back live to RSBN host Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione live in Oaks, Pennsylvania. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a bit.
And we're back. We're back from live from Oak, Pennsylvania, about a half hour out of Philadelphia, in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, the Keystone Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. President Trump is set to begin speaking in a little while from now. He'll be talking about manufacturing. He'll be talking about bringing industry back to the state, which has been starved of industry over the last 4 years. And we're bringing you, of course, as we always do, wall-to-wall coverage of this very special day, very special Columbus Day for all of our Italian-American and Catholic audience listeners. We appreciate all the support. I am Paul Ingrassia.
And I am Nikki Stanzione. You got 2 long last names today in honor of Columbus Day, but that's okay. We're very proud
It's a
to
good
be
thing.
here.
That's why they assigned us today. We get
It's a good thing.
We get the Italians out here.
And I'll tell you what, everybody has the day off apparently because it is absolutely packed. We were just discussing the fact that I think it's packed to capacity. I don't even see empty spaces. I mean, it's literally a sea of people. We will record it and post it for you guys.
They
It's
are
wild.
packed, like they say, like sardines.
Sardines,
They are
yes.
packed like sardines in here.
Yes.
All happy sardines.
Happy sardines.
All happy sardines, but they are, the MAGA caps.
Yes, and by the
It's
way,
like a sea surrounding us.
and
We're
the
like on a boat over here.
We're on a boat.
And you have
We're Noah.
the checkerboard of MAGA caps, and I call it checkerboard because you got
Yes.
the red caps and then you got the dark
black.
MAGA caps.
Yes.
Very much thoroughly interspersed within that crowd.
It's beautiful to see, though. Everybody in such a great mood. Nobody ever complains. Here's the thing, and I say it all the time, but I think it's worth repeating. Nobody complains. You see these groups of people crowded. You know, it's like you go to a bar for an hour and everybody complains the whole time. You're in a place with people for hours upon hours upon hours, being outside, waiting, coming in. Nobody complains. They're so happy and they're gracious and they're grateful to be here to support the president that they want leading us to making America great again. And by the way, some big endorsements this week. Yesterday, Paul, I know you saw it at the Arizona rally. We got the full and complete endorsement of Border Patrol. That is 16,000 people right there like that. What an amazing endorsement that was.
It's incredible, and it really just goes to show who is on the side of border security, who is on the side of protecting American people, who is on the side of, obviously preserving our national sovereignty. There's no question about it. It's Donald Trump, and for them to come out to support him and to endorse him formally, it's a huge, huge deal, especially in those states like Arizona. And you have people now shouting, fight, 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 fists in the air. That's become like it's an incredible thing. It's become a phenomenon. This entire, since that event in Butler, Pennsylvania, people go for the fight, fight, fight chant. And it just goes to show the electricity and the energy on the Trump side.
Yes.
The wind is at his back, as I said earlier.
Yes.
And listen, you were talking about how people aren't complaining. You had like 95-year-old ladies
That's right.
here in wheelchairs.
That's
Not a
right.
single peep. They were just happy and in love with being here and with seeing President Trump, their favorite president, number 45, and soon to be in 21 days.
22.
22 days.
2 and 2.
Depends how you count.
Well, that's true. I guess that's true.
47th president of the United States.
I do this thing. I go on my phone. Siri, how many days till the election? 22 days until the election. So I know it's 22 based on that. I don't know if I can rely on that, but that's what I rely on. One of the things also that's so interesting is that you see people really come together. I suppose it's because for once you don't have to defend your opinion amongst people who don't agree with it, right? But if you bring people, there are a lot of people I've seen bringing people who were maybe skeptical at first, maybe on the fence, maybe they were independents, and they say, all right, fine, maybe reluctantly at first, I'll go with you. And then they come here and they're embraced. They're welcomed. They're treated with so much love and respect, and people inform each other, hey, this is why we feel the way we do. This is why we go to all of these events for President Trump. And then you start to see people opening their minds and saying, you know, that actually makes more sense than I wanted to believe. And then you start to see things change. And that's kind of where we're seeing a shift right now in the country. Now, certainly there are people that no matter what you say, no matter what you do, they will not change their mind. And that's okay. You have that right. You're American. You're allowed to have your own opinion. But I do always say, as does Paul, give yourself a chance to be educated on the truth and don't believe the propaganda or these talking points that are told to us strictly to enhance a narrative versus the truth of what you're living. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. You know, we were talking earlier about Pennsylvania as a whole, being that there are 19 electoral votes. It's such an important state. And we were talking to some of our colleagues, and we found out that a lot of these counties, in particular Reading, is an area where we're starting to see the flip. We're seeing the flip from blue to red.
Right. I mean, another county, Northampton County, which is like middle part of Pennsylvania, a little eastern. And that county is like a bellwether county. It's basically decided who the president was for like the past 20 elections.
Yeah.
So, you know, and we're seeing so much support there. I was on the ground there a couple of weeks ago.
You were everywhere. And I saw you.
Out voters there in Northampton County. I'm just one of many groups, Turning Point, Scott Pressler, the RNC. They have so many great people and volunteers here on the ground. But listen, it's looking good. I love the Army. I love the ground game.
I know.
When you have a strong ground game, really all this other stuff, I mean, the rallies obviously mean quite a bit, but like, you have people on the ground door knocking for you. You get back to the fundamentals, the basics of politics. That really is what wins elections at the end of the day. You know, there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of media stuff, there's a lot of narratives. But at the end of the day, if you have a team of supporters, and many of these are volunteer supporters, they do it out of their love for President Trump, their love for the country. They're on the ground, they're mobilized. We had a group just last week of New York Young Republican Club members. We had about 60 or 70 volunteers knock on, get this, 10,000 doors in a single day.
Wow.
10,000 doors in a single day.
That's hard work, and it's worth it.
Many of those people, you know, were registered to vote, or we registered them to vote, or we converted them from Team Kamala to Team Trump. So, you know, that's really the elbow grease that gets you to win the election.
It sure is. It sure is. That's the thing. And the people that do it, yourself included, they truly want to see this country be at its best. And one of the things that President Trump says, which I have to reiterate, he often says, you know, because it bothers me because people will say he's a selfish person that don't know him, that don't follow him. He's literally the most selfless American I think I've ever witnessed in my whole life, the most selfless. He says, I don't do this for me. I do this for us. When I win, we win. When everything goes better, it's for us. It's never about me. And he says that all the time. And so for those who don't watch his regular speeches or who don't follow him as closely as maybe we do, I want you to know that he is constantly putting out the idea that everything that is about him is about us. It's about the country. It's about making us all better. That is his goal. That is his mission. That is his plight. That is why we are all so supportive and why people are knocking on doors and why people are standing out in inclement weather. It's why people that just got devastated by hurricanes are so really preoccupied with, oh my gosh, am I going to get a chance to vote for President Trump, before they're even thinking about, am I going to get my home back? And you're hearing these stories, and it just goes to show you how, literally, how important and how consequential this election truly is, because it is putting the entire country in a position where they will do whatever it takes to see the country get back to the best it can be.
Yeah, it's really a do-or-die election for the country, and it's unfortunate that we've gotten this close to potentially losing the country, where the stakes have to be this high.
That's right.
But a lot of that survival instinct that has animated American citizens across the generations, across the centuries, really starting to kick in. I think, you know, there's the old line by Churchill, the Americans, they always pull through. Sometimes they wait until the very last minute. It's kind of a little bit what we're seeing, but it's a good thing. No, you have a lot of people coming around to support President Trump now, and especially here in counties like, you know, again, we're just 30 minutes out of Philadelphia, a liberal hub, a liberal stronghold. And for the people to be coming out this strongly on a basically a holiday, they could be enjoying themselves and their family at home. They don't have to be here, but they are here. A lot of young children, a lot of senior citizens, people in every single age group, every demographic group, all coming out to support President Trump. It's a remarkable thing, and it's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing to see.
In many respects, it's really a beautiful thing.
I'm panning the crowd with my eyes like a good camera, and I'm just saying to myself, everybody just looks hopeful and thankful. It's amazing, and you don't expect this all the time. You don't know. When you see big crowds like this, you don't know what to expect. I promise you, there's nothing like it, and there's a reason that we all are so invigorated by it, and why President Trump talks about this movement with such love and such gratitude and such graciousness. And also, it's why you're starting to see a lot of law enforcement, predominantly, I would say almost all of law enforcement, endorsing the president, because they are also treated with respect. They're dealing with really peaceful, kind, appreciative crowds. I spoke to a couple of the Secret Service and a couple of the police officers earlier, and I said, tell me the truth. When you cover events for President Trump, do you feel more appreciated than usual? And they said, well, I really can't say because I'm for all the people, but I will say that anything that is related to Trump, people are really nice to us. I said, I love hearing that, and I always do that. I always talk to the law enforcement because I'm curious how they feel, and they always say, except for the bad characters, that can come into play every now and then that have nothing to do with this movement, but that are against the movement. Those are the only people they've ever had any contention with, because no matter what they say or do at a Trump event, they are respected, they are treated with respect, they are treated with gratitude, and they said it's really
dignity.
And dignity.
Dignity is the
yes,
key word,
that's a big word,
so many
and it's true.
Liberals don't respect the dignity of human life. And, not just in terms of abortion, but just in terms of, in general, how common decency, respecting your fellow citizens, respecting your fellow man and women. It's incredible. And, there's so much love and there's so much great things happening on the MAGA movement, on the MAGA side. It's just really a collective effort to save a country. That's really what it is, in short. A collective effort to save a great country, a great cause, and a great movement led by a phenomenal man.
Amazing. And I really do want to say also, you see a lot of these social media posts and people talking about things that are not true or non-existent. Those are the things that I have to say, when people say, oh, do you want somebody who doesn't, isn't for all the people, is only for one particular class or economic status or color or race or sexual preference or all of these things. President Trump wants to be a president for all Americans, whether you are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, whether you are young or older. I say older, not old. There's no such thing. He men, women, gay, straight. He wants a good running, safe, prosperous country. Period. The end. No matter who you are, what you are. If you're an American, and he wants people to come here from other countries. We are a land of melting pots. But you just have to do it legally, because if you do it illegally, then you're violating our law in your very first step into this country, and that is not okay to see. We cannot see the law violated or treated with that kind of disrespect, and that is why we have to take care of that border.
We're a nation governed by laws, and you have to have borders. You have to have borders to have a country. It's as basic as that. And listen, it's not like you let all these people in. There's no one who's harmed by it. American workers, a lot of minority workers, native-born American, blacks, Hispanic, who are born here and who are citizens, are hurt by this because their wages then become artificially depressed by all this foreign-born competition that shouldn't be here in the first place. It hurts American laborers, and it hurts the country overall, because then you have a million people speaking 10 million different languages. And it's like, it doesn't create a coherent society, a cohesive society. It creates one that's ripe for disorder, ripe for disintegration, and that's really the reason why they push all these people in here. I want to switch. We're seeing so many familiar faces at these Trump rallies. I see the Posobiec family out here. Jack isn't here, but Kevin is here. The parents are here. I know they're Pennsylvania natives. They're working the rally. They're working the press. So I want to give a shout out to our good friend Jack.
Lots of friends.
So many volunteers that I've seen at the Trump offices, the campaign offices, as I made my tour throughout the state of Pennsylvania.
And we're only 2 hours from New York, so just so you guys know, we're not that far from the city. So we both live in that area, and coming here is not that far.
Jump away from Manhattan, New York City. It's really not that bad a journey. So that's a good point, Nikki, because listen, if you come from New Jersey, come from New York, you want to help out in Pennsylvania, swampthevote.com, swampthevoteusa.com. swampthevoteusa.com /PA. That's swampthevoteusa.com /PA. And if it's open to all citizens. You don't necessarily have to be a PA citizen to help out. I mean, obviously, to vote here you have to be,
Right.
but to be a volunteer, to be a poll watcher, you could get involved even if you are not
Isn't that great?
a Pennsylvania resident.
I think that's so important. You know, we talk about the 19 electoral votes up for grabs here in Pennsylvania and turning these counties, because this is a big state, guys. It's huge, as you know. Going to Butler last week was a 5.5-hour drive for me from North Jersey right by New York. Coming here only 2 hours, not even. So, you know, it's a massive state. There's a lot of ground to cover, if you will, and Paul's one of those people covering that ground. But we were just talking about the fact that if New Jersey or New York goes red, it's done. That's it. Because there are I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there's 14, I believe, in New Jersey. 14 or 17? I believe it's 14.
14.
I think it's 14. And New York is what, 54? Or is that California?
No,
California's 54.
Like 54. New York's
like 48.
No, it's like in the 20s.
Are you
it's like
sure?
29. It's actually less 27, 29. It's less than Florida now, actually.
Is it really?
Because of all the
I looked at
population
okay.
loss. It used
Yeah.
to be at that high
Yes.
a couple of decades ago, but
Okay.
we've lost so much population. We've gone to states like North Carolina, Florida, Georgia,
Okay.
Texas, and those states have actually gained a lot of
Yes, they have.
We're talking about electoral votes.
But if you combine New York and New Jersey, if we were, and it is possible. We've got Madison Square Garden coming up. That's going to be the best rally ever. Our New Yorkers are very excited about that. And we also had the one in Wildwood earlier this year in May that had 107,000 people. I live there. I speak to people every day. I cannot tell you how many people are behind Trump. I'll be having a conversation with somebody from work sometimes on the phone, like quietly in a store, and somebody will come up to me and go, I'm like, okay. But people are starting to be more vocal about it, and I'm seeing it all the time. New York has the potential. We covered Long Island. We were there. Friends, I have never seen. That's how I got all these people from TikTok. There were 10,000 followers that day because I posted the crowd and the sounds of the crowd. People were so excited to
get
see
hyped
that.
up. They get so
yes.
excited.
Oh, speaking of.
I think we got our first speaker.
That would be
Ryan Brown to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Congressman Peter Deutsch.
Many of you don't know me.
I was a U.S. congressman for 6 terms for 12 years, and I was a Democratic congressman. I was a delegate at 2 Democratic National Conventions. I mentored some of the leaders of the 2024 Democratic Party, including Governor Josh Shapiro, who worked in my office for several years. But on November 5th, I'm voting for Donald Trump to be reelected president. Of the United States. Every American goes through a thought process before they vote. For me, the most important thing that a president does is to achieve and maintain world peace. There can't be a bigger contrast between the 4 years of President Trump and the 4 years of the Harris-Biden administration. The first day Donald Trump got into office, he eliminated the funding for Iran. As President Trump mentioned in the debate, Iran was effectively bankrupt by the time even beyond his first year. They didn't have the funds to pay for the terrorists, for the Houthis, for the Hezbollah, for Hamas. The first day that the Harris-Biden administration came into power, they changed that. And in the 4 years they've been there, they have effectively given $100 billion to those terrorists. Money that has been spent to kill Americans, to kill Israelis, and to kill other nationals. And again, it's not that they just want to kill Israelis and other nationals, they want to kill Americans. In the parliament of Iran, literally they chant, "Death to America." The policies of the Harris-Biden administration really remind me of what happened before World War II, when Neville Chamberlain basically said the Nazis aren't so bad. We ought to be their friends. What the Iranians, their allies are doing, they are the same. They literally want to destroy us. They are building ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads to try to affect the homeland. They've attempted to assassinate the president, President Trump, and former Secretary Pompeo, and former National Security Advisor. For our children, for our grandchildren, we need to be concerned about the future and the future of the world in terms of the world being a safer place. If this country would promote Kamala Harris, it will not be a safer place. We need to have 4 years that we had 4 years of peace and prosperity, and that's what we need to re-elect Donald Trump to President of the United States. Thank you very much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout. on Tuesday, November 5th, the way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you. This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling, way down inside.
Beautiful, beautiful ads, of course, from President Trump as he walks like a warrior. It always excites everybody. And, of course, the other thing we want to talk about is the fact that was a beautiful rendition of our anthem. And I looked into the sea of people. I videoed it so I could post it because it's so beautiful to see so many people. I'm so glad you're all with us today on RSBN. I'm Nikki Stanzione.
And I'm Paul Ingrassi. And yes, we are in Oaks, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
I actually just posted it on my Twitter/X account at Paul Ingrassi. So
Yes.
be sure to check out the crowd size. It's
I
a
will
big
definitely.
one. And they are ready to see President Trump. It is jam-packed,
It's
pumped
packed.
up, and pretty incredible. You know, we all, all these people here, we have the sea of black and red MAGA caps. Make America Great Again. In just a couple of minutes, President Trump will be taking the stage here to speak to this wonderful group of patriots here on the sort of outskirts of Philadelphia.
And we couldn't do what we do without our sponsors. As we get closer to President Trump, we want to, of course, acknowledge and thank our amazing sponsors, including Birch Gold. Did you know that there's nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That is a fact. That is a massive amount of money from this lame duck administration, and they are pushing hard to spend in their last few months. And so if Biden can push out these funds, we could see another prolonged inflation, and we don't want to see a surge like that we saw in the COVID period. I'm sure you remember those terrible effects that high prices caused to all Americans at that time. And so there is hope. A surge in prices can be beaten. Yes, it's true. A gold IRA from Birch Gold Group is the ultimate inflation hedge for your savings, and you can see how you can protect your IRAs or your 401ks by getting a free info kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. And here's the best part. When you make a purchase, we've extended this incredible opportunity from Birch Gold where we give away free Trump silver coins. Thank you, Birch Gold, for that, because so many people were asking. These unique collectibles, they depict President Trump in the fight, fight, fight moment on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, when he triumphantly stood up after the attempted assassination on his life. So we really want you to be able to have that in your collection, pass it on to your kids, and of course protect your savings from Biden's spending spree. Just get your silver coins and, of course, be able to get your information from Birch Gold. All you have to do, again, is text Trump, T-R-U-M-P, to 989898, and that's the way to do it. You want to make sure that you take advantage. Our amazing sponsors are here to be able to provide our viewers with some special ways to make their lives greater than before.
It's one of the best ways to do it, Nikki. It's one of the best hedges against inflation. Gold's been around for millennia, and, at a time like now when we're experiencing inflation at 40, 50, 60, maybe even 100-year highs, especially if you look at the prices of groceries, the prices of gas, the prices of oil, you're going to want to be expanding your position in a commodity like gold, which has been around for ages and which, staves off a lot of the worst effects of inflation and the reckless spending that we're seeing right now in Washington, D.C.
Agreed. You know, spending is a big thing, and we have to get this economy back on track. Who better to get an economy back on track than the greatest businessman of America, who helped build the skyline of our home in the tri-state area, and also who has really continued to build beautiful, beautiful properties around the world, making this country and the world even greater. And the world knows that once our country is back on track, everything gets better for everybody, and that's why so many people want to see President Trump back in office. So he's posting on Truth today, and he was talking a lot about this new talking point that we've been hearing from Kamala Harris, where she's spreading lies about his cognitive abilities and weakness. She's saying, you know, he doesn't know what he's talking about. She's saying these things that are so nonsensical. And literally, it's almost as if she's projecting. It's like when you look in a mirror and you speak to yourself, because the things she is saying against and about him are the exact things that we know to be true from her. Not giving us straight answers, not speaking coherently, really, most of the time, with talking points that make sense. And the worst part is, you're talking about a man who literally has more energy than my 12-year-old niece, and she is saying that he's losing his energy or something. I can't even remember. It was
Whenever
so ridiculous. I couldn't even listen.
She speaks, I mean, they say word salads. I think that's giving too much credit
That's too
to
nice.
the salad.
That's too nice.
I mean, she's
I love
literally
salad.
incoherent now. And she seems so flustered. She can't even handle
So
the
flustered.
softest of the softball types of questions.
Nope.
I mean, we were talking about this earlier today. She was on The View. I mean, which
yeah.
is like the, you know, her
They
haven
treated
for
her like a goddess.
sanctuary. And when they presented her with the question, well, what would you do any different from Joe Biden? She said,
Right.
I wouldn't do anything any different. I love the policies.
unreal.
Basically, in effect, I love what we did under Joe Biden. If anything, you know, I'd do more of it, probably even worse, considering how radical she is and how radical she always was. She was one of, if not the most liberal Democrat when she was in the Senate, when she was serving time in the Senate. She outflanked even crazy Pocahontas, as they call her, and Bernie Sanders. She was to the left of them. So that's how radical a politician she is. People don't realize how radical she is. She is a crazed lunatic, and her running mate, Tim Walz, is no better. I mean, this guy comes from, you know, he's spent like so much of his time in communist China. He's lied so much about his entire professional background, by the way.
I mean,
but the guy is truly
it's a shame.
believer.
I lived in Minnesota. I know what he did to that
Chinese
state.
principles. He probably wants to bring a social credit system here to the United States, among other disastrous policies. Minnesota is a disaster. It could be a great state.
It's upsetting. I love Minnesota.
It could be a beautiful state.
It is.
It has some of, you know, the potential to have great, beautiful cities with Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yes.
But he's run
I
it to
lived
the
there.
ground, especially since the George Floyd riots. This is a guy who
You
is
have no
basically
idea.
cowering in the corner, crying on the phone to Donald Trump during the summer of 2020, saying, "What do I do? What do I do?"
Yep. Yep.
It's like the scene from The Godfather.
it's a-
Trump
yeah.
like slapped him on the face and said,
Right.
"You could act like a man."
Come on.
But listen, that guy has nothing in him. The guy truly lives up to the name Tampon Tim. The guy probably wears those tampons himself, but he is a total lunatic. And for her to go and pick that guy to be her running mate just shows
Awful
one,
choice.
bad judgment for number one,
Listen.
and number two, horrible radical
Paul,
ideology.
he is a self-proclaimed knucklehead. You don't call yourself, you want to be the vice president, you don't say, well, sometimes I'm a knucklehead. I mean, is that the guy you want leading our country and
Not
second
at
in
all.
command?
No chance.
I don't think so. I lived in Minnesota, I promise you. I moved there after the George Floyd riots. There was nothing more disappointing or upsetting than feeling like an entire town was boarded up.
I love
because
the
it was on fire.
excitement. People
So
are
many
pumping their
people.
fists. I mean,
I
you
see a
can't
lot of
see
people
it,
out
but,
there
like,
right
we
now.
have
It's
so
very
many,
exciting.
A lot of young people at this rally, which is
I love-
very,
I
very
see ya.
encouraging.
See ya.
How are you guys? Look at them.
Hi
We love
guys.
Trump.
Here, I'll have to do a photo and I'll post it for everybody.
We have like a whole group right to our right side over here. They're waving, they're chanting, they have their fists in the air, and they are so excited
Love
to see
it.
President Trump. Young people, so many young people here today.
So great.
Really, a lot of young faces.
Yes.
And a lot of great people from all across every walk of life. It's an incredible thing. We are at a Trump town hall. It's not even technically
I
a
know.
rally. It is a town hall, and yet this place is packed to the rim. I mean,
It's
these
amazing.
people
I love
are
it. I love it.
excited, enthusiastic, energetic, and the momentum on President Trump's side is undeniable.
It's
you
huge,
see it
huge
in the
momentum.
grassroots. You see it in the polls. You see it in the betting markets.
Yes.
And you see it everywhere. I
Yes.
think we have. I think we have another sponsor.
We're going to read about Wellness Company, but first, there's a lot of people cheering and chanting. We love it.
USA.
It's so awesome.
USA.
I love it. We're live, you guys. We're live right now, and everybody is so revved up and so excited to see this. Before we go any further, let's talk a little bit about the contagion kit from the Wellness Company.
Definitely.
So important. The world is on edge. We talk about it all the time. Natural disasters, economic turmoil, election chaos, and even health threats hitting us from every angle. Meanwhile, the government sends money overseas before it protects their American citizens, and that's not okay. We have to not wait for the system to step in and take a dangerous gamble. We don't want to do that. That is a dangerous gamble, and so you cannot afford to be unprepared. That is why we're excited to tell you about the Wellness Company's Contagion Emergency Kit, designed by Dr. Peter McCullough, and of course it's packed with essential medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, even a nebulizer, which is going to really help that respiratory system throughout the flu season, which is on its way. We have seen drug shortages, we've seen pharmacies turn people away, and we don't want to risk being told no when our family is in need. That's not okay. So the Contagion Emergency Kit is going to give you control. It's going to help you to stay prepared and not scared. No red tape, no delays. Just visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Again, that's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. And of course, save up to $60 off with free shipping. All you have to do is use the code RSBN. You know that code, right? RSBN.
Yes.
Easy.
Easy to remember, I think.
Well, and people ask, what does RSBN stand for? It's so easy. It's Right Side Broadcasting Network. We represent the right
You guys
side,
at
not
home
the wrong
know that.
side.
They know it.
We're the right side. We're not the
We are
wrong
the
side.
right side.
And we love being able to do this. We love being able to bring you this continued coverage all day long. It is so energized. The electricity is in the air because we are 22 days away from Election Day. Tomorrow's Tuesday. That means 3 weeks from tomorrow, this whole country can be on the verge of its golden age. Thanks to President Donald
It's
J.
like on
Trump.
the verge of freedom. I'm sorry, I'm looking
Yeah,
to the right
I
just
know.
because there's
It's
so many
amazing.
people here. They're all excited. They're jumping up and down. They look like Elon Musk. If you didn't see that rally with him
That
and
was the
Butler,
best.
jumping up and down, his shirt falling off, all the excitement in the
President
world.
Trump said he's in good shape.
Yeah, I know. Donald Trump's like, wow, this guy is he's a funny one. He's a character, but we love Elon Musk.
Yeah.
It's really incredible to see. That's what the enthusiasm is like here. And this is again a town hall. You have a lot of people sitting behind us on stage. They're going to talk about bringing jobs back to this state, which has been decimated by Bidenomics. We're going to talk about bringing industry back to the state. There we go. We got the camera. We got Will on the camera.
Thank you, Will.
Doing
Thank you.
God's
Thank you.
work here, showing the sign. Let's go, Trump! Fight!
Trump.
Fight! Let's go. And they're
Look at this crowd. It's amazing. Trump.
USA.
I love this
Love
crowd. Thank you. Everybody.
Got them over there too. So listen, they're watching RSBN on their phones,
Yep,
so
yep.
they see themselves on camera.
Yes, we
Shout
appreciate
out to
that.
all of you. You guys
Shout
are
out.
great. You guys are great patriots.
I love
We're
it.
excited to see President Trump. I know
Thank you for that, Will. We have the best camera crew in
Thank
the
you,
business.
our wonderful camera guys. Matt back at the studio.
By the
Everyone's
way,
doing a fantastic
they were in
job today.
California just
Yeah.
yesterday. So when we talk about a crew, it's not like we have people all over the place already there. Everybody's traveling at all times. So yes, granted we're a little closer in the New York tri-state area. But the crew came in from Coachella yesterday. So this is a team that is traveling to be on the ground floor so that we can bring you everything President Trump, because we want to be there for him. You know, it's interesting because people
This is
will
the best
say,
way to do it. It's the only way to do it.
It's the only way.
It's
And
the only
he'll
way.
say that he always talks about RSBN. We thank God that he watches and that he knows the love that he's getting and the support he's getting. And he always tells everybody, watch RSBN for continued coverage. He loves it. And that's because he knows that there's so much love for him. And we love him and we want him to know that. And we're so grateful to be able to share how America really feels.
Well, he knows we're reliable. We cut through the mainstream,
That's
the fake
it.
news nonsense. Listen, we're on the press riser, even among other conservative, which
yeah.
we love all of them. But
Yeah.
we're the only ones with the lights on all rally long. We
The
are
whole time.
broadcasting this thing Wall-to-wall coverage all morning, all afternoon, all evening. So we're the only network that does that. We've been doing this for years, and we appreciate all the fandom, all the support that we have, and the love that we get from all of you at home. But
The music is so good, too.
Yes, the music is great. The music is fantastic. And the rally playlist is legendary. It really is.
Legendary.
The Trump rally playlist, it's like a chronology of like all the great American hits of the past 50 years or so.
Yeah.
And President Trump has phenomenal taste in music. He is a DJ. Another thing that
Yes,
Melania was
DJ
talking
T.
about was how Donald Trump, her husband, is a DJ. He
Yes,
loves to
at
DJ
dinners.
At dinners, whenever they have private dinners.
Yep.
He's always on that iPad, always DJing, always playing all the great hits that he loves.
He's
And he
got
has
the best name, DJ
great
T.
taste. DJ T, the DJ. DJ T. You could.
Wicked.
He is the best. And listen, he has just great taste.
He has the best taste.
No other president
Well,
had the
he
taste
loves
in music
Elvis.
that he has.
He loves Sinatra.
He loves it all. He loves all the greats. He loves Michael
The best.
Jackson.
He loves Michael Jackson.
It's a
Listen, by the way,
great
you know,
friendship that he
there
has
was
with
a
him.
big controversy about Janet Jackson and some things that she had said about Kamala, and then they went back and they found that when Michael Jackson was going through a lot of his turmoil, Kamala Harris was one of the prosecutors that was against him, and it really upset the Jackson family. So I think there's an underlying thing. And Michael Jackson lived at one of the Trump Towers.
I have no doubt in my mind that if he were alive today, Michael Jackson would be a Trump supporter. 100%.
Yes.
He'd probably be performing at these.
To that
Trump
I
rallies.
say, hee.
And also, listen, so many artists, maybe privately, maybe not so privately. You had Dennis Quaid, the great
Yes.
movie actor. in
Reagan.
Coachella. I actually saw, the late, great film director Stanley Kubrick. His
Yes.
daughter said that if he were alive, he'd be 100%
That's
behind
right.
Donald Trump. So
You're seeing it
even the
happen.
even the dead artists, they're for President Trump.
Including the champ, John
No other-
Voight.
no
John
other
Voight loves
John
President
Voight,
Trump.
Of course. It's just
My
incredible.
friend Chachi, I was obsessed with Chachi Arcola on Happy Days. That's Scott Baio. He's another big Trump
Absolutely.
supporter. But it's sad because so many of these celebrities were blackballed by Hollywood. Listen, I used to cover Hollywood. I love entertainment. I love pop culture. I don't love what has been going on. I don't love to see this very unfair bias against him. But I do have to say, this is a group of people that used to love him when he was donating to the Democratic Party. So, you got to wonder, why are they blackballing the people that speak out? Everyone's entitled to their opinion, and maybe, just maybe, there's a lot more that we don't know about that secretly are going to be voting for President Trump. I have a very, very good feeling that that's possible. Very
I
good
think
feeling.
so. And again, it's all based on common sense.
Yep.
It's all based on restoring American freedom, restoring our Constitution, the rule of law, our national sovereignty, peace throughout the world. I mean, prosperity at home. Who wouldn't want that?
Right.
Who would not want that? Even if you're a radical liberal, you must be, have a second thought. Say, hey, actually, those guys look like they're having a lot of fun. They look like they're doing stuff that's pretty good for this country. So, it's pretty phenomenal to see the support and the conversion, as they call it, from the Democrats, from Sleepy Crooked Joe and that whole apparatus, and the Kamala puppet. They realize she's a puppet to Donald Trump.
Well, here's something else that's also interesting is, messaging stays consistent, right? But sometimes opinions can be opened up and change. And so when you think about people like RFK Jr. or Tulsi Gabbard or even J.D. Vance, I mean, even the vice presidential pick, you think about where they were at one point in time in their feelings about this movement and their feelings about President Trump and how far they've come because they opened their mind. They stopped listening to the media telling them what to believe and what they should believe. You saw it with Obama on the campaign trail this week telling black men how they should feel or what they should be doing instead of letting them just feel how they feel.
By the way, Obama did not look that good. I mean, he looked very old.
He did not look well.
He lost the star power. Put out this tweet. I got 6,600 likes, 100,000
He also had a lot of protesters.
I noted, listen, this guy does not have the star power he once did. He does not have the authority. He does not have the command over the public consciousness and psyche that he once did.
Yes.
And he lost all that, and the people have him
Well,
exposed.
we can't have people telling us what to believe. We have to believe what we feel, but we can at least give you information that will be helpful.
We have another quick word from our sponsor, another good one, American Finance. The Federal Reserve has dropped interest rates, so you need to call my friends at American Financing today. With mortgage rates in the 4s now, it is the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. A lot of us have been forced to use credit cards because of the ridiculous price at the grocery stores. You have eggs at like 40% higher than they were 4 years ago. And also energy, power, even childcare. That debt is really expensive with credit card rates being as high as they are. But with the mortgage rates dropping now is the time to wipe that debt out. American Financing is helping homeowners just like you save over $800. That's a good deal a month on average. They're even closing some in as fast as 10 days. And if you start today, you may delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees. To find out how much you can save, call American Financing today. American Financing today, 888-804-0303. That's 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. One more time, 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. AmericanFinancing.net/the name of your favorite network, RSBN.
There are so many incredible sponsors that work with us, and we appreciate them so much. And we also appreciate all these people. Look at all these people here. It's such an amazing electric energy. I get so excited, and I hope President Trump is watching on his way here. If he's not already in the back, maybe he's got us on the monitors. He can see all the people. He can see the excitement. And this is, again, a town hall. So just to differentiate for those of you who are watching, I know most of you know this, but for those who don't, a town hall versus a rally. A rally is where President Trump comes out. It's a huge public event, and he comes out with a great speech, and everybody cheers along and enjoys hearing all of his stories and his policies. Today is a town hall. A town hall is where the community has an opportunity to ask questions to President Trump, that he will have his own microphone with a moderator, and he will be able to answer those questions in real time. So usually a town hall is a small little event in a little community building with a couple hundred people. No, not for President Trump.
Yeah,
it's more like a rally, of course.
When you think of political town halls, you think of maybe half a dozen or a dozen, maybe, a couple of hundred people. This is
next level.
This really is next level. You look at that back corner. Look how packed it is to our left, dead central to our right.
Yep, and you got people on stage.
We're like an island in the middle of a bunch of Trump supporters. We're like on Trump Island over here, and you have thousands of people packed in this room chanting, "We want Trump, we want Trump, we want Trump." Really incredible. And the issues that he's going to talk about today applies not just to Pennsylvania residents, it applies to all Americans. Listen, they say this all the time on the campaign trail. I think it's a great line.
Yep.
It's a sad line. Every state has become a border state, and that just goes to how bad this crisis is at the border and how every community across this nation has been impacted by this devastation, this chaos, this crisis.
Yeah.
That is the Biden-Kamala regime. And we call it regime, not administration, because it's basically illegitimate. It has no grounding in the rule of law, in our Constitution, and the principles that made our republic flourish in the past. I mean, these people are at war with our documents, that our founding documents, our founding fathers. It's really sad. We're not going to put up with that. Columbus Day as well. She hates it, and she'd get rid of it.
Yep. And by the way, they're playing Mamas and Papas, California Dreamin'. He was, did you see the podcast when he was in the car with, who was it? Was it with, it was millions of views. It was with, his name is escaping me right now. Is it Eden? The young guy.
Not sure.
Aiden Ross. Yes, thank you very much, Will. Aiden Ross, and they were in the Tesla, in the car, and they put on the playlist, and he said, "What do you want to hear?" And he said, "Let's play California Dreamin', because I'm dreaming of California becoming a better place again." And he was just there, so I just thought I'd share that. Meanwhile, we're so excited because our sponsors at Patriot Attic just released another amazing product, and this one you'll love. Trump, this is good. Trump Combat Knives. They're in stock, ready to go. They're high-quality, custom-made combat knives, and they make an amazing gift for any Trump lover. For a limited time, our sponsors are giving our viewers 20% off. So for our RSBN viewers, 20% off. Use the code RSBN20, and you'll save that 20% today. Now, the only bad news, and there's always a little bit here. Here it is. There's only a few hundred. They only made a few hundred. So They're selling out quick, so this is a little bit of a call to action for urgency, okay, guys? Once it
They
sells
really
out,
are selling.
that's
They've
it.
been selling since we announced it earlier, so make sure
yes.
you get yours
Once
today.
it sells out, it's done.
Right
that's
now.
it. So this is the moment.
One
they
and
won't,
done.
and they won't get it back next year.
Won't get it back.
This is it.
So
This is
one
it.
time 2024
Yes.
Trump Combat Night.
Easy, easy. PatriotAddictDeals.com is where you go. PatriotAddictDeals.com. Use code RSBN, and you'll get that 20% off. It's a great way to go. My goodness, it is. People are up on risers. People are all over the place. Like, it is absolutely packed in here, and we're getting very close. And this is my favorite ad that's playing right now. It makes me cry.
Oh,
It's The Fighter, the song "The Fighter" that was written for him.
It's beautiful. I mean, at every rally, it's like you laugh, you cry. It's every emotion across the spectrum. President Trump is a true champion, a true warrior, a true soldier for the American people, a patriot in the absolute and greatest sense of the word. And it's really, he's always said it's not about me. They're not after me, they're after you. I'm the only thing standing in the way. But he really has done so much for this country. He's sacrificed so much. His family has sacrificed so much. He says it all the time. He could be on the beach. He could be relaxing.
Monte Carlo.
He could have that beautiful sun smacking into his face.
Yep.
His golden mane, brisk, flowing in the wind. But no, he is here. He is in Pennsylvania. He is in coal country. He is in fracking country. And he is fighting for you, the American people, because he realizes his place in history. He is a man of history, and he understands his place in destiny. And the destiny of this country rides on him, and rides on him being able to win this election so that we could get this country back on track, get our liberties restored, get this nation really in a positive place from this dark cloud that's kind of been hanging over all of us for the last 4 years. Get us back to normal again. Get us back to common sense policies, and get us back to being the great superpower that we are capable of being.
Yeah, I mean, I have to tell you, Paul, when I look at this ad or I listen to this song and I think about the fact that President Trump he could be down and out. He has been taken to the point where he could have so many times been defeated and never allows himself to stay down. He is the true epitome of what a fighter is. In a good way. When we say fighter, we don't mean an angry fighter. We mean a fighter who fights for what's right, fights for the people he believes in, and fights for all of us to represent us in a way that we can be proud of our leadership. And we need to see that again in order to make this country strong and free and safe and wealthy and healthy and great again. And
Think
that's,
of that.
that's
How
the bottom
original an
line.
idea to be actually proud of where you come from, your country,
Yep.
your people, your government.
It's beautiful.
I mean, that's like a foreign concept, and it shouldn't be.
I get really moved. I get like I'm going to start crying.
Well, it really
it's so
is.
beautiful to see.
It really is. And there he is. He's on the video backstage, or behind us. Fight, 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 fight. We love it. We love it. Truly heroic. He's a lion.
It's amazing because I think about that moment, and he said, I couldn't stay down. I mean, I'm not going to be taken away on a stretcher. I'm not going to stay down. I'm the leader. If I'm going to be a leader of the country, I need to stand up. I need to put my shoes back
That was
on,
instinctual.
and I need to raise my head.
I know someone
He wouldn't
asked
leave
him-
without a shoe.
Someone asked him this week, were you thinking?
I saw that.
Were you thinking of like Braveheart or something,
Yes.
some movie?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, not at all. This was just instinct.
Yes.
I wasn't trying to impersonate a
No.
movie or anything.
Well, you heard what Elon said. He said the measure of a man is how they are in the midst of their life. Like if their life is on the line, how do they react?
No, that was all instinctual. And
Instinct.
that's kind of how Donald Trump always operates. He's
Yeah.
a man of instinct.
Even on The Apprentice.
Even on The
It was
Apprentice.
always a gut instinct.
And that's gotten us to a lot of good places as a country, and it will
Yeah.
restore us back to where we should be quite soon, hopefully in 21 short days from now.
21, 22.
20, whatever, I keep saying 21.
It's
she says
22 technically,
It's a
but
debate. It depends on how you count it, I guess.
I know. Well, I'll tell you
Unless
this.
I
3 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. that makes it simple.
3
November
weeks from
5th.
tomorrow, November 5th.
Vote now.
And by the way, I hope that you are planting yourself after you vote, whether you do it earlier on that day, after you vote. I want to make sure every single one of you right now that's watching, you'll be watching RSBN, because RSBN will bring you the best coverage all day long. I don't have the details yet, but I will promise you that you will be watching us and seeing everything you need to know.
We got a slate of great events coming up this week on this
Oh my
network.
gosh.
You want to give them a little
Yeah,
teaser?
let's do a little bit. Georgia tomorrow, Atlanta, Georgia
tomorrow,
for
yes.
a big rally. And then on Wednesday, I believe Harris Faulkner is doing an all-women's town hall on Fox News as well.
Right. And obviously, you can see every Trump campaign event here on this network. Thursday, I'll be at the Al Smith dinner in New York City. That's a big one for Catholics.
That's huge.
Cardinal Dolan will be there. It'll be a great time.
I'm
I'll
kind
be
of
covering
jealous.
that.
That's going to be amazing.
I know. I'm very fortunate to have that one. And then again, of course, next week, Madison Square Garden. They officially announced it today. And President Trump will be having a historic rally at the Garden. Over
Amazing.
30,000 people expected.
I can't wait.
Going to be
It's
huge.
going to be the best day of our lives.
I think
we cannot wait. All of the New Yorkers, everyone I know is going.
think
It's going to be
we're gonna go
amazing.
off
We're going to
screen.
step away for a second so you can see the crowd, see everything that's going on. We're just moments away from President Trump's arrival on this town hall.
I think he's running a couple of minutes late, but he will be here very, very shortly. We'll get this event, we'll get the show started. And again, obviously, you could see these great camera shots of our rally here, or the audience here at this town hall event. Will is doing a great job behind the camera over here. A lot of people, MAGA caps, a lot of people rocking the Trump merch. You see the Fight, Fight, Fight shirts, that's always a favorite. You see the Zark MAGA caps, which was made famous by none other than Elon Musk, who whipped it out and said, "I am Dark MAGA," in his trademark accent that Elon Musk has, and made it such a great, phenomenal spectacle there at Butler. And listen, the people are stoked. They're hyped up. They're pumped up. And the energy in this room, it's palpable. It's energetic. It's electric. And it's electric in a very palpable way. It like runs through your body.
It's really, I have to tell you, it's amazing because there are so many issues that we are dealing with right now. So many issues in the country. And of course, a lot of these issues within the country are creating a lot of issues outside of the country. And when we see what's going on in Ukraine, when we see what's going on in Israel, when we see what's happening around the world, there's so much chaos that can only be better under a president with leadership that is the sign of peace through strength. And we need peace through strength back. We need it back in our country, and we need it for the world. And once we have that leadership in America, and we can be a world leader once again that's proud and that's strong, we have nothing to fear. We really, truly don't. And that's one of the messages of President Trump, is nothing to fear. He is the most fearless of all Americans that I've ever seen. And I can tell you that he is very excited about bringing back this golden age to America and allowing us a chance to usher in this new golden age of American success. He said it yesterday. He said once we get rid of this administration, we end the reign of terror and we get back to liberation. And November 5th will be America's Liberation Day. And we cannot wait to see what that is like, but we cannot see it unless everybody gets out and votes. You cannot say, I love Trump, and not vote for him. You got to get out there and vote. You got to get everybody you know, because literally every single vote counts. Every vote counts. Make sure you are registered. Do not take anything for granted. And whatever you have to do, if you think there's any chance that you will not be able to get out on November 5th, make sure you make your voice heard now, loud and proud. Get out, get voting, whether you go to in-person voting, whether you do it through a ballot, whatever you have to do to get your voices heard. We're seeing a lot of corruption when you start to see the administration fighting for different states to be able to have non-U.S. citizens voting. That's an absolute atrocity. One of the greatest rights of being a citizen is having the right to vote, and it should only be allowed for those who live in the United States. And to see people trying to remove people, I mean, they're going to different states and saying, no, we should be able to have, you saw it in California, you're seeing it in Alabama, they're trying to sue the state for making it illegal to vote when you're not a citizen.
It's incredible. It's crazy. I mean, these people are off the reservation. But you know what? We're here now. It's very positive vibes here at this Trump Town Hall. If you're just joining us, we are obviously bringing you live broadcast coverage from RSBN, the Right Side Broadcasting Network. I am Paul Ingrassi. I'm joined by Nikki Stanzione. We're at Oaks, Pennsylvania. We're about 30-minute drive from downtown Philly, maybe a little bit longer than that. But President Trump is hosting a town hall in conventionally Democrat territory, but we're seeing a huge upswing of momentum on the ground for him and among his supporters here. I mean, this state, you can't tell me that this state isn't Trump state. Pennsylvania is probably one of the true Trump states now. I mean, this state is really locked in for Team MAGA. I mean, you have so much enthusiasm from the ground, and this is really the epicenter of our 2024 election because of how important Pennsylvania is as an electoral college victory for either candidate. It has 19 electoral college votes. Basically, if Trump wins this state, the victory is pretty much a shoo-in. So that's why so much resources, so many volunteers, so much time is being spent here in Pennsylvania, a state that really embodies so much of what has gone wrong in America, given how many illegals have crossed the border and infiltrated the schools and the communities here, given how bad the manufacturing base here has been decimated by Biden and Harris over the last 4 years, given how bad crime has been in cities like Philadelphia, which once were, one of America's greatest cities, one of our crown jewels, basically turned to chaos by years of Democrat and far-left policy. So this is it. This is where you want to be. This is the center of America's political universe, which means it's the center of the world's political universe. Here in Oaks, Pennsylvania, if you want to get involved, go to swampthevoteusa.com. That's swampthevoteusa.com/PA. Volunteer, get your voices heard, put up the Trump yard sign, put up the Pennsylvania's Trump yard sign, go door knocking, and let's do everything we can in these last 3 weeks to secure victory for Donald J. Trump.
Paul, I'm just looking at everybody dancing. It is a great scene. This is what it's all about. It's about coming out and supporting a movement of making your country great. So many policies, like I said, on the item list, if you will, and I can't wait to see how many questions are answered tonight. So many excited patriots ready to ask the questions that matter to them, and that's what we're expecting to see is President Trump just talking to the people, because that's what he does best. He is all about the people. He's not here to push a narrative or just push talking points. He's here to make the country better and to hear what the people have to say. He goes to the ground floor. He goes everywhere where the people will be. And he doesn't care if it's a red city, a blue city. He wants everybody to feel heard. He wants everybody to feel represented. And he was very clear at the RNC when he said, I don't want to be a president for half of America. I want to be a president for all Americans. And that was what he wanted, and that's what he wants to do on November 5th, just 3 short weeks away from tomorrow. And the crowd is chanting, we want Trump. And I think they'll be chanting the same thing on November 5th when everybody has a chance to vote. It's all about making sure that their voices are heard, and that's what they're doing.
Yes. I mean, listen, you're hearing the people shout, chant, we want Trump, we love Trump. They are eager, they are excited. They can't wait to see their President Trump. For many of these people, it's the first time they're seeing him in person. One of the people online told me before that, President Trump hasn't done a rally here in a while. I guess mainly this Philadelphia area. So for a lot of first-time people who are local to this area, this is, the greatest treat in the world for them. They get to see their favorite president first time in person, in the flesh, here at this amazing town hall. This venue is really incredible. Actually, they probably could have used an even bigger venue. This is I've never seen a room this jam-packed. These people are packed in here, excited. They're patient. They're good. They don't fidget. They don't get upset. They don't complain. They're excited to see their favorite president. And they're standing tall, standing strong. Many of these people have been standing for hours, actually. Some people were wheeled in on wheelchairs, but listen, the people come out. The people want to see history in the making. They want to see this movement. They want to see this phenomenon that is Donald Trump. They want to see history in action. They understand how important the stakes are of this election season. They understand what is on the line here. They understand that our very foundational freedoms, our First Amendment, our right to speak freely, our right to assemble, our right to worship, our right to bear arms, our right to due process of law. You know, the justice system really hangs in the balance, and it all depends on whether Donald Trump secures victory this November. That has all animated these people, in addition to the policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, no tax on unrealized capital gains, which is a big one that Kamala is supporting that would plunge this economy into total chaos. And also, you know, no tax on auto loan deduction. So there's plenty of more to come, I'm sure. He is just getting started, and President Trump will deliver the goods for the American people in a way that we will not have seen for a long time, if ever, in this country's history in terms of how good it is. We just got to get him over that finish line in 22 days. Do you want to?
I was just checking to see if President Trump has any updated truths, because he loves to share everything that's going on, and he's really excited. Of course, talking about Madison Square Garden on his Truth Social page. He's talking about all the things that are happening with the lies against him, and he's also very grateful for his the West Coast for how they treated him this weekend. It was an incredible opportunity for him to explore the West Coast from Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, and of course California. And now he's back east, back home. He's in Pennsylvania today, ready to get on the stage to talk to the American people and answer their questions so that they can actually have their voices heard and find out from him, what are your plans? Some of the questions I know some people were asking me, saying that they would like to know is, what's the plan for getting the economy back on track? What's the plan for closing the border? Things like that, of course, are top of mind for not just America, but specifically in Pennsylvania, which even places in Pennsylvania have become border cities. Every single state has become a border state because of the invasion, if you will, and the allowance of people to come here illegally. And that's just, to me, shocking. When you think about a president and a vice president flying people here.
Well, Nikki, it just goes to show that what the difference makes in terms of having weak leadership versus strong leadership.
Right.
Every state has become a border state. Every state has collapsed under the weak leadership that is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Trump elevates the standard. He raises the standard. He provides an image of strength that for all of us to aspire to and to raise the standard to. You know, that can't be done under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and it's affected not just the United States, it's affected the entire world. I mean, listen, you're having war break out in the Middle East. Obviously, you've had war in Eastern Europe going on for years now. You have Chinese aggression. You have North Korean, beginning to test its rockets. And again, so there's a lot of chaos on the world, and all of that is brought on ultimately by the instability projected by Joe Biden and Kamala at the highest level at the White House. So it just goes to show how much strong leadership could impact the entire trajectory, the entire morale of a country, of a world, which right now is in pretty rough shape under the current administration. I mean, in New York, for example, none of the trains are running on time. You have airlines all across the country delayed. You have illegals using up, critical infrastructure. They're using up mass transit. They're on the subway systems. And it's creating a disaster, a major dilemma for American citizens.
Yeah, I was looking actually at some stats, and under Kamala, 15 million plus illegal immigrants have come over, 30 tons of deadly fentanyl, 360 people on the terror watch list. This is a really big deal, and so, we're very, very frustrated by it, but we've got to see the changes. Something else we want to share with you is the opportunity for you to be able to be a part of our world at RSBN. We really are proud to be your election headquarters of 2024, and we are committed to bringing you the most comprehensive election coverage in the industry. The coverage of President Donald Trump's campaign and so much more is what we are here to do for you. Stay tuned. You don't want to miss a single moment, and you want to make sure to like and share this broadcast. While you're at it, please subscribe to our channel and just hit that notification bell. You'll always know when we're live. I do it all the time. Follow us on any social media platform. Just search RSB Network. And for exclusive updates straight to your inbox, sign up for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. If you love our content, you want to support our mission, please consider donating at rsbnetwork.com/donate. We appreciate every contribution, big or small, and it'll help you to be able to see the coverage that we get to bring you live. And nobody does it like we do it, really. You won't find this anywhere else. We truly appreciate your support. Just text RSBN to 801-801 to stay connected with all the latest. Again, thank you for supporting RSBN. We are so proud to be your go-to source for election coverage. And again, you make sure that you do sign up on all of our social media platforms, RSBN. It's that easy to find. And of course, you can also find Paul and myself. You can find me at Nick Stans on Instagram and Truth, and Nikki Stanzione, Stanzione, on TikTok and X. And Paul, how do they find you?
And they can find me Substack, paulingracia.substack.com. They could also find me on X/Twitter. I've been posting some videos today, so check that out at Paul Ingracia. Also on Instagram and Truth Social and Facebook, Paul Ingracia. All right, so another word from our sponsor is MyPillow. Is your son or daughter heading off to college soon? You're in luck because MyPillow is bringing back the $25 extravaganza. Mike Lindell and his dedicated employees have been part of cancel culture, so they want to pass the savings directly on to you. 2-pack multi-use pillows are just $25. MyPillow sandals, just $25. Beach towels, $25. Smackaroos, $25. Their 6-pack towel sets, $25. Couch and recliner pillows, you guessed it, just $25. Sheets and blankets starting at, you guessed it, $25. Another amazing offer is on the My Mattress Topper for the college dorm beds. You know those beds aren't comfortable. The Twin XL Topper fits most college dorm beds and will help your kid get a great night's sleep. We all could use a great night's sleep, that's for sure, especially down this final stretch of the election where things are pretty intense. The MyPillow Topper comes in every bed size, and you can put it right on your current mattress. It's easy peasy. Believe me, you will feel the difference. It provides the best support, and for a limited time, you can get one for as low as $69.99. These amazing offers won't last long, so order now. Go to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN. That's mypillow.com, promo code RSBN.
I was just checking this crowd out, and I was saying to myself, when in history are we ever going to see anything like this again? This is a moment in time, and I'll be honest, I'm really truly treasuring every single minute of this, because it's the last time that we'll ever get to see Donald J. Trump running for president. Hopefully, once we get him in office in 3 weeks, we'll be seeing a whole lot of him for the next 4 years in charge of the nation and doing so much for the country. But as far as the election campaign trail, this is a moment in time that will never be repeated. We thought we'd only have it twice. We got it 3 times. I think we're all a little spoiled by it because it's so special. But it's a bittersweet time in American history as we continue to see so much love for country, patriotism, pride, love for a person who truly fights for America fearlessly, somebody who doesn't want to let the country down. I'm looking right now at all the police presence that's here. So many people on hand to protect us in these moments as well. You've got Secret Service, you've got the police, you've got everybody here to make sure that we're safe, that President Trump is safe. And, you know, he doesn't think about it. He says that. He doesn't really think about it. He just does what he does fearlessly because their way. And he says, what choice? I heard him interviewed. Somebody said, well, how do you do it? How do you do this without being afraid? And he said, what choice do I have? That was literally his response. What choice do I have? If I want to be a leader, I can't be afraid. I can't be scared. I have to go out. I can't be thinking about it. And he certainly can't get emotional about it because he has to stay strong. And he is a warm, emotional guy. but he stays so strong because he knows that he's got people watching him at all times, and he has to be that strong leader that we all look up to.
It's very true. I mean, people are always watching him. People are always praying for President Trump. You know, the amount of people who, when I was just online before, saying pray for President Trump, it was an incredible number. It was an incredible amount of love and devotion to the man. And it's not like, you know, you're not praying. It's not like idol worship. It's really just recognizing President Trump's significance at this moment in history with respect to the direction our country's heading in. I mean, he really is the one man standing in the way. You hate that it's gotten to this point where, you know, all of society basically hinges on his shoulders. But listen, he's the perfect man at the perfect time for the perfect job. And people recognize that. Maybe they can't verbalize it. Maybe they can't, you know, spell it out in just exactly those terms. But they really understand at a human level, at a deep level, just how important he is to the survival of this great cause, the last best hope for human freedom and liberty, that is the United States of America. So it's a very tall responsibility. It's not one to be taken lightly. It's not one that really any other man in our age could probably take on. Donald Trump is the only one, which goes to show the uniqueness and something about our system of governance that is still special and still with us, that our greatest citizen and Donald Trump was able to elevate to the highest levels of power, and hopefully in just 22 days from now will do so yet again. I want to also once more plug if you want to get involved, swampthevoteusa.com/PA, or wherever state you are. You might not be a Pennsylvania resident, although even if you're out of state, and especially if you live on the East Coast and want to help out, they could use volunteers. So be sure to help out if you can. Donate to the campaign if you can, time, money, energy, whatever it might be. Make sure the most important thing is that you and every single one in your household is, number one, registered to vote, number two, knows when to vote, and number three, votes for Donald Trump. So make sure you're all registered. That you, your wife, your husband, your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, your friends. 2, make sure you know where you can vote. Make sure you look at that location, and you could go swampthevoteusa.com to find more information. And number 3, you know, it's easy. Vote for Donald J. Trump. And make sure you fill out your ballot the proper way, too. Just bubble in that circle. Don't make any stray marks. Make sure that bubble is fully blackened in, and you know, make sure you watch your vote be processed so it's counted, and that there are no shenanigans this time around, at least at the level that there were on 2020. That was outcome determinative in terms of swinging the election in the very dark direction that it went. Do you want to go?
I was just talking to the audience. A couple of the people in the audience were giving me the, can I come up there? Can I come up there? They all want to come up and talk to RSBN. I'll tell you what, it's really special because when you go to these events, this is a crowd that knows our network so well because they know this is where they find so much truth. And they're so lovely because they're such supporters of RSBN, but they're such supporters of President Trump and America First agenda. And I love seeing this because it's just so much pride and so much happiness and joy. And I talk about that all the time, but it's really true. Let's talk about the policies on the docket, if you will. We're seeing the main issues, of course, the economy and the border. And President Trump is in the lead in the polls, particularly in those two areas. The country, in polling at least, and we don't know that polling is always 100% accurate, but from what we've seen in the polling, we've seen that majority of Americans trust President Trump to get our economy and our safety with the border back on track. They've seen it done before, and they want to see it again. And again, you have to go back to the policies that you've seen already enacted. You saw a great America. And you know what President Trump says, and he's very transparent. He doesn't pretend to be anything that he's not. He says it like it is. And he said, the first time around, I wasn't as knowledgeable about how Washington worked. He'd been to Washington maybe 17 times in his whole life, never stayed the night. Then he moved into the White House. So it was a new time for him. Now, of course, he's been a businessman and an unbelievable entrepreneur, an incredible builder. What a family man. The American dream epitomized, no doubt about it. But being in Washington was still a new thing back in 2016. As he said, now I know it, Washington. I know the people, I know the players, I know the good, I know the bad, and I will make sure that when I'm back in office, everything will be done as it should to secure that we have the most successful, prosperous, safe, free, strong country once again. That's the goal, that's the mission, and he can get it done. And he has the knowledge this time going in. And when you consider the fact that throughout his 4 years in office, he had been thrown impeachments, hoaxes, the Russia hoax, the Ukraine, all of these hoaxes were thrown at this man. All of them debunked, as of course we expected. But unfortunately, so many people just wanted to waste his valuable time by coming after him for things that were not legitimate. That being said, you have a 4-year presidency where you have fake, phony impeachments, ridiculous hoaxes, and a COVID situation that absolutely impeded the entire world. Now imagine, with all the success and all the incredible things he was able to do with all of those obstacles against him, can you imagine a 4-year presidency under President Trump without the hoaxes, without the impeachments, without COVID? What a world it would be. And it is a possible and probable possibility in just a matter of weeks. We are ready for the change. We are ready to see the world come back to the way it was intended to be: peaceful, prosperous, and safe. And it all begins with the USA. It begins here under the right leadership. And this crowd is a perfect example of a small sampling of what America is waiting for, ready for, and ready to elect in this incredible country of ours.
It's unbelievable. I mean, the energy, the excitement, the love, and the pandemonium. It is an incredible sight. This is the Trump Town Hall in Oaks, Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia. I am Paul Ingrassia on this special Columbus Day RSBN broadcast. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Nikki Stanzione, and we're here bringing you all the live coverage, wall-to-wall, Trump events all season long. We are in the final stretch now, 22 days left until Election Day, the most important election day in our country's history, and certainly in the history of anyone alive today, in the memory of anyone alive today. The stakes are as high as they've ever been, and the people are pumped up and they're excited to vote President Trump in for a third time into the Oval Office, into the White House, to get this ship that is this country back on sound footing and on a sound course. So we are just minutes away from President Trump entering this building. If you're joining us now, you can follow us on social media. I am at Paul Ingrassia. You can follow me on Twitter /X, Truth Social, and Instagram. Also Substack. Be sure to add your email to my subscriber list, paulingrassia.substack.com. That is paulingrassia.substack.com. That's where I write articles that are posted on RSBN, that are shared by President Trump, and that are very impactful in this political movement. And they're good because they succinctly and coherently and eloquently, if I may add, capture the most important political developments that are going on, and legal developments as well this election cycle. I want to give Nikki also a chance to plug your social media accounts once more.
You know, I have to tell you, Paul, I'm standing right next to you. I can barely hear you. It's so loud. It's so loud in here.
Social media.
Oh, social media. I'm like, what did he say? My social media, I hope you come find me. Please follow me. I will post things from behind the scenes. Thank you guys for all your support and love. You can find me at Nick Stanz. It's my name abbreviated, NIKSTANZ. I'm on Truth and Instagram at Nick Stanz. If you want to come to my TikTok, which I started, of course, because I love the fact that President Trump is on TikTok, and also on X, formerly known as Twitter. It's my full name, Nikki Stanzione, Stanzione, first name spelled Nikki Nikki Stanzione. I appreciate you guys following me, and of course following RSBN. we do share everything we can with you guys because we want you to see the truth behind the scenes. It's so easy to put out false narratives, but you can't hide the truth. It was interesting. There was a quote, and I read it. I believe it was Mark Twain, if I'm not mistaken, and my dad happens to say it all the time as well. When you tell the truth, you don't have to memorize anything. When you tell the truth, you don't have to try to remember anything. Because when you speak truth, it comes naturally from your heart. So when you hear President Trump speak, and often unfiltered, which I love about him, it's truth. You can count on it to be honest because it comes from his heart. He's not memorizing points to say or getting a script in advance. He's telling the truth. He very rarely sticks to a teleprompter, as you know he always says. Don't you like having a president that doesn't need a teleprompter? But when you listen to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they're often regurgitating memorized, scripted points. You see it. Listen, America is smart. We are a smart group of people, and we can spot truth. We can spot when something is fake, when something is inauthentic. It's very obvious. I used to be an actor. I can tell you, when you're acting, if you spot the script, if you spot the falsity, the inauthenticity, it's just very hard to believe in it or to trust in it. So we need to see honesty, and the first point of honesty comes from speaking truth from your heart without having to memorize anything. That's the bottom line. Okay, now the soundtrack, and I do want to say this, Paul. A lot of people will say, why do you guys talk so much over the music? Well, that's because we want to be able to do what we do, and we can't broadcast based on copyright laws if we just play the music without talking. So there's a reason we talk over the music. We love the music too, but we share so many informative, we try to keep you informed with these points because we don't want you to miss anything, but we also don't want to have to go off the air. So that's why we do it. So now you understand. Now you know. When you know, you know. I mean, we got to talk over the music. That's what we got to do.
I know. Well, it looked like there might have been some activity, but I don't think so because the music paused for a second, but I think that might have been a false alarm that President Trump was here, but he will be here in just a few minutes. He should be here in just a few minutes. You have a jam-packed, completely filled up room. I mean, I posted that from before and on Twitter.
Okay,
and
the DJ has stopped.
Full capacity. You can't fit a single human being more in this town hall. Now, again, this is not your standard rally. This is not even a rally. This is just a town hall. But people have come from all over the place, all over the state. We got people from Delaware, from New Jersey, from New York, but really all over Pennsylvania, especially the Keystone State this election cycle, to show their support and love and enthusiasm for Donald John Trump, our 45th and hopefully soon to be 47th president of the United States of America. I want to also give another shout out to our Italian American fans, to Catholics, but also and really especially Italian Americans on this Columbus Day holiday. This is a day in commemoration and celebration of the great achievements that Italian Americans have given to this great country to enliven the spirit of the United States, to build us up and to make us into a superpower in the 20th and 21st centuries. Actually, on my Twitter page earlier today, I did a little quick commemoration of 5 or 6 great Italian Americans. I included Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Joe DiMaggio, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, as well as Rudy Giuliani, the great mayor, Rudy Giuliani, America's mayor. I want to give a shout out. There's so many Italian Americans that have contributed so much to this great country, and so many of them, of course, being Catholics and being family people and being lovers of freedom and true patriots, support Donald Trump as well. So, this is a holiday that yet again is under attack by the woke left. They want to destroy Western civilization, and they want to obviously extirpate Columbus from our memory, from our cultural memory. We won't let that happen. Donald Trump has been an ardent defender of the Columbus Day holiday from the very beginning, because really it's such an it's such an insult to Italian Americans everywhere because, listen, this is really our one day, our one holiday, and for the left to say, no, you don't get your holiday anymore, you got to replace it with woke nonsense, Indigenous Peoples Day. This is nonsense. I mean, this should not be. This is a federal holiday. Italians fought long and hard in this country, like so many other groups, to be recognized, and for the left to just trample over their rights and to elevate false idols and false prophets and secular martyrs like George Floyd and their place just goes to show the difference in priorities, that they are a godless secular force and they are going against the great pillars of Western civilization, Western society, Columbus, Washington, Teddy Roosevelt, and all the other statues they want to tear down, including the great red, white, and blue American flag. On that note, I think we're going to toss it back to studio.
Okay.
We're going to get a little bit of a break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be back here in just a few minutes after the studio toss back to hear President Trump speak in a little while.
Paul, thank you so much. Some great commentary out there. Paul Ingrassia as well, his Substack and RSBN with a new article out there. Under Kamala Harris, Americans can say goodbye to their sacred rights to speak freely, worship, assemble, bear arms, and vote. The article, great read out there. It's on RSBN and on Paul's Substack as well. Paul earlier bringing up Frank Sinatra's quote, "The best is yet to come." The best is yet to come. President Trump also saying that at various speeches and rallies. And speaking of Italian American, my mom born in Brooklyn, and a lot of my family Italian as well. So it's Columbus Day, and I know there's a Columbus Day parade in New York City. And can you believe it? New York City is going to see President Trump there coming up for a dinner this week, but then we know that he'll be in Madison Square Garden for that huge and epic, unprecedented arena, the most famous arena in the world in New York City, that coming up on October 27th. The upcoming events, that dinner I'm referring to is on October 17th that Paul will be at as well, is the 79th annual Alfred E. Smith Memorial Foundation Dinner. As you see there, that Trump jersey with number 45 and the name Trump on the back. A lot of great gear there, a lot of great people awaiting President Trump. As soon as he takes the stage, of course, we'll be going right back there to Oaks, Pennsylvania, some 27 miles from Independence Hall, where it all was started, where the nation was born, birthed into freedom right there with the Constitution of the United States. So as you guys see, the whole time there, Paul and Nikki showing the crowd and all of the chants and all of the excitement as they await the president. This is a Monday, this is a town hall, and it's like a rally on a Saturday with the amount of people. The people understand that it is definitely go time right now for this country. 22 days away. We're looking at tomorrow, as it's 21 days, that's exactly 3 weeks away from the election. So a lot of people out there have their voting plans, whether you're early voting or voting day of on November 5th. A lot of organizations out there as well doing a lot of great work, including the Trump campaign themselves, just to get out the vote for this huge election that we're facing coming up. You saw there with what Paul was saying, a very good commentary. We should actually go back. He was in a great flow as well, but just talking about the fact that the left-wing radicals that are trying to take over the country basically are anti-God, anti-Constitution, anti-people, right? Anti-freedom, anti-our land. So we know that to be true, and we know that President Trump is standing for all of those items if you look at just some of the GOP promises out there. So why don't we go back out to Paul Ingrassia and Nikki Stanzione and Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Tomorrow we'll have a lot of great coverage as well. RSBN host Bobby McNeely and Harrison Fields will be in Atlanta. We'll have plenty to come. That's tomorrow. But until then, let's go back out there to see President Trump. Back to Paul and Nikki Stanzione. As soon as I get the directive from the director, I will do that here live, as we've had lots of coverage, of course, with all of the people outside of the event there awaiting President Trump. As you can see on both sides of your screen there, the main riser camera, our other camera to the side, with just so many people in Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes up for grabs in the Keystone State, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we know that Pennsylvania, when it comes to the 3 blue dots, you've got a little bit of Pittsburgh, a little bit of Philadelphia, and then portions of State College that are blue. But you know, there's a lot of support that is red in Pennsylvania. So I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's go back out to Paul and Nikki, picking up our live coverage in Oaks, Pennsylvania.
Of tonight's town hall, Governor Kristi Noem.
Everybody hoping they could be the one. I was born to run, I was born for this. Whip, whip, run me like a racehorse, pull me like a ripcord, break me down and build me up. I wanna be the slip, slip, word upon your lip, lip, rather that you rip, rip, break me down and build me up. Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love how it feels when I break the chains. Whatever it takes, yeah, take me to the top. I'm ready for whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do what it takes. Always had a fear of being typical, looking at my body feeling miserable, always hanging on.
Hello, everybody. Are you ready for President Donald J. Trump? Yes. We are so excited about tonight. And listen, I'm so excited to be here. I am the governor of the great state of South Dakota, but I'm going to tell you one thing. Pennsylvania rocks. You all are showing up and showing America how we're going to make America great again, aren't you? Listen, I love the fact that in my state we uphold the Constitution. In fact, our state motto is "Under God, the people rule." But it's so fantastic to be here in the city where the Constitution was actually written, right? And I know that you all embrace being the city of brotherly love, but I'm going to get real with you right here. Kamala Harris sucks, right? She sucks. And listen, if there's one thing that I've learned since being governor, is that leadership has consequences, that it matters who's in charge, and it impacts every single family, every single business in the state when you have the right person in the White House and the wrong person in the White House. Listen, I have served as governor under Joe Biden and under President Donald Trump. Yes. And when President Trump was in the White House, I got to get up every single day and be on offense. I got to go out there and solve problems for my people. I got to be aggressive and help them grow their incomes. In fact, in South Dakota, we have the fastest growing incomes in the entire country. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the country. During COVID, we were the only state in the country that never once shut down a single business. We never mandated anything. In fact, I didn't even define what an essential business was because I don't believe that the government has the ability or the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. We were the only state to never take the elevated unemployment benefits because I said, listen, Mr. President, our people want to work. And they did. They went to work every single day. And listen, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in the history of the United States of America because people in South Dakota understand we were created to serve each other. In our state, we banned China from owning our land. And we passed the strongest bill in the nation to make sure that only women could play in women's sports. And when President Trump gets back in the White House, he is going to make sure that we don't have mediocre men taking away opportunities from our exceptional women. So listen, I've got people in my life that I admire, and tonight you're going to get the chance to hear from one of them. President Trump is somebody that I appreciate for his fight, his tenacity, his wisdom, and his ability to get things done. He's a deal maker, and he never loses sight of the American people. I'm going to tell you something. When I first saw him announced for president in 2016, I watched him on TV. I was sitting at home, come down a golden escalator. Do some of you remember that? I remember sitting there and thinking, who does that? Who comes down a golden escalator? Because the politicians that I had known, what they do when they're going to run for office is they go put on a pair of jeans and they go find themselves a barn and maybe a hay bale, and they say, golly shucks, geez, I'm just like you, right? And pretend to be somebody that they're not. But not President Trump. He was going to be honest with you and genuine with you, and here is the situation and here is the truth. He doesn't think he's any better than you. All those politicians that run and pretend to be something else, they think they're better than you. They think they're smarter than you and that they can sell you a line and a story, and that's not President Trump. President Trump is himself. He's fighting for you. He's fighting to protect you and your family, and he loves this country. He loves this country. People ask me, we love Trump. We love Trump. We love Trump. He's listening to you right now. He's listening to you, and he hears you, and he hears you. Listen, everybody, let's get right to it. Please welcome the 45th President and the 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Welcome, President Trump.
Thank you very much. This is a nice crowd.
Yes, they love you. You know why? It's because they recognize, sir, that you're the one who fights for them. You're the one who protects them.
And you know what else? They fight for themselves, and they've been fighting for a long time, and we're going to make your fight easier. It's very important. We're going to make it easier. Because what's happened to our country in the last almost 4 years now, it's hard to believe, but if you look at the borders, if you look at inflation, you look at the Afghanistan disaster, the most embarrassing time in the history of our country. I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan. The way they did, not getting out, I was getting out with dignity. The way they got out was the most embarrassing thing that ever happened. Probably led to Putin going into Ukraine. Probably, he looked at it, he said, these people aren't very good, are they? He would have never done that with me. So, you know, we're all in this together. We got to win the election November 5th.
Yes. And, sir, he has never yet called those Gold Star families to express his grief for the people and the soldiers that we lost that day. And who controls that airstrip now?
China.
China. Yes.
No, they have, you know, China took over. And one of the things, get out, we were there like for 20 years. I said, what are we doing here? So we get the hell out. But, you know, I had a talk with the Taliban, and we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months until this catastrophe happened when they took over. But, you know, one of the things we, aside from everything else, we spent billions of dollars years ago to build a big air base. And you knew that one from your own time.
Yes, I did.
A big one, a really good one, powerful runways, long runways. And you know what happened? I'll tell you, they gave it up. And it was 1 hour away from where China built, forget about Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where China builds its nuclear weapons. Would have been very nice to have. And China now occupies that air base, so it's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. Mr. President, as you can see, we've got a lot of American patriots here tonight who want to ask you some questions.
Good.
If you don't mind, we'll move into that portion of the town hall tonight. Let's go to our first question. Our first question is going to be from a man named Reed. And Reed, I'm not certain where you are.
Where's Reed? There he is. Hi, Reed.
There he is, over there.
Nice looking guy.
And Reed, I believe you're a Navy SEAL, correct?
No.
No. Okay,
no.
I got that wrong.
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Reed.
Hi, Reed.
I'm a single father and Iraq War veteran. I dream of owning a home for me and my son, but mortgage rates under the Biden-Harris administration have made that impossible. What can you do to help make home ownership affordable again?
All right, good. It's a great question, and a lot of people have this question. First of all, it's too expensive to build the homes, and they're building them, and they cost a fortune, and 30% of the cost in some locations is the cost of, like, planning and certificates and a lot of nonsense they do. They make you go through hell, and it takes years to get them, zoning approvals, all of the approvals you need. We're going to get rid of a lot of that, but most importantly, we're going to get interest rates brought way down. You know, we had interest rates at 2%, and now they're 10%, and you can't get the money. We had 2%, and there was plenty of money for everybody. And, you know, I call the home part of the American dream. We're going to create the American dream for young people and for older people, too, by the way. We're not going to forget. I mean, I happen to be a very young man, but we're not going to forget the older people. We're not going to forget the older people. By the way, no tax on Social Security benefits for the older people. For those. I guess, you know, somebody said, oh, he's got a conflict of interest because he benefits by that. I'll give mine up if you want. I save tax. But no, we're going to do that for the older people. That's a big deal because you've been eaten alive with inflation. And all I'm doing is getting you back to even. I think when we do that, we're probably just getting you. You know, you have fixed income, and you went up numbers like 30, 40, 50, depending on what they include. You know, they like to say it was a 20% increase. It wasn't. It was 30, 40, and 50, depending on what they want to include. So we're going to do that. But, Reed, getting back to you, we're going to drill, baby drill. We're going to have so much energy. And we're going to bring prices down because, you know, your prices are up. Don't forget, the damage is done. We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far. And let me tell you, she is worse than him. And he's actually, I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody. She's actually, you take a look at it, she's more dangerous than him, but he's actually smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that. I never thought I'd say that. But look, we're going to get it down. We're going to drill. We're going to get the energy down. When the energy comes down, prices are going to come down. All of that prices, because, you know, when they say, oh, although they had very bad inflation numbers last month, you saw that. Very, very bad inflation numbers, despite the big, you know, they did this big drop, probably too big a drop. I'm not going to get into that. But we're going to get the prices down. because the damage has been done. If we had no inflation now, such damage has been done, the highest, in my opinion, the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They didn't include a lot of the bad numbers. I'll give you an example. On housing and on different things, like crime statistics are fake. They were fake statistics. They didn't include some cities that were really bad, so the crime looked like it was just bad as opposed to being horrific. Jobs, 818,000 fake jobs they added, and they padded the job numbers a couple of months ago so that they'd look better on jobs. 818, they were fake. They were fraudulent jobs, and they thought they'd announce the real numbers after the election, but we had a whistleblower or somebody that let it out, so they cheated us on 18, think of that, 818,000 jobs they cheated. You know, usually when you have those numbers, it's 9,000 jobs off it. This is almost 1 million jobs off. It's not even possible. So we're going to bring things, and Reed, you're going to buy that house, and you're going to pay 2.5%, 3% interest, and you're going to say, I love this guy. Because interest rates, Reed, will follow as the energy goes down. And I made another commitment. I made it over the last month. I've been making it. We have more liquid gold under our feet than Saudi Arabia, than Russia, than any other country. I'm going to bring down your energy costs 50% in the first year. 50%. And I better do it because I'm all over the place saying I'm going to have problems if I don't get it done. But we have all the capacity to do it. Nobody else can make that statement. We have so much energy, we don't even use it. We get energy from Venezuela. They don't have good oil. You know, they have tar. They have tar that you have to liquefy. And you know where they do it? In Houston, Texas, because that's where we have the plant. It's the only plant in the world that can do it. We do it in Houston. So for the environmentalists out there, this is not a pretty picture, what flows into the air, right? But we're going to use our beautiful liquid gold. And when we get everything else down, houses, everything's going to come. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to have a house. Just wait a little while. Give me a little while. Let me get in. 1 year from January 20th, we will have your energy prices cut in half all over the country.
Thank you. And Mr. President, in reference to Reed and his family, he's not in a unique situation. 65% of Americans today cannot buy a home. That has dramatically changed under the Biden-Harris administration, and Kamala Harris has embraced the policies that made home ownership disappear and take away that opportunity from Reed and his family and 65% of Americans today. Listen, the American dream is still to own your own home. And now that is not possible because of what they've embraced. And you talk about liquid gold. If any state understands liquid gold and American energy, it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah. The Commonwealth. Make sure.
The Commonwealth.
Make sure, you know.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
By the way, this is a really great governor, very successful governor. She read some of the numbers. And I thought she would, because why not? Nobody else will do it, but I will.
I did it fast.
I do it for my friends. So you did it beautifully,
fast.
too. She has done a fantastic job as governor. And I will say this. I went to school here. I just want to forewarn her, because I've seen it happen and it's career threatening. Don't ever call it a state. It's a Commonwealth. And I was saying,
lesson learned.
Has somebody, because a lot of innocent lambs have come up and they start talking to the people of Pennsylvania. I love you people. I know you so well. I'm here all the time. But yeah, I went to school here. I went to the Wharton School, the great Wharton School of Finance. And they were great. It's a great place. But I went to college here. So never, ever even think. I watched one man crash and burn. He kept calling it the state. I kept saying, it's the Commonwealth. And by the time the evening, I think his political career ended there. So
Sir, tonight we have some special guests in the audience. We have a Gold Star family that is with us tonight. Mary and Charles Strange are here. Where are they?
Where are they?
Oh, here they are. Sir, they're behind us over here to the left.
Come on up here. Come on.
They lost their son, Michael.
Come on up.
Come on up here.
It's a little harder to get up since I got shot. They've made it more difficult. Perhaps that's the way it's supposed to be.
Sir, they lost their son, Michael.
Under Obama, all 30 guys died.
Did you want to say anything?
Under Obama is right. Under Obama. Please, on behalf of your son.
I would ask, Mr. President, my son was killed August 6, 2011 with 29 other men. It was the biggest loss of life in the Iraq and Afghan war. It was the biggest loss of life in a single day in the history of America. 22 of them men were Navy Special Warfare. Till to this day, we still haven't gotten any answers. I was wondering, I'm begging you, we would like a congressional hearing.
So here's what we're going to do. In the first week, let me have it, not the first day, because I made a lot of promises in the first day. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to close up the border. We're going to do a lot in the first day. In the first week, we will set up a commission. We're going to find out, because so many people in your same position, they want to know what happened. Why did it happen to their son or daughter? And we're going to do that within the first week. So you get ready to come over to the White House, okay?
Thank
All right?
you, Mr. President. I say one more thing. I want to let America know, June 2017, President Trump and his wife had me and my wife bring 20 gold stars to the White House. Him and his wife stayed the whole time. They had food, drinks. They did a candle ceremony for us. President Trump stood up every time, saluted the Gold Star parents.
That was both a celebration, a remembrance. It had all emotion, right? They were happy, they were sad, they were devastated, but they remembered their beautiful boy, right?
Yes.
Their beautiful boy, and we're not going to forget. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to do that within the first week, and you have my word. Okay?
Thank you, President Trump.
Good man. Good man. Oh, I agree. I got the proof. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President.
What a nice couple.
Mary and Charles' daughter, Rachel, is also here tonight. She is Michael's sister, so thank you, Rachel, for coming tonight, too, and God bless you and your family. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Thank you, darling.
Yes.
Thank you, honey. That's tough stuff.
It is. Thank you for your commitment to...
And like what we were discussing in Afghanistan with the 13 family members, they feel that bad things happen, stupid things happened, and you hate for that to be, and it's your son or your daughter.
They
There's
deserve
no reason.
answers.
It should have never happened in Afghanistan, I can tell you that, the 13 that died. And you know, they don't mention there were many people wounded too, and I mean seriously wounded with the legs and the arms and the face. And we're going to give them everything they want. I've gotten to know those families. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Sir, our next question tonight is from Angelina, who I believe is right here. If you want to come forward, Angelina.
Hi, Angelina.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. President.
Let me stand up for you. Go ahead.
My name's Angelina, and I was raised in a Philadelphia Democrat household, a union household. As a mother of a blended family, my top issues are the same issues that face all Americans. Illegal immigration hurts Black Americans. Inflation hurts Black Americans. And dangerous cities hurt Black Americans. Like my fellow Americans, my grocery bill has not gone down. Everything is still so very expensive. What steps will your administration take to help American families suffering from this inflation?
So, you know, it's such a great question in the sense that people don't think of grocery. You know, it sounds like not such an important word when you talk about homes and everything else, right? But more people tell me about grocery bills, where the price of bacon, the price of lettuce, the price of tomatoes, they tell me. And we're going to do a lot of things. You know, our farmers aren't being treated properly. And we had a deal with China, and it was a great deal. I never mentioned it because once COVID came in, I said that was a bridge too far, because I had a great relationship with President Xi. And he's a fierce man, and he's a man that likes China, and I understand that. But we had a deal, and he was perfect on that deal. $50 billion he was going to buy. We were doing numbers like you wouldn't believe for the farmer. But the farmers are very badly hurt. The farmers in this country, we're going to get them straightened out. We're going to get your prices down. But you asked another question about safety and also about black population jobs and Hispanic population, in particular those two. So when millions of people pour into our country, they're having a devastating effect on black families and Hispanic families more than any others. I think it's going to spread to a lot of other places. I think it's going to spread to unions. I think unions are going to have a big problem because, employers are just not going to pay the price. They're going to, and it's a very bad thing that's happening. So they're coming in, many are coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions, insane asylums. That's like, a step above, right? Insane asylum. And whenever I go, Hannibal Lecter, you know what I'm talking about. They always go the fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there, too. But they always mention, it's a way of demeaning. They just say, Hannibal Lecter, why would he mention? Well, you know why? Because he was a sick puppy, and we have sick puppies coming into our country. I figure that's better than wasting a lot of words. You just say Hannibal Lecter, we don't want him, but they always sort of say, why would he say that? I do it for a lot of reasons, but I do it because we are allowing some very bad people into our country, and they're coming as terrorists. You saw the other day, last month they had the record number of terrorists. I had a month, and I love Border Patrol. Did you see they gave me a full endorsement 2 days ago? Border Patrol. The Border Patrol, and they're great. And they want to do their job. They don't want to let these people come in. They look at them, they can tell, they can look at somebody, say good, bad. They say what's coming into our country now, it's having a huge negative impact on black families and on Hispanic families and ultimately on everybody. And we're going to close that border so tight, it's going to be closed. And I said the two things I'm going to do. First, we're going to close that border, and people are going to come in. You want people to come in. We need people to come in. People are going to come into our country legally. It's so unfair. You have people that are waiting on a system, on a line, and they've been waiting on this line, you know how long? For years, 10 years, 12 years, and they study and they take tests, and then people come. I actually say, why don't you just go on just come on across. I tell people that it's terrible, right? I said, go out. You're incredible. They say, what can I do to speed up the process? I say, you know what? Go to the southern border. I'll see you on the other side. It's so unfair. But we're going to have them come in legally. You have to see what they have to do. They take tests on, who was the first one here? What date was this? What does 1776 mean? All this stuff. And these other people are coming in, and they're affecting the school systems, and they're affecting the hospital system. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in Springfield, Ohio, a town of 50,000 people, they've just added 32,000 people, illegal immigrants, and we're not going to put up with it, and we're going to take care of your costs are going to come down, and you're not going to have a problem with, because the biggest problem, and I'm hearing it from black people, and to a lesser extent right now, but it'll be the same, Hispanic people. And I'll tell you what, our poll numbers have gone through the roof. With black and Hispanic have gone through the roof. And I like that. I like that. I like that. So we're going to take care of it. You will be, I'll tell you, if everything works out, if everybody gets out and votes on January 5th or before, it used to be you'd have a date. Today you can vote 2 months before, probably 3 months after. They don't know what the hell they're doing. But we're going to straighten it all out. We're going to straighten that out, too. We're going to straighten our election process out, too. That's going to be important also. So thank you very much, darling. We're going to get it straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Mr. President, we had in the last year over 800,000 Americans lose their jobs in this country. But 1.2 non-citizens took those jobs. They're filling the jobs that Americans could have to provide for their families. And Kamala Harris has been in charge of this border. She is the one who has been the border czar, who has facilitated this invasion. I've always called it an invasion and a war zone down there because we see the criminals and the terrorists coming across.
It is an invasion like we've never seen before. And if it was an invasion of people that deserve to come in or that will love the country, will be great. She used to go around saying, They don't commit crime. Have you seen the gang from Venezuela, what they've done in Aurora, Colorado?
But it's only a few, according
Yeah,
to
they said
Martha
it's
Raddatz.
It's only
According
a
to
few.
Martha, oh, it's just a few apartment
And
buildings.
by the way, it's hundreds all over the country, and they're like me. They're in the real estate business, but they take it over with rifles. They take it over with a level of sophistication, because you know a lot about guns from where you come and you like it. And I'm a big protector of the Second Amendment. We've gotten totally endorsed. And if you think that's easy, it's not easy. But the NRA gave me total endorsement. I assume you got total endorsement. We have no choice. We have to have it. I mean, especially when you have, you know, it's amazing. These radical left lunatics, they want everybody to come into our country. Many of those people are criminals, and then they want to also take your guns away simultaneously. So they don't want your guns, but they want them to come in. So you need it for protection. You know, if somebody knows that you have a gun in your house, they say, let's go after somebody else. People put signs under this gun, or we have, some of them actually spell the kind of a gun they have. We have an AK-47 inside. And people say, you know what, let's just, and I knew about an AK-47 from a few weeks ago. And the AR-15, I know about that one too. I know a lot. But you know what? You have a lot of bad people out there, and you can't, you know, it just can't be a one-way street. You know one thing, because she wants to take your guns away, if you take them away, the bad guys are not giving them up. That's the only thing. I don't think the good people are giving them up either. You want to know the truth? But the bad guys are not giving up their guns. That's the only thing I know for certain, right?
It's true. You're true. Your J.D. Vance did a fantastic job on Sunday morning,
Is he
calling
doing
out
a
the
good
fake
job?
news. Yes. For how they're trying to diminish the devastation that's going on in some of these communities. And Kamala Harris has facilitated losing 300,000 children as well since she's been in charge of the border. I always say that they're not missing children, that they are trafficked and kidnapped and murdered children because they've come across that border and we have no idea where those children are. And we know how devastating it is, what's happening to their lives right now with what she's facilitating.
I think that, you know, all bad numbers, we have a lot of bad numbers. There's so much bad happened in this administration. It's disgraceful. You know, as an example, there'd be no war with Russia and Ukraine. There's no way I get along very well with Putin. I fully understand what's happening. It was the apple of his eye. He used to talk about it. But I said, you're not going in. And he wasn't going in. It's only because of Biden. He looked at this guy. He can't even believe it. But the same with Ukraine. I got along very well with Zelensky, very well. In fact, he came to New York 2 weeks ago. He came to see me, and I got along very well with him. I'm going to negotiate that thing out. That is now a death trap. You have cities that are all down. Those gorgeous golden domes, those magnificent domes are laying on their side, all busted up after, I don't know, they're 1,000 years old or something, the heritage, what's happened there. But many more people are killed than they're reporting. They knocked down, that was my business. They have apartment houses that are really, they're like 3 blocks, city blocks long, not that tall, but pretty tall, and they are big, and they knock it down with a missile, and they say 2 people were slightly injured. You know, a lot of people, the number of people dying in the Ukraine-Russia war is a far greater number than anybody knows, and Biden has done nothing about it. He hasn't even spoken to Putin in over a year, know nothing about it, and this is a war that has to end, and we're going to get that war ended. I'm going to try, and I think I can, get it ended as president-elect. In other words, before I even take over the White House. Got to stop the people from dying. They said to me, well, whose side are you on? I was interviewed by fake news, CNN, you know, fake news. Uh-oh, their camera just went off. Their camera just went off. No. Their camera just went off. Okay. It always happens. Whenever I point to them, immediately they turn off because they know it. But I was Caitlin Collins, a nice person, but Caitlin Collins is interviewing me, and she said, well, whose side are you on? I said, it's not a question of sides. I want people to stop dying, that's all. I want people to stop dying. And you know, it was a very interesting thing because it was a CNN, it was like this, a smaller room, much smaller. This is a big room. This is a very big room, but it was a much smaller room. But they had all people in there from CNN. Within the first 5 minutes, they were totally on my side because it's common sense. And we're now the party of common sense. I say it. We're conservative, but We're the party of common sense. We need walls. We want good education. We want low interest rates. We want to be able to buy a house. We want jobs. And you know what? We want a strong military. I rebuilt our entire military. And we want a strong military. And ideally a strong military that we don't have to use. Is that even better? We'll have a strong military. If we don't have to use it, that's even better.
I love it. I love it. So, Mr. President, let's get back to our questions. We have Yanni, who's waiting to ask you a question, has been waiting a long time. Yanni, welcome. It'll just give them 1 second. Here they come, right behind you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for being here today, Mr. President.
Thank you.
To answer questions from all the voters of Pennsylvania and just to work hard and show support. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm a small business owner in Lansdale. I have a small breakfast lunch restaurant, Coffee Corner. And thank you. And to be honest, Mr. President, I really, am praying for you to get in there and change the policies. Ever since the gas prices started spiking, I noticed literally everything started spiking, from deliveries to services, goods, even maintenance, overall maintenance. Everything just spiked up, and it's really hurting small businesses, small business owners, and those who work within them. So my question is, what's your plan to help bring common sense back and help small businesses that got destroyed by Democrats after COVID and the Biden administration?
So, great. Because small businesses are actually bigger than big businesses when you add them all up, and it's very important. And sounds like yours. I would love your food. I can tell by looking at that guy. I think I'd like to go over there. If I'm over there, I'm going to stop it. The fact is that, they want to get away from gas. And I have friends, they're into the cooking world. I'm not. I just like to eat. But they're into the cooking. And I don't know how you feel. It sounds like they feel that gas is much better than the electric for cooking, right? And they have this thing about, they want to put gas out of business, right? No gas. The amazing thing? We don't have electric in this country, but we have all the gas you can use. We have oil and gas. That's what we have. And even the cars, if you look, they want to go with all electric cars. California is having blackouts every week, brownouts, blackouts, and then they come up with rules and regulation to go to all electric, but they can't even supply what they have. It's so nuts. We're going to get, number one, your utility costs. You heard me say it before. Your costs will be down, and we're getting rid of all the and if you want electric, great. And if you want gas, great. The only thing you can't have is a hydrogen car, right? You heard me say that, right? Because you know what happens? They have a new car, they say it's great, but it's got one problem. You know what the problem is? Every once in a while, one will blow up. And if it does blow up and you happen to be inside of it, you're in bad luck because you're not recognizable. Do you know that? It's the new thing, hydrogen. I said, no, thank you, I don't want it. I don't want. They called the wife, that's not my husband. Oh, yes, it is. It's no good. So if we get your energy costs will be down by 50%. Your interest is going to come down, and people are going to start to make, not only you, people will have more money to go to your restaurant. You're going to have a great business. And, during COVID, I was the one that worked out the loans. I don't know if you got one, but everybody, so many people got millions of small businesses. And Linda McMahon was the head of Small Business Administration, which was a big business. But she was the head, and she was phenomenal. Linda McMahon was phenomenal. So many people tell me about her that she was one of the best secretaries. But Linda McMahon was in charge, and they loaned billions of dollars out to people with small businesses, and it was the greatest investment we made. It stopped us from going into a 1929 depression, which is exactly what we would have had, and she did a fantastic job.
She did a fantastic job.
We're going to get your costs way down.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. President, my state, I always tell people it's hot in the summer, it's cold in the winter, and it's a long ways to drive anywhere, which I think a lot of Americans are experiencing, that no matter what, you're energy dependent. And since Joe Biden has been in the White House and Kamala Harris has supported every single one of his policies, did you hear her on The View? Did you hear her say she wouldn't change a thing from what Joe Biden has done? It has cost It's cost the average American family $4,500 just in energy costs. Just in energy costs.
Okay. Hold it,
Oh, we have
please.
something.
A doctor, please. Doctor, thank you very much. We have incredible people. They come here hours before, and it's a little hot, and so they're with us all the way. We got to respect them, and you take your time, doctor. Take your time. Thank you very much. We always have great doctors in the audience. We've never had too much of a problem. Look at the quality of care we have. It's incredible when you think, right? These people, first responders. Our first responders are amazing, the way they can do things so beautifully and quickly. Thank you. We'll get it taken care of fast. A lot of it's pretty easy to take care of. Hardest thing is going to be the border, though, in terms of the people that have been let in. The people that have been let into this country, what they're doing, where do they come from, what are they doing, what's their thought process when they allow a thing like that to happen? Let's wait till they take care of this incredible person who I guarantee you is a great patriot. I guarantee it. Everybody in this room is a patriot. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Some problems. Some problems. That looks a little bad. Thank you. That looks a little bit bad. Don't worry, we'll extend for a little time, okay? We're not going to lose anything. We just want to make sure they're fine. This is a little bit of a tough one, I think. A little tough. You know, while we're waiting, so we had a beautiful evening, and I don't know if they could get this song up quickly, but if they could work really quickly backstage while we're waiting, Ave Maria. We had Ave Maria the other day in Butler, Pennsylvania, and Butler, we had 101,000 people. It was the most a celebration. Corey, I call Corey the firefighter, the chief. He was great. And if they could play Ave Maria, if you can get it, Justin, let's go if you can. It's a little quick notice. Ave Maria. Great. We love that man. We love that man. It's so beautiful though, right? Listen to that. It's nice. He's going to be okay. We have nice music. We're together. Not bad.
Yes.
Not bad. Right? So beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you,
That's
everybody,
very
for your
nice. Thank
patience. Yes. We'll be praying for him. Yep. Thank you, sir. Sir, as we talk about how things have gotten harder under this administration and how Kamala Harris's policies have been so dangerous for the American people, there's someone here tonight who wanted an opportunity to ask you a question. Her name is Heather. And Heather, would you please stand? She's right here, and
Hi.
she is so thrilled to be talking to you tonight, Mr. President.
Good evening, President Trump. My name is Heather, and I was a registered Democrat for most of my life. But not anymore.
She's on our
Look
side.
at now. Yes, I saw the light. I no longer identify with the Democratic Party. They've put criminals and foreign enemies ahead of American citizens. The border is the issue of this election because if we can't secure the border, we won't have a country. We know that you're going to finish the wall, but how are you going to handle the deportation of criminals?
So, if you've watched any of our last rallies, we have a Criminal Aliens Act of 1798. That's a long time ago. And that gives the president tremendous power to do what has to be done to secure our country. And you're right, so if you look at the polls, it says that the number one issue is the economy, number two is inflation. Let's even put them together. And number three is the border. I disagree. I think I agree. I do agree with you. The number one issue this country has.
Do you want me to go tell them so it's not a microphone?
No,
Yeah. President is wondering.
Thank you very much. Take your time, Doctor. It's going to be good. Doors. I wish we could open those doors to outside. Yeah, take your time, Doctor. For security reasons, they can't. But you know what? I said just open them, because anybody comes through those doors, you know what's going to happen to them.
It looks like, sir, she's on her feet and walking out. Let's encourage her.
Thank you.
Let her know we'll be praying for her. And I know it's really warm in here. Everybody agrees that it's really warm in here. We've got a lot of people who love America. I'm going to ask that if you have a chair, maybe sit so everyone around you can sit and still see the president and ask him questions. Maybe that will help us.
And we can spend a little more time.
Yes.
And personally, I enjoy this. We lose weight. You know, no, you lose weight. We could do this, lose 4 or 5 pounds. It's okay with me.
Kamala Harris is.
But some people have been waiting here for 2 days for this, so you know it's a little bit tough. It's a little bit tough, but they're going to try and get those doors open.
Yes.
And I don't know whose building this is, but if they had air conditioning, do you see any air conditioning?
They probably can't afford it, sir, in this economy.
That's right. They don't want to give us air conditioning. It's too expensive. It costs too much. Anyway. But they're both okay. Yes. They're both in good shape.
And that's wonderful.
Would anybody else like to faint? Please raise your hand.
Let's do it now.
Please raise your hand. You know what we could do, though? If my guys can do it, how about we'll do a little music. Let's make this a musical fest. Oh, looky, looky. Oh, that's great. That's great. Because it's nice and cool outside, right?
Yes.
It's nice and cool. Why don't we do, and I mean this, if my guys can hear me, 2 things. Put up the chart, my favorite chart. My all-time favorite chart. And let's listen to Pavarotti sing Ave Maria. Can you hear that? They gave me the Ave Maria with no voice. There it is. That's my favorite piece of paper anywhere in the world. I sleep with it every night. I kiss it. I kiss it. And you see those numbers, by the way, for those that we talked about, you know, the border. When you're talking about the border, look at the numbers. That was the lowest it ever was right there. That was the last day I was in office. And we're going to get it lower than that. But we're going to let people come in. We're going to let people come in. So very, very important. But there's one of my most favorite. If I didn't turn to the right, I wouldn't be here with you right now. Right. So it's a sort of a cruel world. But I was very proud of that before the fact. Now, even if it had lousy numbers, I would love that piece of paper a lot. So put on Pavarotti singing Ave Maria. Nice and loud. Turn it up louder. We want a little action here. Turn it up louder. That's for your boy. That's for your boy. Stand up. That's for their boy. Let's not do any more questions. Let's just listen to music. Let's make it into a music. Who the hell wants to hear questions, right? Isn't that beautiful, though? It's so beautiful. And we played that in Butler, Pennsylvania. We had a moment of silence, and then we had the bells of Notre Dame go off, and then we had a great opera singer, Christopher, who was so incredible, and a great, great opera singer. That's Pavarotti. Pavarotti, I guess, is... I actually asked Christopher, I said, your voice is incredible. How does it compare to Pavarotti? No, 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 sir. He was the maestro. He was the greatest of them all. And this man's voice, you all probably heard it. He was phenomenal. But he said, no, 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 Pavarotti was the greatest. Maybe we'll play Time to Say Goodbye when we end.
Yes,
okay?
that sounds fantastic.
All right. Do we want to do that?
Absolutely.
We'll have a little... Instead of your normal, like, rock out of the place.
Yes.
And then you're going to say, time to go to bye. Then you're going to go vote. We're going to win the state of... You know, we win Pennsylvania. We win the whole thing.
Yes. That's right.
We're going to win. We're going to win. If we win Pennsylvania, we're going to win the whole thing, right? So it's going to really be something. We just had some numbers coming out of Virginia, which is great. We have numbers coming out of... We win this Commonwealth. We win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are in clover, and then we're going to fix our country, and we're going to fix it fast. We're going to fix it fast. So get that song done.
Okay.
Get that song ready, and when we leave, we're
up?
going to have a beautiful... You could just sit. And by the way, when we leave, you don't have to go so fast. You could sit and listen, We'll play a couple of songs. Some of you will be a little warm, but that's okay. It's not a bad thing. And if you want, we're going to do that, but I think it would be beautiful. Don't you think? A little different.
I think it'd be amazing, sir.
Nice to have imagination. Isn't it a nice thing to have imagination? It's like when Kamala's teleprompter went out the other day.
Mm-hmm.
She was at 32 days. Did you see that?
I did.
She loses teleprompters, and you wouldn't know that she lost it. Me, I always lose. You know, if you're a politician, you can count on 5% of the time you lose a teleprompter, sometimes really badly, like in the middle of a sentence, and you're saying, ooh, that's a good, you got to have a good memory. If you don't have a good memory, you can't be much of a politician. But they go out. Sometimes, if you're outside, the wind blows them down. I had one in Ohio. We had 45-mile-an-hour winds, and I said, I'm going to lose these suckers. And within about the first 2 sentences, they were gone. They
I remember
blew
that.
off the stage.
I was at that rally.
For Bernie Moreno, who's now doing very well, I understand,
He
the
is.
senator, so I think he's doing very well. But we'll listen to a couple of songs if you want, and that's okay with me. I like it. So we'll do that. We'll do those songs that we had mentioned, Justin. And if Justin doesn't get it right, he gets fired. Okay.
Sir,
Right?
I have a quote that I like a lot by John Wayne. It says, life is hard, but it's harder when you're stupid.
Yeah.
I think that perfectly explains Kamala Harris,
Yeah.
right? Right, sir? Now, our life has been hard because of her, but can you imagine what it's like to wake up as Kamala Harris? How hard life must be? My goodness.
Well, we have to beat her. Look, we
do.
have to beat her. She's not for this job. Everybody knows it. Look, we're running against
We're ready.
not her. We're running against a very powerful and a very corrupt machine. That's what it is.
That's right.
She's just, and the same thing with Joe Biden. Joe doesn't know where the hell he is. You know, when you talk about Biden, he got 14 million votes. He won the primary, and we had a debate. His numbers were very bad, and it looked like we were going to win. You don't know what's going to happen, but it looked like he was down substantially. They went to see him, and they said, "You're getting out." He said, "I don't want to get out. I won. You're getting out." That was the overthrow of an American president. You could call it a coup, but I don't even call it that anymore because a lot of people say, "What the hell is a coup?" You can call it that, but it was really basically the overthrow of an American president. And frankly, she's doing horribly right now. You saw 60 Minutes where they replaced her answer with another answer. She's doing horribly. I have a feeling he might have done better than her. Let's see what you have to see what the end is. Maybe they made a good move. But when they talk about a threat to democracy, how about where they take a candidate who won fair and square, they throw him out, and they put up a woman who failed, was the first one to drop out of a field of 22, and got no votes. And this is the person we're running against. And she is not a smart woman, that's true. And we've had that for 4 years. We're not going to have it for another 4 years. We're not going to have it.
That's right. So we're not going to complain about things. We're going to fix them, right? We're not going to complain. We're going to fix them. And you are going to fix them right here in Pennsylvania by showing up and voting for President Donald John Trump. We're going to make America great again. Right?
Those doors are open. That feels good.
It does.
I feel it right now. I don't know who's out there trying to get in, but you know what I feel? Doesn't that feel nice?
Yes.
And you don't even have, there's nothing like outdoors. You don't even have the cost of an air conditioner if they have them in this beautiful factory. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Yep. Well, sir, do you want to play your song and then greet a few people, or do you want to? Well, you had said you wanted to close with a specific song. or
Okay,
we can
let's
take
do a couple of
two more
mine.
fast questions.
So, Justin, how about a couple of really beauties, and we'll sit down, relax. Let me just give you the bottom line, though. We win Pennsylvania. We win this great Commonwealth. We are going to win the whole ball game. It's such an important place, and we relate. And we are up in the polls fairly nicely, but it's really important. And we're going to turn this country around. It's the greatest movement in the history of our country, MAGA, Make America Great Again. When Biden would go on, he used to go on, say, we will stop MAGA. We will stop, remember with the purple background, the pink and purple? He looked like the devil, right? But she's worse than him, remember it. But they would say, we're going to stop MAGA. MAGA means Make America Great
again.
I mean, what are you going to stop? And we are indeed going to make America great again. America has never, we're a declining nation right now. We're a nation in decline. And we're not going to be in decline for long, let me tell you. Every country respected us 4 years ago. We were energy independent. We had everything. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're going to bring it back bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Go and vote.
Yes.
Let me hear that music, please.
Everyone, let's thank President Trump.
Nice and loud.
God bless you. Let's send President Trump back to the White House.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Sì, lo so che non c'è luce in una stanza quando manca il sole. Se non ci sei tu con me, su le finestre mostrar tutto il mio cuore che è acceso. Chiudi dentro me la luce che ha incontrato per strada. Time to say goodbye. Paesi che non ho mai veduto e vissuto con te. Adesso sì li vivrò con te. Partirò su navi per mari che io lo so non esistono più. It's time to say goodbye.
Quando sei lontana sogno all'orizzonte e manca le parole. E io sì lo so che sei con me, tu mia luna, tu sei qui con me. Mio sole, tu sei qui con me, con me, con me, con me. Time to say goodbye. Paesi che non ho mai veduto e vissuto con te. Adesso sì li vivrò con te. Partirò su navi per mari che io lo so non esistono più. Con te io li rivivrò, con te partirò su navi per mari che io lo so non esistono più. Con te io li rivivrò, con te partirò. This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing, nothing, nothing without a woman or a girl. You see, man made the car, take us over the road. Man made the train, carry the heavy load. Man made the electric lights, take us out of the dark. And man made the boat for the water. Let my my Bible said Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. Ow! But it wouldn't be nothing, nothing, nothing. Like a woman or a girl.
L'uomo rincorre il potere, ma lui non sa che i grandi limiti ad essere come si parla. Nel palmo stringe un'idea che non vive, che nella sua fantasia folle, se non si accorge che poi nulla più senso c'è, si vive solo per sé.
Man thinks about a little bit of baby girls and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them toys. But after man made everything he can, man made lira, pesos, dollars, rubles, to buy from every good woman and every man. Ow! This is a man's world.
So, this has been an honor tonight. We could do another question or two if you'd like, but probably. Do you want to do one? Do you want to do? Let's go. Let's go. You know, but it ends so beautifully. How about this? We'll play YMCA and we'll go home. But listen, whatever you can do, get out there. We have to win. This is important. This is the most important election in the history of our country. And you know what? I never thought I'd say it again. I said it was 16. We then fixed the border. We did everything. We had a great economy. It was good. For 20, we didn't have to say it. By the way, we got millions of more votes in 20 than we did 16. But there's never been spirit that we've seen like this. And that's because we saw how bad they are. They are so bad, and frankly, they're evil. They're evil. What they've done, they've weaponized our elections. They've done things that nobody thought was even possible. So we're going to go, we're going to vote, we're going to have a good time, we're going to make our country I want this to be a really important evening. And those two people that went down are patriots, and we love them.
Yes.
And because of them, we ended up with some good music, right? Right? So play YMCA. Go ahead. Let's go. Nice and loud.
Here we go, everybody.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, are you listening to me? Young man, what do you wanna be? YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. No man, young man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was once in your shoes. Young man, I was down with the blues.
Thank you.
Nobody's leaving. What's going on? There's nobody leaving. Keep going. Keep going. Should we keep going? All right, turn that music up. Turn it up. Great song.
It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throne, she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Maybe I have been here before. I know this room, I've walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew you. I've seen your flag on the marble arch. Love is not a victory march. It's a cone and it's a broken hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. There was a time you let me know what's real and going on below, but now you never show it to me, do you? And remember when I moved in you, the holy dark was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Maybe there's a God above, and all I ever learned from love was how to shoot at someone who outdrew you.
It's not a cry you can hear at night. It's not somebody who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah. 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 It's been 7 hours and 50 since you took your love away. I'm gone every night and sleep all day since you took your love away. Since you've been gone, I can do whatever I want. I can see whoever I choose. I can eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, but nothing, I said nothing can take away this blues. 'Cause nothing compares to you. It's been so long without you, like a burning absence. Nothing can stop these lonely tears from falling. Tell me, baby, where did I go wrong? I could put my arm around every boy I see. They remind me. and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, north the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, north the rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
to turn my face to the dawn. I am waiting for the day.
Now, old Deuteronomy, just before dawn, through a silence you feel you could cut with a knife, announces the cat who can now be reborn and come back to a different Jellicle life.
I'd go to a Guns N' Roses concert with President Trump, but I just got to see Elvis and Guns N' Roses with President Trump dancing along to the music, having the time of his life. If I could make any comment about what I'm watching over the last 20 minutes or so, this is a man who just wants to hang out with the people of America. He appreciates that they stayed here and waited to meet him tonight, and he just wanted to have a little DJ tea party with some music, some videos, dancing, singing, and hanging out with all the people who love him the most. This was unique, and I loved every minute of it.
It's phenomenal. I mean, everyone is smiling from ear to ear in here. You don't get anything like this in politics and in our society at all, period. This is something that we really have to cherish, these types of moments, because, listen, nothing like this will ever be seen again in our politics. Going from his planned town hall and the questions, which is kind of boring, to this musical,
he loves this.
fantastic concert. This is incredible. I think
He's
the fans
still out there with the
had a
people's
wonderful
hall.
time. He's still out there. He's still talking. He's still kibbutzing, so to speak. But listen, the people love him, and he loves the people. He basically turned lemons into lemonade. You had a few people pass out before because it's very hot in here, but he made this better than anyone could have ever imagined.
I gotta tell you, I love him
He's
so
the
much.
maestro.
I
Talk
love
about
him.
Pavarotti being the maestro.
Yes.
Donald John Trump
is the maestro.
is the maestro.
I love him. I really do. I gotta say, I don't understand how people don't love this guy. He's just one of us, and he stands there and he just in solidarity with the people. So much love, and he's swaying and he's dancing and he loves it, and we're just so grateful. We couldn't do what we do without all of you, without your viewership, and of course without our sponsors. So we want to thank all of our sponsors, starting with our American Finance. I mean, they are incredible. The Federal Reserve, as many of you know, has dropped interest rates, so you need to call our friends at American Financing today. With mortgage rates in the 4s now, it's the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. Lots of us have been forced to use credit cards because of ridiculous prices at the grocery store, on power, and even childcare. And that debt is very expensive. With credit cards being so insanely high, he's still with the people, by the way. Unbelievable man. What a man, what a man. I'll tell you, he's so special. And so is American Financing, because they're going to help homeowners. He talked a lot about homeowners tonight. It'll help you save just over $800 a month, possibly, on average. That's what we've been seeing. And they're even closing in on some of these as fast as 10 days. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, which would be amazing. Call American Financing at 888-804-020299. Let me do that again. 888-402-0299. 888-402-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN.
Our next sponsor is a very special one of our new ones. Our sponsors at Patriot Attic just released another amazing product. The Trump combat knives are in stock and ready to go. These are high-quality, custom-made combat knives. They make an amazing gift for any Trump lover, for any patriot, and for a limited time only, our sponsors are giving them out at 20% off only to our RSBN viewers. Use promo code RSBN20 to save 20% off. There's only one bit of bad news for this sponsorship. They only make a few hundred of these, and they're selling out quick. So once it sells out, that's it. That's the supply for 2024. So go get yours now before they all sell out. Go to PatriotAddictDeals.com. That's PatriotAddictDeals.com. And use coupon code RSBN20 to save 20% off. Again, PatriotAddictDeals.com to get the best of this amazing offer.
Fabulous deal. He's just exiting now, I think. I don't know. People were still talking to him. I mean, that was just unbelievable. And you know, another big supporter, of course, of our network and of President Trump is MyPillow. We're so grateful. And if you've been taking your kids back to college, or you have family members who are off to college, or living on their own for the first time, you're in luck, because MyPillow is bringing back the $25 extravaganza, and Mike Lindell and his dedicated employees have really been part of Cancel